World War II, the largest and most costly war in all of human history, is still within living memory of some of us around the world, and the fallout of this massive conflict is still visible 70 years after the event. The aftermath of the war gave rise to a massive displacement and migration of citizens in Europe. In a modern world where it's difficult to establish just who are the good guys and who are the bad guys, the Second World War leaves little in the way of ambiguity. A madman set to take over the world had to be stopped by a morally responsible world stage. Fortunately, Germany was stopped. But in today's episode of the Infographic Show, we ask, what if Hitler had won World War II? This must be one of the biggest what-ifs in history, and had Germany not made the double error of first invading the Soviet Union and then declaring war on the USA, we might have been living in a world where the Nazis had been the victors. The citizens of the Soviet Union were the ones who paid the dearest for the Allied victory, and if it were not for their determination and resistance, we may well be speaking German and chomping on bratwurst right now. But for this to have happened, we need to factor in a number of variables and reverse engineer a scenario that gives Hitler and Germany a good fighting chance of winning the war. For Hitler to have declared victory, he would have had to have gained a lot more land than he had. The likelihood of Great Britain and the United States ceding their territory is very slim. Yet it is possible that some kind of ceasefire would have occurred whereby Germany would have temporary control over the Allied nations. Hitler was, by some accounts, terrified of the United States becoming part of the Allied forces, having, as they did, large resources and being as far away as they were. Capturing land across the oceans would have been unlikely. Instead, the USA would have had to agree to become passive in the conflict, leaving Germany to have its way with Europe. It would have had to have made economic sense for the USA to continue to do deals with a German-led Europe rather than the individual countries. Germany would keep the countries it conquered, including France and Poland, and Italy would continue to be a German ally. Spain and Portugal would find themselves aligned with Germany, and Switzerland would remain neutral. For Germany to have won the Second World War, they would have had to have given up their ambitions to take the Soviet Union. However, Stalin was not going to stay quiet, so some kind of peace deal would have had to be brokered between the Soviets and Germany if Hitler were to win the war. Likewise, Germany would have had to have abandoned its plans to take Japan, and being so far away, there would be no real reason to pursue the East once they'd taken the lion's share of Europe. In short, a lot of the bigger players on the world stage would have had a reason to let Germany carry on with its ambitions. This lack of interference would itself be morally wrong, considering the Nazis' attempt to exterminate entire sections of the population, such as Jews and other so-called undesirables like gay people, the mentally ill, Romani, etc. So if the Germans had won the Second World War and were allowed to continue their ethnic cleansing, we would now be living in a world where inside the Greater German Reich, these people would have been eliminated. American science fiction writer Philip K. Dick in 1962 wrote one of the first alternate history novels to look at what would happen. In his book, Nazi Germany, Italy, and Japan have won the war, and the world is divided between them in blocks. The Empire of Japan includes all of Greater East Asia, with the United States divided between the Japanese puppet Pacific States of America and the Rocky Mountain States, a Nazi puppet state of the USA. Canada avoids occupation in this scenario, despite being part of the British Empire and being at war with the Nazis from the start. With the USA having obtained nuclear capability by 1945, Nazi Germany would have been desperate to find their own weapons of mass destruction. Nazism may have been discovered by its own people to be inherently evil and be overthrown from within. The truth is, we will never know just how the world would have panned out, as there are simply too many variables to take into consideration. It is safe to say that the victory would probably be short-lived, as the Allies decided once again that the right thing to do would have been to remove Hitler from the world stage once and for all.
Adolf Hitler stands on the podium to great applause. His chaotic mind is racing as the crowd screams out Heil Hitler. A crowd made up of not just Germans but various nationalities that have fallen under his evil spell. The superpower of Germany is untouchable. There's no such thing as the Soviet Union anymore. The great of Great Britain is lying in the mud. Millions are being executed while millions more are enslaved in Hitler's labor camps. There's just one more thing to accomplish, and that's annihilating the USA. To subdue what Hitler regards as a low-down, dirty race of mongrels. He has won, and it's hell on earth for many. We'll get around to this standoff with the USA, but first we need to know how Hitler pulled it off, this unbelievable victory in Europe. Here we mix reality with fiction. As you know, at the start of the Second World War in 1939, Hitler's army, the Wehrmacht, devastated Poland. With its legion of panzer tanks and an incredibly efficient mobile infantry, the Poles were no match for the Germans. The attack was like lightning, which is what the word blitzkrieg was derived from. In September, German bombs were dropped on the town of Luck, not just destroying buildings, but even killing kids on their way to school. This sent a message of what was to come. The Polish pilot B.J. Solak noted, "The stench of burning and a brown veil of smoke filled the air all around our town. No one was spared." The German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, rained hellfire down on Poland. Trains were seen derailed from the tracks. Kids screamed at the sight of the dead. It was a terror no one could have expected. And so on September 3rd, Britain and France declared war on Germany. Amazingly, France was beaten in just 6 weeks, and in time, something worrying occurred. Surprisingly, most of the French accepted the new Vichy government, one sympathetic to Nazi ideology. Not many know that a large number of people in France endorsed Hitler's hatred toward the Jews. Bear this in mind as we go through this story today. But by that time, Denmark, Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg had already been beaten by the Germans. It was as if the German soldiers were on steroids, which isn't far from the truth in the view of their heavy use of powerful methamphetamine, Pervitin. And with Norway defeated, Hitler now had access to heavy water. Although not known at the time, this is a key ingredient in the creation of the nuclear bomb. This was bad news. When France fell and the British were left scurrying for their lives on the escape from Dunkirk, it looked as though the Germans were totally invincible. These conquests so far meant tens of thousands of Germans killed and many more injured. France itself had lost 50,000 men in the invasion, Britain lost 11,000, but now Germany had a massive 1.5 million prisoners of war. It would have been much worse had the Brits not had their miracle at Dunkirk. Britain was at this point waiting for the Battle of Britain. It was a frightening thing to imagine. Not many people thought this small island nation could hold its own, but the fighting spirit still burned within Britain. As a wounded British soldier named Paul Ritchie said when he was flown back to England from France, he couldn't imagine his country going the same way France had. In his own words, he said, "With my mind still filled with the blast and flame that had shattered France, I was seized with utter disgust at the smug contentedness enjoyed behind the sea barrier. Still, he worried about what was around the corner." On June 18, 1940, Winston Churchill spoke at the House of Commons. In his impeccable oratory style, he said, "I expect the Battle of Britain is about to begin. Upon this battle depends the survival of Christian civilization. Upon it depends our own British life." He was probably right. Churchill went on, "Hitler knows he will have to break us in this island or lose the war. If we fail, then the whole world, including the United States, will sink into the abyss of a new dark age." He said that upon the defeat of Germany, men will say that this was their finest hour. And take note, he said Hitler would go after the USA. It was just a matter of time. According to this cigar-munching elitist who admittedly was drunk and drugged up half the time, still, he correctly envisioned the hell that Hitler would unleash. That's why Churchill was so against settling with Hitler. He was sure that at some point the furious Führer would have Britain in shackles and take over his empire. Hitler would not stop, not until Nazi ideology pervaded the globe. The Battle of Britain commenced. In the skies, British Hawker Hurricanes and Spitfires fought it out with German Messerschmitt Bf 109s. The so-called dogfights were crazy, and many young pilots who went up did not come back down. Alive, anyway. Here is how one Spitfire pilot described the day at work. "We were both flying in a tight circle, just a little more and I'll have him. Pressing the trigger, I waited expectantly for the 109 to explode. I've hit his wing." He was one of the lucky ones. Life expectancy for an RAF pilot during the war was a grim thing indeed. 60% of operational airmen died, were injured, or became prisoners of war. Around 51% of all RAF aircrew died. Bombs from German Junkers rained down on strategic locations in England, with sirens blaring on a regular basis during what the Brits called the Blitz. It went on for 8 months. But the British down below were typically amenable to hardships. One woman wrote in her diary, "I wonder what the pilots feel. After all, somebody loves them even if they're Nazis." At some point, Hitler made the mistake of withdrawing aircraft for Russia's planned invasion in May 1941. That really was a mistake. It turned out the Germans lacked a cogent strategic plan. The planes also often missed their targets, and British scientists were good at reading German signals and jamming their radars. The British public showed fortitude too. A woman named Barbara Dixon wrote that she'd never even heard of Poland, but she'd do anything to repel the beast of Hitler, who she said was trying to blow us up or murder us in our beds. Historians say attacking Britain was one of the great blunders Germany made in the war, with the next one being the invasion of the Soviet Union. Had Hitler focused all his strength on Britain and not at one point said, "Okay, we'll come back for you later," the Brits might have settled with Germany. Many people in Britain wanted that. They didn't think Hitler was as crazy as he turned out to be. Hitler had many times expressed his liking for British culture, and he said, unlike those mongrels in America, Britain had a good Aryan culture. Prior to German propagandists criticizing the British for their empire's atrocities and their plutocrats living like kings while the working class lived in the slums, Hitler had some pretty good relations with certain British politicians. Britain's army was nothing compared to the German army, and no one really expected them to hold their own in the skies. Even the US ambassador in London, Joseph Kennedy, said Britain had no chance. Despite 23,000 civilians dying and around 33,000 injured, with the German retreat, confidence was bolstered. It's thought 1,000 RAF planes were shot down, with about 544 fighter command pilots losing their lives. Then, with bombers and Coastal Guard losses, that added up to 1,542 planes lost and another 1,542 lives lost. The German Luftwaffe lost around 1,800 planes, and more than 2,500 pilots were killed. Across the pond, an American journalist wrote Adolf Hitler met his first defeat in 8 years in what might go down in history as a battle as important as Waterloo or Gettysburg. Winston Churchill uttered those now famous words, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." This bolstered confidence in the US too, and elsewhere in the world. Germany wasn't invincible. It sent a strong message, and for Britain at the time, having the most powerful navy in the world, it knew no Germans would be walking down its streets anytime soon. But as we said, Hitler planned to come back for Britain just as soon as he'd taken care of other matters, namely the Soviet Union. The reason we spent some time on this matter is that had Britain been soundly beaten and backed down, the whole outcome of the war would have been different. With Britain out of the war, Germany could have focused less time on one very formidable foe in Europe, in Asia, and in Africa. It would have also sent a strong message to the Soviet Union and to the United States. Remember, the US didn't want to get involved in a bloody European war. US citizens didn't want their young men being shot to pieces far from its now incredibly industrious shores. But in our alternative universe, let's say Germany did succeed in having air superiority over Britain. Germany might have launched Operation Sea Lion, the planned land invasion of Britain. This was not Hitler's first choice. He had been hoping for the British to accept his offer to back down out of the war. This is what Hitler had said he needed to happen for that invasion to be successful. First, he said the RAF had to be beaten down in its morale, and in fact that it can no longer display any appreciable aggressive force in opposition to the German crossing. Then he hoped the English Channel would be swept of mines, and if the British Navy was distracted with fighting in the North Sea and the Mediterranean, it would make crossing the Channel into England more achievable. Apparently, even Hitler's inner circle wasn't keen on this idea, and if you read the writings of contemporary historians, most will tell you he would have failed. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt suspected Hitler was just trying to bluff Britain into pulling out of the war. He said, "By God, even Napoleon failed to invade Britain." The place was a veritable fortress. The German Navy, the Kriegsmarine, was no match for the British Navy. It ruled the waves, and it had done so for years. But in our scenario, Britain lost in the air. The morale of the military and the public was very low. The British Navy, as Hitler wanted, was spread out. The German Navy fought remarkably, better than expected, and before you could say Schadenfreude, the powerful British elites were foreseeing losing their empire while watching panzer tanks make a mess of that beautiful British grass. The country soon surrendered, just as France had. Now Britain was finished. Hitler could certainly win the war. With France and Britain subdued, and to our modern shame, many people in both countries were now buying into Hitler's Aryan rubbish, the Germans could now go full throttle at the Soviet Union. Okay, back to real life. Hitler had made a non-aggression pact with another tyrant, Joseph Stalin, but then he invaded Russia anyway. Never trust the word of a tyrant. The German army, full of confidence, was sure it would walk through Russia. They also said they were doing the right thing. As this 18-year-old German soldier named Henry Mettelmann said, "I accepted as natural that it was German duty for the good of humanity to impose our way of life on lower races and nations, who probably, because of their limited intelligence, would not quite understand what we were on about." Hitler hated Jews, but he was no fan of Slavs either. His notion that most Germans were pure Aryans was utter ridiculous, given centuries of the intermixing of people in Northern Europe. It was ridiculous, full stop. But even so, he was prepared to annihilate Slavish people. As for communists, once he'd won the war in Russia, they would either have to forfeit their ideology or die. The many millions of Jews in the Soviet Union would be hunted down and killed. As General Erich Heppner said, the war with Russia is a vital part of the German people's existence. It is the old fight of German against the Slav, the defense of the European culture against the Muscovite Asiatic flood, and the repulse of Jewish Bolshevism. So mark our words, the people of the Soviet Union would have been spared no quarter, or at least those that fit into Hitler described as the lower races. And while Joseph Stalin, by the time he died, had the blood of tens of millions of peoples on his paranoid hands, his zero tolerance to people not fighting was one reason why Germany couldn't defeat him. The Soviets killed around 300,000 of their own soldiers for refusing to fight, fighting badly, or going AWOL. People starved because of Stalin's focus on building weaponry above feeding his people. People even changed sides because they detested Stalin so much. But if he hadn't been so bloody despotic, Germany might well have won. For the invasion, Operation Barbarossa, Hitler deployed around 3.6 million troops, 2,700 aircraft, and 3,600 tanks, which was record-breaking in terms of European warfare. Stalin had 2.9 million troops, 8,000 aircraft, and 11,000 tanks, but the Germans were superior in terms of technology and general warfare. But let's think. If Germany had just defeated Britain in our fictional scenario, there would be a spring in the military step. They'd also be making use of that excellent British arms industry. For instance, in real life, Hitler had thousands of French prisoners of war slaving away in its munitions industry, plus around 650,000 French civilian laborers, not to mention the Vichy French fighting for Germany. Over in the USA, in real life again, many people didn't have much love for the Soviets. The famed American aviator Charles Lindbergh said at the time, "I would 100 times rather see my country ally herself with Britain or even Germany, with all her faults, than the cruelty, the godlessness, and the barbarism of the Soviet Union." There was more support for Nazism in the US than you might think. Hence, Philip Roth's alternative reality novel, The Plot Against America. The famed industrialist Henry Ford admired Nazi Germany, and he was for much of his life very much anti-Semitic, showcased in the anti-Semite books he published with titles such as The International Jew, The World's Foremost Problem. Back to our alternate reality. With the British loss and the USA hardly coming to the rescue, there is every chance that Germany could have won Russia, especially if its ally, for the short term anyway, was Japan, who would also attack Russia. Just think. With Britain defeated, Japan wouldn't have to fight the country in Singapore, Hong Kong, and what were the Malaya and Burma. We also have to remember about the impact of all the countries of the British Empire that fought alongside Britain. Think about British India and the massive impact it had on the war, or India alone, whose 2.5 million troops fought under British command. Think about Canada, which couldn't have fought on since it was a dominion of the British Empire, or even Australia, who, although they didn't join the war effort right away, still provided the Brits with manpower and resources. We understand this is overly simplistic, and we haven't even discussed any country's atomic bomb research, but let's just say after Britain fell, the invasion of Russia went as Hitler planned. It was over within the year. This really could have happened had things just been a bit different. What would the USA be thinking now after much of Europe and some of Asia had fallen to Adolf Hitler and Japan? As we said, Americans didn't want to fight a European war. William Kaplan, the then head of Harvard, said as much, one time stating, "Hitler's going to win, let's be friends with him." Many people thought this way, of course. They weren't fully aware of Hitler's plans for world domination and the sheer ugliness of what he was capable of. Still, the US had meddled in the war by freezing assets and preventing Japan from getting the oil it needed to attempt to build its empire during the war, and Japan didn't much like this American interference. The US wasn't totally out of the war, lending weapons to Britain and helping in other ways, all for a price, of course. But then companies such as GM, Ford, and IBM also sold what was described as useful war materials to Germany. The US made hay while bombs spilled down on Europe, coming out of the war much richer. It might have stayed that way if Japan hadn't launched the famous attack. Japan had hoped that after attacking the US Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, the US would revert to its isolationist policies. In our alternate reality, the US had watched on as Germany's Operation Barbarossa was successful and Britain and France were a spent force. In this case, had the Pearl Harbor attack happened, the US might well not have retaliated. But then, had history been different, the US might not have interfered one bit and the attack on Pearl Harbor wouldn't have happened in the first place. And that's how things are different in our alternate world. So, right now, Hitler's over the moon. The problem is he has enemies everywhere in his vanquished countries. This is why he's sending out death squads to hunt down the people he doesn't like. For this, he deploys mobile death squads, aka the Einsatzgruppen. They scour German-occupied Europe looking for their victims, and that includes the Jewish people, communists, gypsies, anti-fascists, and even intellectuals. Hitler didn't leave all the work to his death squad, though. He prepared a list in 1940 of what he perceived to be dangerous Brits, kept in his black book. He is very well aware that he is much despised by a lot of people in occupied Britain. The French had a resistance, but it was small and only really significant close to the end of the war. Still, there would have been resistance in Britain too. This black book contained 2,820 names, from Jews to journalists to anti-fascists to spies to politicians to academics and novelists, all to be immediately arrested once Britain was successfully invaded. This book can give you some idea about what would have happened if Hitler had won the war. There are some names in the book that would surprise you, including the great writer Aldous Huxley. If Hitler had won in England, the writer of the book Brave New World might not have had the chance in 1949 to congratulate George Orwell on his dystopian novel 1984. We very much doubt he would have written to Orwell saying, "Within the next generation, I believe that the world's leaders will discover that infant conditioning is more efficient as instruments of government than clubs and prisons by flogging them and kicking them into obedience." He was right, as it turned out in the long run. Anyway, Hitler was doing a lot of flogging and kicking in the UK, and perhaps Huxley, as well as other British intellectuals who liked the idea of freedom, would have been sent to Nazi extermination camps. These Brits had no idea they were on Hitler's hit list. With the playwright Noel Coward writing after the war, "If anyone had told me at the time that I was high up on the Nazi blacklist, I should have laughed and told them not to talk nonsense." For the most part, no one really understood what Hitler would do to secure his vision of a Nazi-led utopia. In Britain as well as in the Soviet Union, Jews, gypsies, communists, certain kinds of intellectuals are sent to labor camps to work or die in the process. Young and fit people in Britain, as well as Russia, would be drafted to work for the Nazi war machine and its general industries. This machine has to expand. After all, Hitler has the USA in his sights. The country now wondering if Churchill had been right and if they should have helped out earlier when Germany was more vulnerable. Meanwhile, Britain adopts a new government in line with the Nazi regime. That is, an authoritarian, anti-Semitic, and xenophobic government led by Oswald Mosley, whose British Union of Fascists had just been resurrected after being disbanded in 1940. Not too many years earlier, Hitler had kept a keen eye on Mosley, impressed when he said things such as, "For the first time I openly and publicly challenged the Jewish interests of this country, commanding commerce, commanding the press, commanding the cinema, dominating the city of London, killing industry with their sweatshops." And now with Hitler at the helm and his man Mosley in England, the German propaganda machine goes into hyperdrive. What's astounding is how quickly many people in Britain embrace what Mosley is saying. He promises an end to corrupt banking, telling them the upper classes have kept them in bondage for centuries. Soon thugs like the old king and church mob squash any resistance to the British fascists. People are afraid to speak out against fascism. Progressives are hunted down, and something similar is happening in Russia. The Russian Fascist Party has never been that big. But now with Stalin and almost all of the Politburo exterminated or in labor camps, and with the Germans releasing many thousands of Soviet prisoners from gulags, a lot of people start to believe the Nazi propaganda. Millions had died under Stalin, millions more had been on the verge of starvation or been sent to gulags, and generally lived in fear. That's why it doesn't take long for these deeply oppressed people to embrace another form of government, one that promises a better society. As time goes on, while Germany focuses much of its efforts on industry and taking back the African colonies that had been taken away after the First World War, something strange is happening in the USA. The German propaganda machine under Joseph Goebbels is incredibly effective, even far away in the US. The mass exterminations have been kept away from the world's eyes for the most part. Despite the rumors and in spite of the spying, the US public doesn't know about those wicked massacres of innocent people. So now the Nazis spew out propaganda regarding how their New World Order is rescuing people from out-of-control capitalist slavery and releasing them from the chains that they say the Jewish elite have placed on them. A worrying number of people are taking interest in the fascist movement in the US. Remember, this is a country where a massive part of the poorer population has just gone through absolute hell during the Great Depression. Hitler blames all that on the Jews. And when leading fascism supporters in the US talk, some of the American people listen, as they also do over the border where the Canadian Union of Fascists speaks at events. Then when Charles Lindbergh stands up and promotes his America First policy, pro-fascist isolationists in the crowd cheer. These crowds just keep growing and anti-Semitic sentiment grows with it. Even though the USA is already backward when it comes to civil rights compared to other advanced nations, racism becomes even more intense throughout the nation. The fascists in the US say leave Europe to its own devices. They say any form of intervention in European affairs will likely be disastrous given the now great power of Germany. People look up to Lindbergh when he says things like this. A few far-sighted Jewish people realize this and stand opposed to intervention, but the majority still do not. Their greatest danger to this country lies in their large ownership and influence in our motion pictures, our press, our radio, and our government. Remember, this guy is a national hero. When he speaks, many people are glued to his every word. The US government has awarded this famed aviator the Medal of Honor and the Distinguished Flying Cross, but now the Nazis have also given him a medal, namely the Commander Cross of the Order of the German Eagle. The Nazis know that Lindbergh and Ford, two of the most powerful men in America, often discuss what they and the Nazis call the Jewish problem. Perhaps Hitler thinks Germany doesn't need to attack the US at its borders. Perhaps he can take control from within the borders, with the help of an American fascist party working on his behalf. Hitler muses that it isn't as if this country of Mongols doesn't already have widespread white supremacy. America can quite easily be pushed over the edge, he assumes. Those he calls the mongrels will once again be enslaved and the Jewish will be executed. The racial segregation that already exists in the US will just be taken up a notch. Hitler once said that the US military posed no threat, but he has changed his mind as of late. Invading the US, he knows, is an almost impossible task, even though part of him believes the country's military is weak due to its racial diversity. He writes in his diary one day that he'd like nothing more than to see New York in flames. Japan has already been granted part of the former Soviet Union, and the country is certainly up for an invasion of the US. But will it work? The months pass, the year ticks over, and the power of the Nazis just grows and grows. Now with so much European industry in its control, and an army like the world has never seen, the US is a David to the Goliath of Germany. And this is why the isolationists in the US win over so many of the people. War will mean mass death. It will mean certain defeat. Why not, just as so many have said in the past, be on good terms with Hitler? Do some trade with him. To become his enemy is a death sentence, and finance-wise, it makes no sense at all. Hitler contemplates on the costs of a long-distance invasion, but even with British ships now under his control, taking that many men across the sea is a Herculean task. Feeding those men, getting the fuel for the machines, moving all that equipment across the ocean just seems like a bridge too far. But if the Canadian fascists, who are now gaining popularity like the British fascists have, go for a war, a land invasion against the so-called decadent capitalists can happen overland from Canada. It will take time and the movement of many resources, not to mention it would also be very risky. Things aren't looking good for the US. Damn, think a lot of people. If the UK had only been able to repel Germany, none of this would have happened. That little island losing to the Nazis had changed the entire outcome of the history of the world. Then, one day Hitler's sitting at his desk and he receives a report that has taken months to compile. The report states that throughout Europe an estimated 9.7 million Jews have been exterminated. It also states that 350,000 homosexuals have been killed, along with close to 840,000 Romani and Sinti people. Things have moved much faster since Europe was defeated by Hitler. The report doesn't state how many disabled people have died in the camps, although Hitler is pleased when he reads that they're being used for various medical experiments. People of color, says the report, as well as intellectuals, are mostly being employed in slave labor activities, although many have also been exterminated. Meanwhile, scientists working in the USA are making headway with an atomic bomb project. Little do they know that if they could have collaborated with scientists in Britain, the project would almost be complete. Now Hitler has control over Britain's project, seeing that under Mosley, Britain is nothing more than a German puppet state. It also helps that former King Edward VIII has been restored to the throne, a much more suitable monarch for the Nazis than George VI. But what about life in general in this new Europe? Hitler believes that he can create a utopian society, but it's only possible when the people he thinks have caused the world's problems are all dead, man, woman, and child. He hates religion, but in his new empire he actually endorses religious tolerance. This is more out of fear of mass resistance than anything else. He also promotes selective polygamy, believing that if you mix the right genes you will create the right products for his army, for his science projects, for his idea of societal harmony. At times this is oppressive for women, who are usually the ones selected. Strangely, for a man with so much blood on his hands, Hitler detests cruelty to animals and even endorses but not enforces national vegetarianism. At the same time, he abhors what he calls degenerative art, and he hates the artists just as much, even if they do tick the right box for his so-called master race. He bans pornography in Germany as well as prostitution, some intellectual pursuits, certain kinds of writing and poetry, decadent music, excessive boozing, and smoking. His puppet states are not asked to conform to these ideals, but in many cases, the new fascists around Europe espouse and enforce the ideals of the Nazis. In some ways, those who follow Hitler do see some benefits. Even some businesses and industries improve, since Hitler has taken a zero-tolerance stand against corruption. The totalitarian ways, he says, must be simple and without deceits. It is also horribly oppressive and leads to unhappiness that people try not to show. Just as one critic over in the US says, the utopia that Hitler seeks can never be free from tyranny. Anyone who says they don't like this new paradise will be severely punished. The guy who writes that is soon beaten up by one of the now widespread pro-fascist mobs in the US. The year is now 1944. For some time, British scientists have been working on an atomic bomb under the Tube Alloys Project, something that has been kept secret from everyone except those who need to know in Canada. The project was actually started before the USA's Manhattan Project. The Brits had forecast a bomb not being ready until 1947, but once the new German and Soviet scientists joined the project and the Germans have more facilities with the newly built heavy bombers and a hell of a lot more money to make bombs, the project is completed in 1944. But the US Manhattan Project is also just about ready. Little do the world's public know that a nightmare situation is taking place. In 1945, both sides test their bombs, and so it is now known just how much destructiveness is in the hands of leaders, and more concerning, in the hands of a man who thinks very little of American mongrels. The strange thing is, Hitler, despite the fact that he's gassed millions of people, does not embrace the use of superweapons. He's even held off on using chemical weapons, even though the Germans at the start of the war had a huge stockpile of deadly sarin gas. So it's not so surprising that he doesn't like the thought of using an atomic bomb. As for the US, it was well aware of what's coming back if it drops a bomb. And why would it when Hitler has not yet made it clear he will invade the US? As crazy as Hitler is, he doesn't want to die. He doesn't want his idea of utopia to be destroyed. Still, if something doesn't change in the US, he might have to do something. This Cold War stalemate creates a frenzy among the public, especially the American public, that according to the polls, do not want to go to war with Hitler. It's during this next chaotic year that Lindbergh creates the American Fascist Party to be sympathetic with Nazi ethos, but with an assurance from Hitler that Germany will not interfere in American affairs. So, how does Hitler finally win this war? It's when fascism wins in the USA, when fear, bitterness, anger, and stupidity push people to polls to tick the box under American Fascist Party. Some of the poor just want change, and rightly so. But out of desperation, political distrust, and lack of options, they unwittingly choose their own demise. Lindbergh has assured that no Americans will be harmed in relation to their race or creed, but already an ugliness has seeped into a once hopeful culture. Gangs roam the streets at night, throwing Molotov cocktails through house windows. The police don't do much to stop it. This will only get worse. Families of Jewish people, African Americans, and other minorities for that matter huddle together in living rooms and shed tears when they watch Lindbergh throw his fist into the air on his victory. It is a victory for Hitler just as much. America closes its doors to the world, but also inside the house something is rotten. No structure can remain standing when the foundations are warped and decayed. Totalitarianism will eat itself and suppresses natural creativity, and with it societal progress. It foments distrust and paranoia, and in that time leads to widespread violence and unhappiness. One day, goodness and morality and love and compassion among races will win out, and that rotten house will fall down. But for now, the present is Hitler's utopia, hell on earth, even for most of the ones who've asked for it. A man wakes up in an unremarkable parking lot in Germany, which 74 years prior was known as Führerbunker, where the Nazis' top brass in World War II waited out their final days. He's got a splitting headache, almost like he'd been shot in the head, and a strange little toothbrush mustache. The year is 2022 and Adolf Hitler has just come back to life. We can say for certain after his headache fades away, the next thing he'll feel is utter confusion. The world in 2022 looks incredibly different than it did in 1945 in pretty much every conceivable way. The fashions have changed, social attitudes have evolved, there's been another global pandemic, and technology has advanced dramatically. So before he could react to anything specific to his own personal views, he'd probably be pretty overwhelmed by the appearance of electric cars, flat-screen TVs, and smartphones. It would take quite some time for him to get used to the fact that most people have tiny computers in their pocket that function as phones and an access point to the entire knowledge of our species. Once he recovered from the shock of absorbing all the technological changes of the last 7 decades or so, Hitler would be pretty upset with just about everything he saw and learned about the state of the country he used to run. At the end of World War II, his last glimpse at Germany, the country was in ruins. Its ports and railroads had been decimated by bombs, the population had been wiped out by war and his own genocides alike, and it seemed as if it might never recover. Now, Germany is considered to be a thriving and widely trusted nation on a global scale. Though Hitler would likely be glad to see his homeland doing well, he would be furious about everything else the nation was doing, and has been doing since his death. First, he would see that the flag being flown by the nation of Germany has changed in his absence. When the Nazi Party rose to power in 1933, the traditional black, red, and gold German flag was discarded, and 2 new national flags were chosen: a black, red, and white flag, and the horribly recognizable swastika flag of the Nazi Party. In 1935, the shift toward Nazism was made complete, and the swastika flag took its place as the nation's only official flag. After the fall of the Third Reich and the end of Hitler's regime, the flag was returned to its original black, red, and gold self. This marked the end of the darkest period in Germany's history, and it would make Hitler absolutely furious. This is far from the only way in which Germany has attempted to undo the damage done by the Nazi Party, both to itself and to the world at large. In March of 2015, Chancellor Angela Merkel discussed the lingering effects of the war on the nation's identity, saying, "We Germans will never forget the hand of reconciliation that was extended to us after all the suffering that our country had brought to Europe and the world." Speaking of Chancellor Merkel, Hitler would be infuriated if he happened to wander into a bar and see her on the TV, leading the country as its first female chancellor. Women under the Nazi regime were prohibited from holding executive office or taking any influential role in politics. They were expected to stay home and act only as wives and mothers, giving up all other responsibilities aside from supporting their husbands and having as many German babies as possible. Not only does Merkel not have any children, but she holds the highest political office in Germany. Hitler would demand that that bar's proprietor change the channel to something else, and when the TV flipped to an international news channel, he would be angry to see that England recovered from the Blitz, and Poland is its own country and still exists, with its own beautiful cultural achievements, in spite of the damage done to it in World War II. Hitler would snatch the TV remote from the bar's owner and continue flipping through the channels, looking for something, anything that might indicate the lasting effects of his regime. He would not like what he found. As someone who was big on censorship, with the Nazi Party devoting countless time and resources to propaganda and crushing all dissenting opinions, the freedom of international and German media would come as quite a shock. Starting in 1934, it was illegal to criticize the Nazi government or even joke about Hitler. Doing so was considered a form of treason. Anti-Nazi newspapers were closed down, radio broadcasts and print media were controlled, and propaganda was produced to glorify Hitler and the Nazi Party as a whole. He would turn to a channel where a sitcom was making fun of him and demand to know why that was allowed. Everyone he asked would just laugh at him, and his face got redder and redder, and he could do nothing to stop them. You can only imagine his blood-boiling rage when he finds out that the iconic and beloved Jewish comedians like Mel Brooks and Charlie Chaplin have made millions with clever jabs at the Big Bad Führer in movies like The Producers and The Great Dictator, both of which are enjoyed just as much in Germany as anywhere else. It's not just acceptable to joke about Hitler or openly criticize him now. Freedom of the press is a high priority in Germany and protected by its constitution. The Press Freedom Index, compiled by the NGO Reporters Without Borders, ranks Germany in the top 20 countries for free press, placing it well above the United States and the United Kingdom. Berlin, Hitler's old stomping grounds, is one of the top 10 media cities in the world, with 440 correspondents from 60 different countries reporting on its soil. The German Press Council, made up of publishing and journalism associations, works to maintain free access to information as well as journalistic ethics in the country, helping to ensure that nothing like the censorship under the Third Reich happens again. Finished with television, Hitler would storm out of the bar, back out to the streets, and make his way to a local library. Maybe he could find some good Nazi literature or his own book Mein Kampf to cheer him up. Instead, he'd be shocked at the wide variety of volumes on shelves, covering all manners of topics once banned under his own authority. The Nazi Party conducted a series of infamous book burnings, targeting books in Germany and Austria in the 1930s. The initial wave of targets included those by Jewish, communist, socialist, anarchist, and pacifist authors, including the works of writers like Albert Einstein, Helen Keller, Victor Hugo, Jack London, and Leo Tolstoy. Eventually, anyone who was not a vocal supporter of Nazism was a target, and their books were burned. Hitler would fly into a rage seeing a copy of Hugo's Les Miserables on display, or a copy of Tolstoy's War and Peace. These books were meant to be eradicated from German soil, but time marched on and you can't fight the written word. Just imagine what someone so insistent on fighting for traditional values would think of 50 Shades of Grey. But he wouldn't stay focused on the fiction section long, because there's been progress in Germany far more notable and more upsetting to Hitler than the inclusion of classic literature and political theory in its libraries. One particularly tragic target of Nazi book burnings was the Institute for Sexual Science, founded in 1919 by Magnus Hirschfeld. The institute conducted research into human gender and sexuality, covering a wide variety of topics from health and safety to public sex education. It was especially notable for its, at the time, groundbreaking studies of individuals and the gay community. It also acted as the home of the Scientific Humanitarian Committee and the World League for Sexual Reform. Tragically and predictably, the Nazi Party was not fond of Hirschfeld or his institute, declaring it offensive and targeting him for his Jewish identity. Nazis overtook the institute in 1933, where they burned the contents of the library as Hirschfeld was exiled in France. The buildings were destroyed completely by a bombing in 1943, and countless volumes of research and progress were lost forever. Today, however, things are quite different. Germany prioritizes sex education, which was made mandatory in 1992. Gay rights have also come a long way since the time of World War II and the loss of the Institute for Sexual Science. Today, there's no censorship of gay people in German media. Discrimination for employment or housing access on the basis of sexual orientation is illegal. Conversion therapy is banned, and same-sex marriage has been legal since 2017. Germany is a more diverse place than it was when Hitler was in power, in spite of all his efforts and the efforts of those like him. Of the 82 million people living in Germany, over 19 million of them come from an immigrant background. 9.6 million people are living with a disability. There are hundreds of different religious communities, and the nation's constitution guarantees freedom of faith and the right to practice one's religion. Running down the street, increasingly upset and desperate to get away, Hitler would find himself surrounded by all of the people he once tried to erase from Germany altogether, walking around him and just going about their lives, happy, while he grows more and more miserable. Out of breath, he'd stop and look around him at the city of Berlin. When he last saw it, it was a city in ruins, destroyed by the ravages of war. The Brandenburg Gate, once crumbling to pieces, stands fully restored. The Reichstag looks new, now the seat of German parliament, and a place for tourists to pose for pictures. Some spots, however, have been left as they were. The Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church, damaged during a bombing in 1943, was deliberately left alone after the war. Throughout the city, the old and the new, there are memorial sites and informational panels commemorating the horrors of the Holocaust and pointing out the buildings that were once occupied by the Third Reich. The city has been rebuilt, but its history will never be forgotten. He might start screaming and ranting, as he was known to do, yelling about the horrors and evils of racial diversity, of sexual liberation, of gender equality, of free speech, understanding, and tolerance. In his mind, he'd be the last man standing up for what he believes in. To anyone else, he just looked like some mad old fool in a tasteless costume. And finally, Hitler's terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day would end with him being hauled off to jail by the German police. You see, in Germany, the law bans symbols of anti-constitutional organizations and has strict laws against displaying them in public. Nazi salutes or positive statements about Hitler also fall under the designation. Displaying Nazi iconography, such as a Hitler costume or a swastika armband in public, can result in up to 3 years in prison, or 5 if the hateful display is considered to be inciting violence against a specific racial or religious group. Naturally, a man making his way down the streets of contemporary Berlin in full Nazi uniform and bearing an uncanny resemblance to Adolf Hitler would draw quite a bit of negative attention, especially with his ranting and raving. People would be taking pictures for Twitter, live streaming on Instagram, and calling the local police. Someone might throw an empty coffee cup at him. Someone might throw a full coffee cup at him. Others would cover their child's eyes. Hitler could try to run. He could try to hide. He would find himself brought in for questioning. After a short conversation with the man, no officer in their right mind would release him back out into Germany at large. He would receive the maximum sentence and likely be given a psychological evaluation as well. So, if Adolf Hitler woke up today and found himself in the present, he would see how the world has moved on without him and done its best to make sure no one like him ever wins again. And he'd end the day the same way he ended the war, terrified, defeated, and locked away. And let's be honest, there's no way he's getting out for good behavior. World War II is raging. Millions upon millions are already dead. The US has just joined the war, and because of that, a young man named William has enlisted in the US Navy. On his first day, the introduction officer walks up to him with a clipboard and asks, "Name?" William responds, "Hitler." The officer breaks into a smile, thinking, "We got a wise guy here." Playing along, he says, "Glad to see you, Mr. Hitler. My name's Hess. This actually happened." William isn't joking. He is Mr. Hitler, and little does the officer know, he's the nephew of Adolf, the maniac everyone's fighting against. The good news is, William really hates his uncle. How on earth did Adolf Hitler's nephew end up in the US Armed Forces? How did he come to despise his own flesh and blood? Are there little Hitlers running around the US right now? All will be revealed in this mind-blowing story. But let's go back to the start. In 1909, Adolf's half-brother Alois Hitler Jr. was at a horse show in Dublin, Ireland. It was there the young buck met the eyes of a pretty woman. Her name was Bridget Dowling. The two married the next year, much to the chagrin of Bridget's pop, who wanted Alois arrested on charge of kidnapping. No arrest was made. The couple moved up to a rough and ready part of Liverpool called Toxteth. Then in 1911, the first and only child was born. They named him William Patrick Hitler. The kind folks of Liverpool rubbed his cheeks and said what a nice little baby he was, having no idea that in a couple of decades this guy's uncle would be trying to kill them. In fact, the house where the three of them lived, 102 Upper Stanhope Street, was later destroyed by the bombs of the German Luftwaffe during the Liverpool Blitz. For more than one reason, it's a good job the Hitlers weren't living in town when that happened. But in 1911, Adolf was only 22 years old, and rather than thinking about world domination in a race of so-called pure-blooded people running the show, he was broke and trying to make a living selling his paintings. He wasn't too bad of a painter, actually. He should have stuck at it and saved everyone a lot of trouble. To cut a long story short, young William and Bridget were abandoned by Alois. He married again in Germany, survived World War I, and then in the 1920s, William went over to Germany a few times to hook up with his pop and his new family. This is important because William, now getting old enough to know what's what in life, was seeing Germany in a transformation. When he was 18, he went over there again. This is when his pop said, "Come with me to a Nazi rally. Your uncle is a really powerful orator." Uncle Adolf was now a full-blown raging racist, an anti-Semite who also wanted every communist on the planet dead, or at least locked up. When Adolf spoke to the crowds, they almost fainted in their nationalistic frenzy. At this point, Adolf had just been released from prison for a treason conviction, and he'd already written his book Mein Kampf, My Struggle. He wasn't top dog yet, but he was coming up, so to speak. And then after the Wall Street crash happened and the Germans were sunk into economic despair, My Struggle resonated with a lot of them. After Adolf became chancellor, William, then 22, exploited his uncle's power to get himself a cushy job at a bank in Berlin. He worked a few other jobs such as car salesman, but it seemed William couldn't settle. One of the reasons was the constant hassle from his uncle. Adolf wouldn't let him send cash back to his mother in Liverpool, who direly needed some. Adolf was thinking, giving German money to Brits, you must be off your rocker if you think I'm gonna allow that. Then, when William was working at Opel, the car manufacturer, he was suddenly given the boot. He didn't know why at first, but then found out someone had told his uncle that he'd been stealing. It became clear then that Adolf was having people spy on William. He later wrote, "I could not even go on an outing without risking a summons to Hitler." He did say once that his uncle was friendly enough at first, but when it got back to Adolf that William was actually a bit anti-fascist and not a great supporter of the Nazi Party, well, he fell out of favor. As you'll see, Hitler actually felt a lot more strongly than that at the end. Around this time, when the relationship was frayed, William decided to do something which many of us now would think was very reckless. He tried to blackmail Adolf, the guy with an evil temper, and thought slaughtering millions of people was a good idea. You don't trigger Uncle Adolf, but William did. The blackmail plot was simple. William said, "Sort me out with a very easy job with good pay, and I won't tell the world about our dodgy family history." Adolf, not a stranger to devious plots himself, said, "Fine, get ready your British citizenship and we can talk." William, also perspicacious when it came to backstabbing, knew that this was not to his benefit, so he left Uncle Adolf to his raving and went back to England. He left one last message for his uncle. He said, "I'm going to tell the world that your paternal grandfather was Jewish, which makes you Jewish." How's that for a story? Historians now doubt this Jewish grandpa was a fact, but they admit it's not out of the realm of possibility. Anyway, now in London, William did what he said he'd do and published an article that wasn't exactly bigging up his Uncle Adolf. He was published in Look magazine in 1939 and had the title Why I Hate My Uncle. You also have to understand that while the Brits weren't at war yet, Hitler was a big name in that country. When the article was published, Adolf Hitler was just a couple of months away from invading Poland. 2 days after that, Britain was at war with Germany. When William wrote that article, his name wasn't exactly welcomed in the UK. He'd change it later to William Stewart Houston, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. The article actually gives us some insight into Adolf's life, reminding us that monsters can also be ordinary men. William wrote about his uncle saying, "We had cakes and whipped cream, Hitler's favorite dessert. I was struck by his intensity, his feminine gestures. There was dandruff on his coat." Okay, so no one likes seeing white flecks all over someone's shoulders, but it usually doesn't drive someone to hate a person. Adolf probably just needed to change his brand of shampoo. But then William brought out the big guns. He said that Adolf had a bad relationship with a woman which had driven her toward a nervous breakdown. William also said he'd written about his uncle before and had some small articles published, and Adolf was absolutely enraged when he saw them. William said this is how Adolf responded to that. He was furious, pacing up and down wild-eyed and tearful. He made me promise to retract my articles and threatened to kill himself if anything else were written on his private life. If you want to build a legend and create a mythological type figure, as Adolf wanted to do with himself, you can't have people talking about how you failed or cried or were obsessed in love. William had made Adolf Hitler human, all too human, in the words of the German philosopher Adolf admired but misunderstood, Friedrich Nietzsche. So here we get to see Adolf's frail ego, how some relatively harmless family stories about him could reduce him to tears. William also wrote, "Hitler was entertaining some very beautiful women at tea. When he saw us, he strode up slashing a whip as he walked and taking the tops off the flowers. He took that occasion to warn me to never again mention that I was his nephew." By the time Adolf must have read that article and in a cartoonish style, steam leaked out of his ears, he was likely jacked up on methamphetamine, talking about his plan to blitzkrieg through Poland, with European domination coming at the end of the long assault. Unfortunately, Hitler would surprise the world, and his admittedly almost unbeatable Wehrmacht blasted through the enemy quite easily. William watched from a distance as his uncle's troops seemed to have success upon success. The German Luftwaffe didn't exactly get its way when it tried to take Britain by the air, but the Brits knew their ground forces were no match for the German army. After the Battle of Britain, Adolf just made a plan to save Britain for later. Then Hitler's army seemed to walk right into Russia, having backstabbed a tyrant as bloodthirsty as he, one Joseph Stalin. So many millions died, but the Russians showed mettle no one in the world could believe they had. The invasion is one of the most appalling stories in world history, but those Russians were tougher than the cold ground they walked on in winter. Meanwhile, according to the excellent book on World War II, Inferno by Max Hastings, most Americans didn't want to fight a war in Europe. Why die over there when we're okay over here, they thought? Sure, help the Allies materially, but not with American blood. In fact, many people had the opinion mirroring that of William Kaufman, then the head of Harvard. He said, "Hitler's going to win, let's be friends with him." But then the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, and before anyone could really understand how that seemingly happened so easily, the USA was at war with Germany, and the country's enemy number one was Adolf Hitler. Homegrown criminals such as John Dillinger and Pretty Boy Floyd now looked quite innocent besides the furious Führer. Now, let's go back to William just before the US joined the war. Being a Hitler in England just wasn't cool when German bombs were dropping on people and air raid sirens were starting to give folks PTSD. But William also couldn't go back to Germany, where his uncle might have eaten him for breakfast along with his regular dose of bread and marmalade. William was stuck. That's when the newspaper magnate William Randolph Hearst heard about his limbo and invited him to the USA, which at the time still wasn't contemplating war with Germany. In the words of a British songwriter, Mr. Hearst said something along the lines of, "William, William, it was really nothing, it was your life." William couldn't help being born a Hitler, but he wanted to clear his name, so once firmly in the US and now with America at war, he wrote to President Franklin D. Roosevelt and explained his quandary. He was still technically British, related to Adolf, but wanted to fight against the Germans. He wrote in that letter, "All my relatives and friends soon will be marching for freedom and decency under the stars and stripes. I am respectfully submitting this petition to you to inquire as to whether I may be allowed to join them in their struggle against tyranny and oppression." He said, "There's a hitch though, Mr. President. I am the nephew and only descendant of the guy you were fighting against." He also talked about how anti-Nazi he'd been, and not in relation to dandruff. He said, "I warned France through the press that Hitler would invade her that year. The people of England I warned by the same means that so-called solution of Munich was a myth that would bring terrible consequences." He didn't talk about what he'd so earlier gotten wrong though, the fact that he once said the German forces were a great facade of strength and nothing but papier-mâché. The Russians would have disagreed. William also predicted that the good German people would turn on Hitler because the Nazis fed on Germany's flesh. Some people did turn, but not many. And if they did go against the Nazis, it didn't end well for them. Anyway, FDR read the letter, and we imagine with some amusement, but also with suspicion. Spies were everywhere, so giving this guy the opportunity to fight could pose a problem if he turned out to be a devoted Nazi after all. That's why he discussed the letter with the then FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. They agreed he could sign up, and you know already how his first day went. William ended up serving with the Navy as a kind of medic, then called a hospital corpsman. He was injured at one point during the war, for which he was later awarded a Purple Heart. He left the Navy in 1947, and that was when he decided there was one thing he had to do. That was change his name. Introducing yourself as Mr. Hitler in the neighborhood or at the office either made people laugh, angry, or, when they knew it was real, upset and suspicious. A lot of Americans died because of William's uncle, and they could have no idea that he hated his relative. So he changed his name to William Stewart Houston. Soon after, he married German-born Phyllis Jean-Jacques, and they settled in Long Island, New York. There, they had 4 kids, while enterprising William opened a blood analysis lab in his home that he called Brookhaven Laboratories. You might be wondering where all the American Hitlers are today, but all of William's 4 boys didn't have any children. Someone once explained why, saying they didn't sign a pact, but what they did is they talked amongst themselves, talked about the burden they've had in the background of their lives, and decided that none of them would marry, none of them would have children. William and the kids didn't tell their friends who they were related to. Nonetheless, besides harboring a whopping secret, they lived fairly normal lives. A neighbor once said about the kids to the New York Times, they were like any other kids on the block, American kids. It was almost as if they were rebelling against their German background and being intensely American. That same neighbor said William, who she called Willie, only told his close friends about his relationship to Adolf when he was on his deathbed. She also said her father had once talked about Willie's resemblance to the Führer. On the outside, they were full-on American, but she said inside the house it was very German, very European, and the parents spoke German. I remember how the boys had a toy battleship they called the Bismarck that they would have float in their blow-up pool in the backyard. Once they lit it on fire somehow, and I have this vivid memory of them all yelling, "The Bismarck is sinking!" Another family friend said when she found out who Willie was, she was shocked, but also, she said, it answered a lot of questions for me because they were secretive people. She didn't blame them at all, saying if anyone would have known the truth, the family would have been tortured. Metaphorically speaking, of course, but people likely wouldn't have been friends with them. The children grew up holding low-profile jobs and also keeping a low profile, which we think was a wasted opportunity. Imagine having their backstory at parties and gatherings, and anyway, they had nothing to be ashamed of. In his later years, Adolf Hitler started to refer to William as my loathsome nephew, so it seems unfair that he and his family had to live with their secret. No one could change where they come from. It's where you go that's important. Willie Hitler died knowing he battled against his own bloodline for the good of humankind. Adolf Hitler sits in his Berlin bunker, shaking uncontrollably in fear. From the other side of the reinforced door, he hears the screams of his soldiers as they're gunned down by the bloodthirsty Soviet forces that have taken over the city. There is no way out, and he's unable to take his own life as his cyanide capsules and firearm were mistakenly left in the main room of the bunker when he was rushed into the safe room. Hitler notices that the battle beyond the reinforced steel hatch has gone eerily quiet. He puts his ear up to the cool metal and listens. He can just make out a series of voices that appear to be speaking Russian. As he listens more closely, he hears a ticking sound. It's as if there's a clock ticking down to something on the other side of the door. His eyes open wide. He dives to the far side of the room and seeks cover. A moment later, there's an explosion. The door lets out a groan as it falls to the floor with a thud. The dust and smoke settle. Dozens of armed Soviet soldiers enter the chamber. They find Adolf Hitler cowering on the floor in the fetal position. They have successfully captured the monster who's caused so much pain and death across the world. The question is, what to do with him now? There are 3 different scenarios that might have unfolded if Hitler was captured during World War II, based on when this event occurred. It's important to note that there is no way of actually knowing what would happen if the Allies had captured Hitler, but based on historical documents and statements by the leaders at the time, we can make some educated guesses. Scenario 1. What if Hitler was captured by Allied forces toward the end of World War II? Adolf Hitler is now in the hands of the Soviet forces. Over the past several months, they've fought a brutal campaign to push Nazi forces out of their homeland and have now taken the fight to Germany. They ravished the countryside as they slowly made their way to Berlin. Entire towns were burnt to the ground. Naval facilities were pillaged and airfields were confiscated. But it is the stories of what the Red Army does to German citizens and Nazi sympathizers that instills fear in the region. After the siege of their homeland, the Soviets are taking no prisoners, and torture is a common occurrence. As this was happening, Hitler couldn't believe what his generals were telling him. His forces were being defeated on all fronts. Seems there was no longer any hope of turning the war around, but he ordered his men to continue fighting anyway. He would rather sacrifice every Aryan in Germany than willingly surrender to Allied forces. From his bunker, Hitler worked with his advisors to find a way out of their predicament, but as the Soviets crashed through their defenses, Hitler considered Plan B, taking his own life. Due to a series of unfortunate circumstances, Adolf Hitler is now in the hands of the Red Army soldiers. He's dragged from the bunker and greeted by thousands of cheering Soviets. They hurl curses at the monster who started World War II, as his actions led to the deaths of millions. Soldiers spit on the former Führer as he walks by. These men have seen the worst of the worst and now they want revenge. As Nazi forces pushed into the Soviet Union in June 1941, they committed countless atrocities. The Soviets fought back but lost more men than any other country during World War II. Soviet lands were soaked with blood, and its soldiers hate Adolf Hitler with a fiery passion. The leader of the Nazis is marched to an open square where he's forced to his knees. The Soviet men sing the songs of their nation as they look on at the scene unfolding before them. Joseph Stalin gave clear instructions to his men that if they captured Hitler, he was to be sent back to Moscow to be tried for his crimes. But this is not what happens. Filled with rage, the soldiers can't control themselves. Adolf Hitler begs for mercy in the city square as Soviet voices echo off the rubble and crumbling buildings that surround them. One of the soldiers who pulled Hitler out of the bunker steps out of the masses and silently walks up to him. He looks Adolf Hitler in the eyes and then says something in broken German. "This is for my fallen comrades," the Soviet soldier says. He pulls his pistol from the side holster, pulls the hammer back, and shoots Adolf Hitler in the head, instantly killing him. There's a roar of approval from the crowd. They will all be reprimanded by Stalin, but the soldiers will stand together in what they did. The demon that was Adolf Hitler was too dangerous to be kept alive, and deserved what he got. Other members of the Red Army walk up to Hitler's body and fire a round into it. By the end of the day, there is very little left to recover and dispose of. There's a chance in this scenario that the Soviet soldiers would have brought Hitler to their commanding officers, who might have been able to show a little more restraint. In this case, Adolf Hitler is placed in restraints and hidden on board a transport bound for the Soviet Union. His location is kept a secret as the Soviets don't want the Nazi forces trying to rescue their leader. Once in Moscow, Hitler is brought before Joseph Stalin, who looks upon him with contempt. The German Führer is thrown into a heavily guarded jail cell to await trial for his war crimes. Now that he's safely secured in prison, footage of his capture and incarceration is sent out to news companies across the world. Every paper is given images taken by Soviet photographers, and every media outlet in the world now has video footage of the daring capture and extraction of the Nazi barbarian. These films are broadcast worldwide, so everyone on the planet can watch the capture of Adolf Hitler. Weeks later, Hitler is marched through Moscow as the Soviet people shout insults and throw rotten food at him. He's led past Lenin's tomb and into the Kremlin, where he will stand trial. The war has now reached its end as Nazi Germany crumbled without leadership of their Führer. Once he was captured, other Nazi leaders began to surrender, as it was now clear the war had been lost. There are still groups of Nazi youth and soldiers fighting in more remote areas, but between the Allied forces pushing across Europe on the Western Front and the Soviets controlling much of the eastern portion of the continent, the war in Europe is all but over. Allied leaders meet during this time to decide exactly what to do with Adolf Hitler. It's decided that he must stand trial, but his fate has already been sealed. The trial lasts for months as witness after witness is called to the stand to testify against the Nazi war criminal. He's held personally responsible for the mass genocide of the Jewish people, along with countless other crimes against humanity. At the conclusion of the trial, Hitler is found guilty. He's placed in chains and led to the Red Square, where millions of people watch him walk up the gallows. Hitler ascends the steps to the noose that slowly sways back and forth in the frigid Russian air. The rope is placed around his neck. Stalin says a few words and the trapdoor is released. Hitler struggles against the tightened rope, but he doesn't last very long. After a couple minutes, his body stops twitching and the war criminal's lifeless corpse sways from side to side. As the Russian people cheer so loudly, their voices can be heard from miles away. Before we explore this next scenario, which is much more terrifying, we want to examine one other alternate scenario that might have played out if Hitler was captured at the end of World War II. This is not for the faint of heart, as it may give you nightmares. Hitler is captured by the Soviets and stands trial in Moscow. This is unfortunately giving him a chance to defend himself and a platform to spread his venomous hate of the Jewish people. As he explains what he did and why he did it, he appeals to some of the Russian people. He uses the trial not to try to defend what he did, but to justify it. Many don't give his words any credence, however his rhetoric speaks to a small number of Russian nationalists. In fact, even though Adolf Hitler is the reason so many of their fellow countrymen died, they now need someone new to blame for the state of their nation and to fight against. These extremists listen to Hitler's message and become even more radicalized. They band together with the Russian Liberation Army and start a larger Nazi movement in the Soviet Union. Allied leaders were always afraid that giving Hitler a platform to speak and defend himself was a mistake, but they never thought it could go this far. Uprisings begin forming across the Soviet Union. The country falls into chaos. In the turmoil that's unfolding, Adolf Hitler is broken out of prison by extremists. He's smuggled out of the country and joins other Nazi war criminals who've escaped Allied forces and now reside in South America. A new Nazi nation is secretly being built on the continent. With their leader freed from capture, the Nazis begin building a new army in the heart of South America. Hitler's time in captivity has only made him crazier and more bloodthirsty. He writes a sequel to Mein Kampf about his time in the Soviet prison. From it comes a new agenda. Adolf Hitler no longer wants to wage a racial war in just Europe, but across the entire world. He will crush every democratic and communist country on the planet. No one will be spared except for his Nazi brethren. Adolf Hitler calls on all of his old and new allies to join him in South America. From there, he launches a savage campaign into North America, and World War III begins. This is an extreme scenario, but one that might have come out of a very real fear that many Allied leaders had about giving Hitler a chance to defend himself at trial. Scenario 2. What if Hitler was captured by Allied forces in the middle of World War II? A small group of elite Allied soldiers hides in the dense trees of a German forest. The sound of an engine can be heard in the distance. The Allies received intel that Adolf Hitler would be traveling the secluded road today with only a small entourage of guards. The team was airdropped the previous night and is now waiting to ambush the jeep holding the Führer. The Nazi vehicle crests the hill. There are 4 men in it. Their target sits in the back. The Allied commander gives the signal and the soldiers get ready. As the jeep passes their position, they shoot out the tires. The vehicle swerves out of control and slams into a tree on the side of the road. The Allied soldiers spring out of the foliage and open fire on the men in front of the jeep. Their bullets shatter the windshield and rip through the Nazis in the front seats of the vehicle. The general who sits next to Hitler raises his machine gun and returns fire. The Allied soldiers dive for cover. From one of the treetops, a sniper peers through his scope. He holds his breath and pulls the trigger. The head of the Nazi general explodes as the bullet from his Springfield rifle passes through the German skull. Adolf Hitler scrambles for his pistol. He pulls the Walther P-38 out of its holster. Before he can turn to aim it, a Thompson machine gun is pressed to his skull. "Drop it or you die," the commander of the Allied forces hisses. Hitler lets go of the gun. It falls to the floor of the Jeep with a clank. The Allied soldiers drag the Führer from the Jeep and gag him. The Special Forces unit carefully makes their way through enemy territory. They must move fast, as it won't be long until the Nazis realize their leader has been kidnapped. The band of soldiers and the prisoner make it to a Nazi Air Force base. It's risky to try to steal a plane while also hauling the most wanted man in the world along with them, but it is the only way out. The men wait for a shift change. When the time's right, they run to one of the Heinkel HE-111 furthest away from the watchtower. The squad piles into the aircraft as they throw Hitler into the cargo hold. The commander uses the butt of his gun to knock the Führer as two men scramble into the cockpit. They start the engine and move toward the runway. In confusion, the Nazis try to identify who's taking the plane out for an unauthorized flight. It doesn't even cross their minds that Allied soldiers are the ones stealing the aircraft with Hitler aboard. The plane takes off and the Nazis finally realize something is terribly wrong. They open fire on the stolen Heinkel HE-111, but the Allies are already out of range. They fly across the North Sea and land in Great Britain. Adolf Hitler is put in prison, and the British inform the world that the monster who started World War II has been captured. However, this does not necessarily lead to a happy ending, as Nazi Germany is dominating the war in Europe, and since their leader is now in an Allied prison, someone else must take over the war effort. There are three men who could claim the Nazi throne and continue fighting Hitler's war. Unfortunately for the Allies, all three of these Nazis might be more competent leaders than Hitler. As it turns out, capturing Hitler is one of the worst things the Allies could have done in the middle of World War II. With the former Führer awaiting trial in Britain, Heinrich Himmler takes over as the leader of Nazi Germany. Himmler already had control over the Schutzstaffel and Gestapo, but now he controls every aspect of the Nazi military. He quickly begins to undo certain missteps that Hitler had taken while he was Führer. Himmler consolidates the Nazi military and reinforces the Eastern Front. Hitler had planned to invade the Soviet Union, but Himmler and many other military leaders see this as a mistake. Himmler uses his command over the SS and uses them as a secondary military force. Although he's hell-bent on carrying out the extermination of the Jewish people like the other Nazi officials, he sees that forces are needed elsewhere. By maintaining a strong defense along the Eastern Front and the English Channel, Himmler's able to keep the Allies to the north at bay. He sends a large force to aid Italy in defeating enemy forces in North Africa, where Hitler failed. Himmler succeeds and secures large amounts of oil and resources for Germany. This allows the Nazis to continue to build up their war machine with much fewer losses than if they'd invaded the Soviet Union. Hitler's capture in the middle of World War II was Germany's best-case scenario. By focusing its forces on one front at a time, the Nazis were able to secure victory in Europe and move on to the next phase of the war. If Himmler didn't rise to power, then Joseph Goebbels might have been the one to weasel his way into controlling the Nazi Party. Hitler had met with Goebbels just before he was captured and saw what the Minister for Public Enlightenment and Propaganda had in store over the coming months. Goebbels' new campaign to recruit more soldiers to the Nazi cause extends beyond Germany and into other countries in Europe. He seeks to unify people using scare tactics and uniting them behind a common enemy, the Jews. Goebbels recruits like-minded individuals from Spain, Portugal, and other European countries, including those who are part of the Allies alliance. He uses radio broadcasts while simultaneously dropping massive amounts of pro-Nazi pamphlets over major cities. His main goal is to keep morale high and a fresh flow of recruits coming to the Nazi ranks. He hands over the military aspect of the war to the others who have more experience and can make better decisions. Through Goebbels' mass propaganda campaign and the tactics of the military generals who are smarter than Hitler, Germany might have been able to increase its numbers and territory while the Führer rots in jail. Hermann Göring was Hitler's closest ally and friend when he rose to power in Germany. After Göring fell out of favor with the Führer over numerous bad military decisions, he started getting illusions of grandeur. He had been the commander-in-chief of the Luftwaffe, but with the former Führer out of the picture, Göring is now ready to take over all parts of the military and the Nazi Party as a whole. One of Göring's main obsessions is the final solution. Now that he's in charge of Germany, he ramps up the efforts to wipe out the Jewish people across Europe. It's a worst-case scenario for the Jews, as the new leader of the Nazis is just as hell-bent on genocide as Adolf Hitler was. However, Göring gets distracted easily and becomes more concerned with riches and prestige than actually winning a war. He continues to make bad military decisions and does not listen to his advisors. Others in the Nazi Party become frustrated with Göring and how he's running the country. They assassinate him, and someone else fills the power vacuum in Germany. None of these options would be good news for the rest of the world if Hitler was captured. Each successor had his own quirks, and they may even allow Germany to win the war. The capture of Adolf Hitler by the Allies in the middle of World War II might have actually been a bad thing. Regardless of who took over for Hitler, the fate of the former Führer would have been the same. Adolf Hitler sits in his cell, staring at the stone wall and thinking about where he went wrong. The smell of burning cigars fills the air as Hitler snaps out of his daydream. A gruff cough and the clearing of a throat causes Hitler to turn around. Standing on the other side of the bars is Winston Churchill. He has a look of disgust on his face and fire burning in his eyes. Churchill hates Adolf Hitler, maybe more than anyone else in the entire world. He's seen firsthand the destruction Germany had done to Europe. The bombings of Britain still sit at the forefront of his mind. He's brought with him a loaded pistol and still hasn't decided if he's going to use it or not. Churchill and the other Allied leaders decided that this man should stand trial for his crimes, but deep down Winston Churchill wants to be the one to put a bullet in his chest. The two men stare at each other. Churchill hacks up phlegm and spits on the floor in front of Hitler. This will not be merciful. Your trial will be swift. Your fate is already determined. I'll see you in hell. Churchill turns and leaves Adolf Hitler alone with his thoughts in the damp jail cell. Later that day, he's escorted to the National Courthouse. Adolf Hitler's trial is a short one. He's convicted of war crimes and crimes against humanity. He's sentenced to death. Days after he's found guilty, Adolf Hitler is executed. Britain does not make a spectacle of it. His body's loaded on a Royal Navy vessel and carried out to the Northern Atlantic. Sailors drop the weighted body into the frigid water. Winston Churchill stands on deck, smoke streaming out of his cigar, as he watches Hitler's body sink into the abyss. Scenario 3. What if Hitler was captured by Allied forces at the beginning of World War II? The Nazi Party has risen to power. Adolf Hitler is now the Führer of Germany, and he has plans to take over the world while committing mass genocide. Britain and France watch in disbelief as German forces launch into Poland. They understand that there is no time to mess around. This new leader of Germany must be stopped at all costs. Britain and France will not stand for the aggressive nature of the new German Führer. They immediately send forces into Poland and push the Nazis back. It's early 1939 and the German military is growing, but not yet strong enough to take on the combined might of France, Great Britain, and the Nordic countries. The Allied forces push the Germans back. They warn Italy that if they get involved, they will not hesitate to move forces into their country. The United States has been keeping a close eye on the situation, and although they initially decided to take an isolationist policy, it's determined that Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany pose too much of a threat to the stability of the world to be left alone. The US decides to aid European Allied forces in their endeavor to stop the mad dictator. With decisive action, Hitler doesn't have time to unify all of Germany behind him. Many of his tanks, aircraft, and naval vessels are still in the middle of being built. The Allied forces secure the borders surrounding Germany to make sure the Nazis can't expand outward. They then move in on all sides toward Berlin. Once the Allies reach the city, they place Adolf Hitler under arrest. There's a puppet government put in place to oversee the restructuring of Germany. Any Nazi sympathizers are quickly rounded up and tried for their unprovoked attack on Poland. As Allied intelligence digs deeper into the infrastructure of the Nazi Party, they uncover a number of alarming discoveries. Adolf Hitler and the Nazis were already starting to round up Jewish families and send them to concentration camps in the region. The Allies can't believe what the Nazis had planned. They immediately begin trying Hitler and others in the Nazi Party for crimes against humanity and sentencing them one by one. Originally, the plan had been to exile the Nazi leadership to a remote island where they could hurt no one but themselves. This would have been similar to how Napoleon was dealt with. But after seeing the genocidal tendencies of the Nazi Party, Allied leaders decide that Adolf Hitler cannot be left alive. He still has supporters across Germany and in other parts of the world. If he ever escaped captivity, he could reclaim his position as Führer of Germany, and the world would descend into chaos. It's decided then that the war crimes committed during the initial invasion of Poland is enough to sentence Adolf Hitler to death. He's hung for almost throwing the entire world into another war. His closest allies are also tried and hung, while many other Nazis are placed in jail for the remainder of their lives. Capturing Hitler at the beginning of World War II would have been a best-case scenario. In order to do so, Britain, France, and the US needed to step up and fight back early on. By cutting off the serpent's head at the beginning of the conflict, Nazi Germany might have been kept under control and eventually dismantled without a world war. After Hitler's capture and execution, the Nazi Party's hold on Germany falls apart. Others try to take Hitler's place, but it's too late. There's been a shift in power, and now outside forces are influencing the restructuring of the German government. Pro-democracy candidates are put into office, and Germany starts to look much more like France and Britain than its former dictatorship. This would have been the ideal outcome if Adolf Hitler was captured during World War II. The earlier he was put behind bars and tried for his crimes, the less damage he could do to Europe and the rest of the world. There may have been repercussions to his capture if the rest of the Nazi Party was not dealt with at the same time as the Führer, but if Hitler had been stopped in 1939, millions of lives could have been saved. That being said, there's no telling what would have happened if the Nazis had been stopped early on. Perhaps the Soviet Union would have amassed a huge army and invaded Europe. Or maybe an even worse dictator would have arisen in another country. The only thing we can be sure of is that if Adolf Hitler had been captured, he would have been put on trial and most likely executed. Here at the Infographics Show, we try to brainstorm all kinds of topics we think you'll find interesting, but it's even better when we get a great suggestion from our viewers. Viewer Robert suggested we cover the many attempts to assassinate Adolf Hitler. It's quite a story, so Robert, here's the video. July 20th, 1944 was a sweltering day at Germany's Eastern Front headquarters, near the town then known as Rostenburg, East Prussia. Weather is always a factor in war, but even though there was no battle at Rostenburg that day, the unpleasant heat would alter the course of history. Someone made the call that it was too hot to hold the high-level meeting in the concrete bunker within the so-called Wolf's Lair or Wolfschanze. Instead, they would meet in a wooden room with windows. You'd think that the Nazi leadership would be more vulnerable in the less fortified setting, but the change of venue may have saved Adolf Hitler's life, at least for a little while. Today was to be the culmination of an assassination plot by the German resistance, including several high-ranking military officers and civilians, that had been years in the making. Hitler had no idea there was a briefcase containing a bomb underneath the oak table just 2 seats down from him. Neither did anyone else in the room save the man who placed it there, Lieutenant Colonel Klaus Scheck von Stauffenberg, who excused himself on the pretext of making a phone call. At 12:42 p.m., the bomb went off and Stauffenberg hurried away to set the rest of the plan in motion. The July plot was only the latest of more than 30 assassination attempts against Hitler, both before and after he'd seized power. The Nazi dictator had literally been dodging bullets left and right. In 1921, an unknown person in a crowd took a shot at Hitler as he was speaking. 2 more shooting attempts followed in 1923. The first, also in a crowd, the second, a shot at the car Hitler was in. There were 4 attempts in 1932. The first in January was an attempted poisoning. Others dining with Hitler at Berlin's Hotel Kaiserhof contracted severe food poisoning. Hitler took ill as well, but wasn't as sick as the others, possibly because of his vegetarian diet. A few months later, someone fired a shot at the train carriage where Hitler was sitting. In June, a group planned to ambush Hitler's car, but without success. At a speech on July 29th, several people lobbed stones at him, one of which did hit him in the head, but not hard enough to take him out. In 1933, Karl Luttner, a communist and labor leader, plotted with others to kill Hitler by planting a bomb. The day before the election of March 5th, which brought Hitler to power, he was to deliver a public speech, and Luttner intended to use the opportunity to assassinate the Nazi leader before it was too late. But the authorities in what was still the Democratic Weimar Republic found out about the plan and arrested Luttner and his collaborators. Later that year, a separate group, never identified, dug a tunnel underneath a church in Potsdam where Hitler was scheduled to speak, accompanied by other Nazi leaders. Presumably, the tunnel would have been used to plant explosives had security forces not discovered it. As Hitler tightened his stranglehold over the German government, members of the right wing outside the Nazi circle also began to plot against him. Helmuth Mittlus, head of the radical middle-class party, joined forces with the retired Navy captain Hermann Ehrhardt to recruit 150 collaborators to infiltrate the SS. The plan was uncovered by the Gestapo, and most of the conspirators faced severe punishment. A few avoided discovery and remained in the army to continue the internal resistance. The Night of the Long Knives was a deadly purge of the SA, the Nazis' original core group, which was being sidelined in favor of the elite subgroup, the SS. Otto Strasser, a disaffected former Nazi whose brother was killed in the Night of the Long Knives, led other German exiles in Prague in the anti-Nazi Black Front. They carried out an unknown number of assassination attempts in the late 1930s. Joseph Goebbels named Strasser Germany's public enemy number 1. In 1938, the military intelligence chief Major General Hans Oster, along with several other military leaders, conspired to arrest Hitler if he reneged on his commitment not to invade Western Czechoslovakia, which the Nazis called the Sudetenland. They were counting on British support for this action, which they intended as a prelude to the reinstatement of Kaiser Wilhelm II. But when British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain acceded to Hitler's annexation of the Sudetenland, the conspirators lost their opportunity. And instead of coming across as an illegal warmonger, Hitler gained popular support in the German public. Members of the Oster plot would also continue as part of a secret resistance. Also in 1938, Maurice Bavaud, a Swiss national who held the bizarre belief that killing the Führer would also somehow bring down the Soviet government and restore Russia's Romanov dynasty, launched a one-man operation. He planned to gun down the dictator at a party in Munich, celebrating the anniversary of the Beer Hall Putsch, the Nazis' failed attempt to seize power in 1923. But he couldn't get a clear shot, and since he didn't want anyone else to die, he didn't fire. Bavout then traveled to Berchtesgaden, where he hoped that forged documents might get him closer to his target. He learned that Hitler was still in Munich, so Bavout tried to make his way back by train. He was arrested and confessed under interrogation by the Gestapo. Like several other would-be assassins, Bavout was executed by guillotine. The following year, the carpenter George Elser skillfully hid a bomb inside a wooden pillar ahead of time for the Beer Hall Putsch anniversary, and set it to go off at the customary time of the observance. But Hitler rushed for time, started and ended early, and was gone by the time the bomb exploded. Elser was caught, but the Gestapo kept him alive until almost the end of the war, believing that he must have been part of a conspiracy. If so, he didn't talk. Over time, the number of upper-level military leaders in the Wehrmacht with grievances against the Führer grew. Henning von Treschkow, part of the leadership in the German campaign against Russia, became the ringleader for Project Valkyrie, an elaborate plan to replace all of the Nazi leadership loyal to Hitler upon completion of an assassination. Following the fall of Stalingrad, Hitler paid a visit to the site in western Russia. Coup plotters considered simply shooting him while he was there, but that action was called off, in part because Himmler wasn't present. But there was a second strike in motion that went ahead. Treschkow asked Lieutenant Colonel Heinz Brandt, who would be flying with Hitler back to the headquarters in East Prussia, if he'd deliver a bottle of liqueur to a colleague. Brandt put the bottle in his luggage, unaware that it was a disguised bomb, which was timed to explode when the plane was over Minsk. But the bomb malfunctioned in the cold cargo hold. Learning that the plane had landed intact, Treschkow dispatched an aide to retrieve the bomb before it could be found out. In another attempt, Hitler, along with Himmler and Hermann Göring, commander of the Luftwaffe, were reviewing new winter uniforms. The handsome officer, Axel von den Busche, who was to serve as model, volunteered for the suicide mission to wear a bomb under the overcoat. But the planned meeting was delayed. The conspirators continued seeking a chance to kill all three leaders at a stroke. In the end, Stauffenberg was the only conspirator who could get close enough to the increasingly wary Führer, who by now had decided it was a good idea to wear a bulletproof vest. A veteran of both the African and Russian campaigns, Stauffenberg had lost a hand and an eye in battle. He was to carry out the assassination, but many others now were involved in another key aspect of the plan, which required a military coup by the German Reserve Army. The co-plotters in Berlin would use the assassination as a false flag operation, accusing the Nazi leadership of taking out Hitler themselves, providing a pretext for the overthrow, after which they would sue for peace and restore civilian government and the rule of law. But first, they had to kill the man who had led Germany down the ruinous path of war. Friedrich Fromm, the Reserve Army's commander-in-chief, had agreed to turn a blind eye to the actions of the conspirators, but he appointed Stauffenberg as his chief of staff, enabling close access to Hitler during meetings, without understanding the new subordinates' intentions. Stauffenberg was to carry a British-built briefcase bomb to the meeting at the Wolf's Lair. It was equipped with 2 explosive devices. After arriving at the fortress, Stauffenberg ducked away, saying he needed to change his shirt, but interruptions prevented him from arming both devices. He went ahead with the single bomb, though. The physics of a wooden porous room would make for a less deadly blast than the one that was sealed in concrete, so Stauffenberg made sure to sit as close to Hitler as he could, just 1 seat over. But this wasn't to be a suicide mission. After placing the briefcase under the table as close as he could manage, Stauffenberg slipped out, but once the spot at the table was empty, a colonel came to fill it, wanting a closer look at the maps being reviewed. Unknowingly, he kicked the briefcase behind a table leg. When the bomb went off, that made the difference. 1 person was killed instantly. 3 others later died of their injuries. Hitler was wounded. He suffered temporary paralysis and a dislocated arm. His buttocks were bruised and he had a broken eardrum. His pants were torn to shreds and his hair was a mess. But he lived, and that message was relayed to Berlin, preventing the coup. Hitler, who was now boasted of being immortal, gave the order that the conspirators should die like animals. They were hanged with meat hooks and piano wire. One account describes a prolonged torture, with the condemned repeatedly taken to the edge of death and then revived. The following year, the nightmare of the Nazi rule would end with the Soviet capture of Berlin, and Hitler would become his own last victim, shooting himself in the head rather than face justice for his crimes. In the early post-war years, German public opinion remained hostile to the conspirators in Operation Valkyrie, with most people considering them traitors. Meanwhile, following the Nuremberg trials, many rank-and-file Nazis received amnesty from the West German government. It took time, but Germans did come to confront their complicity in Nazi atrocities, and the view of the German resistance began to change. In the early 21st century, only a small minority of Germans polled held negative views of the resistance, who are now officially memorialized. Perhaps the greatest symbol of respect for the resistance fighters comes in a ceremony every year, when new recruits to the German military are sworn in on July 20th. The date is Thursday, October 29, 1914. The Great War, the war to end all wars, rages across Europe and has become a quagmire of trenches dug along hundreds of miles of Central Europe. Artillery barrages sweep from side to side, attempting to drive out the men in those trenches, and victories are measured in inches taken by one side or the other. Always, though, the men return back to their holes, huddling in cold, wet mud as enemy artillery takes revenge for the latest assault. Tens of thousands have already died, and today, fresh recruits move to reinforce the German lines. The men are recently drafted from across Germany's poorer areas, and together make up the 3,000-strong 16th Bavarian Reserve Infantry Regiment. A messenger arrives on horseback bearing critical news. The British have managed to break through German lines, and if they're not stopped, a large part of the front could collapse. The regiment's commanding officer makes a quick decision and barks out orders to his sub-commanders, who blow on whistles to order the men up onto their feet and marching forward at double time. The soldiers hurry the best they can through a forest shattered by artillery barrages and thick with mud, marching to close the gap exploited by the British before a total collapse of this part of the front risks the collapse of Germany's front lines. Through the smoke and fog, though the men of the regiments flanking the Bavarian regiment's march catch only glimpses of gray-green caps, which look from a distance and through a haze a lot like British uniforms. Alarmed, they begin to open fire, unknowingly decimating entire swaths of their own troops. By the time the terrible mistake is realized, the thousands of soldiers are reduced to a few hundred survivors, and in one company, there's only a single man left standing, a 26-year-old soldier by the name of Adolf Hitler. History has well documented the tragedy of Hitler's survival that fateful day, a deed which he repeated numerous times throughout the war, cheating death by incredible margins. Once, he was ordered out of a tent where military awards were being presented, only for an artillery shell to strike the tent and reduce it to a crater, with Hitler just outside it. Another time, a gas attack strikes amongst his line, yet Hitler manages to avoid the worst effects of the gas and is only temporarily blinded. While other survivors of the gas succumb by the thousands to disease and injury, Hitler makes a complete recovery and is once more back on the front lines, where another exploding artillery shell buries shrapnel in his leg, but leaves his body whole and otherwise unharmed. For all intents and purposes, Hitler was invincible, uncannily dodging the wrath of a Grim Reaper who every day claimed thousands. As we look at the world that arose from the ashes of World War II, we're prone to asking how much of the peace of the last 80 years would have existed if Hitler had never driven the world into its last major confrontation. War has not been abolished. 5 minutes on any news program will quickly remind you of that fact. Yet the truth is that war between major powers has not occurred since the end of World War II. And after centuries, millennia even, of incessant conflict between major states and empires, it's hard to believe that without World War II's terrible consequences and the ensuing political order, humanity would have simply given up on its lifelong hobby of killing each other as frequently as possible. The fruits that were fertilized in the ashes of World War II have shaped a new world that would be completely alien to any human being born before the 20th century. A world where major powers pursue diplomacy over war and imperial ambitions are kept in check by a strong alliance of liberal democracies. World War II gave us the United Nations, an agency that rose from the rubble of the League of Nations, and gave it a grim determination to avoid conflict thanks to the League's many failures. Without World War II, the world's first attempt to unify its governments would have failed, and the old order of shifting alliances and constant conflict would have returned. The war also gave us two rival superpowers who held the planet at risk of total annihilation for decades. Yet it's important to note that it was the two specific superpowers who rose to prominence, the United States and the Soviet Union. Two opposing ideologies, democracy versus communism. In a world where violence between communists, federalists, imperialists, and Democrats had raged for decades. In Germany alone, political groups split between the left and the right had been killing themselves for years after the fall of the Kaiser and his empire. And the violence repeated across the whole of Europe as communism found allies in parties of workers oppressed and exploited by runaway capitalism. It's easy for modern observers to be ignorant of the extreme violence between these two ideologies and of the consequence of the two major powers arising from World War II with the means to annihilate each other along with the world, and both radically shifted on opposite ends of the political spectrum. Yet again, it was specifically the United States and the Soviet Union who arose from World War II, two powers who were almost equally matched in every regard. The United States maintained a nuclear advantage while the Soviet Union maintained a conventional power advantage. Both sides found themselves facing the threat of total defeat in any conflict, and thus an equilibrium was achieved. One which actively prevented all-out hostilities on several occasions and rescued the world from Armageddon during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Without Hitler, it's unlikely that it would have been the evenly matched Soviet Union and the United States who rose to prominence, and this imbalance would almost certainly have led to all-out conflict, either because one side believed itself capable of achieving complete victory through nuclear weapons, or because the weaker side believed it would be forever dominated if it did not strike first with nuclear weapons, while it could still potentially win the conflict. There would have existed a tipping point in history between the two rivals, where the larger power reached a point that if the smaller power did not act immediately, it would never again be able to act to overthrow it. The larger power would have also been aware of this point, would have been aware of its approach, and would have had every incentive to launch a surprise attack on the smaller power first in order to annihilate it. The world would have gone up in nuclear fire. This point existed also between the US and the Soviet Union. Sometime around the mid-1950s, when the Soviet Union began the mass production of atomic weapons and testing on long-range rockets to deliver them intercontinentally. The US was itself greatly behind the Soviets in rocket technology, but had far surpassed them in long-range bombers. If the Soviet Union closed the nuclear gap by developing intercontinental ballistic missiles, it would forever eliminate the US's only nuclear advantage over the Soviet Union. Many within the American military argued for a surprise nuclear attack on the Soviet Union, believing that war was ultimately unavoidable and that this might be the only chance to win it with minimal damage to the United States. Sure, Europe would be reduced to nuclear rubble, but only a few American cities could possibly be hit by Russian long-range bombers, and even this was unlikely. The Soviet Union would be crushed under nuclear rubble, and the world would be free of the threat of a major all-out nuclear war forever, even if it cost the whole of Europe. Thankfully, the American presidents didn't listen to their military commanders, and of course we now understand the consequences of nuclear war far better than we did back then. We know, for instance, that while the United States would have been completely spared any atomic attacks, it and the rest of the world would have been starved to death in the ensuing nuclear winter as trillions of tons of debris shrouded the world for years. We know that global weather patterns would have eventually carried massive plumes of radioactive fallout as far as the American East Coast, potentially making large swaths of the eastern seaboard uninhabitable for decades, perhaps longer. The world would die a cold, dark death, and the survivors would find little land free of the poison of radiation on which to grow their crops once the sun returned a decade or more later. It was Hitler and his rise to power and the war and atrocities he committed that gave pause to the American presidents being compelled to strike out at the Soviet Union. But it was also the fact that their enemy was in fact the Soviet Union, a nation powerful enough to have a level of parity with the United States. Once more, had it not been these two specific nations that rose from World War II, the odds of an uneven matched set of superpowers are almost a certainty. But who could have arisen? Without Hitler, Germany's fate could have taken a threefold path. The constitutional democracy that arose after the fall of the Kaiser was unstable, and the president tried daily to maintain a balance between the opposing political parties. Democratic socialists and full-blown communists made up a large segment of the left seats in the German parliament, and hardline Nazis and imperialist nationalists made up equally large segments in the right seats in parliament. Not only were the two sides opposed to each other, the parties were all completely opposed to one another as well, leaving German democracy so unstable that 2 elections were called for in 1932 alone. This leaves the possibility of three paths for Germany without Hitler. Germany could have become a strong liberal democracy, which would have found itself closely allied with the democracies of Britain and France. This would have left the entirety of Western Europe in direct opposition to the expansion of communist Eastern Europe. Without a world war to weaken Germany and draw the United States into European affairs, the US would have remained as it was at the outbreak of World War II, isolationist and content to let Europe fight out its own problems. Hostilities between East and West were all but inevitable, and even during World War II, the British considered for the entirety of the war launching offensives against the Soviet Union after the fall of Germany. Hitler was fully aware of these hostilities, and when he launched his famous counterattack against the Allies pressing into Germany, which resulted in iconic battles such as the Battle of the Bulge, his strategy had in fact been not to completely defeat the British and Americans, but to hand them such a defeat just large enough that they agreed to a ceasefire. After the ceasefire, he hoped to talk the two sides into joining him against the Soviet Union, and was confident enough in this plan to consider it a likely path to a German exit from World War II. With a German liberal democracy, World War II may have been postponed a few years, but would have still taken place, albeit without the United States involving itself. Given Germany's initial lead in developing the nuclear bomb, the West would have used these bombs the moment they became available, devastating the European countryside. With its vast reserves of manpower, though, the Soviets could have held out long enough for their spies to steal the secrets of the bomb and respond with their own in a few years. The devastating nuclear escalation would have led to a global climate catastrophe. Germany, however, could also have become an imperialist state once again. The German president during the early 1930s, Paul von Hindenburg, actually made Hitler chancellor because he expected Hitler to crush his political rivals and place the nation back on the path to imperialism. This historical outcome would very closely match a Germany of a third option, one where Hitler died in World War I and the Nazi Party gave the chancellorship to a much more competent and psychologically stable man. With Germany rising once more as an imperial power or as a fascist state with a more capable version of Hitler, it's indubitable that the nation would have launched the same offensives as it did the days before the official start of World War II. This would have prompted the same response from Britain and France and the same start to World War II. The difference this time, however, would have been a military leader who respected the opinions of his generals, who would not have foolishly launched an attack against the Soviet Union until it had secured Western Europe completely, and who would have practiced war with a more careful and tactfully sound approach. A more capable German Führer, or Kaiser, for example, would not have called for a halt to the German forces on their way to completely crush the British as they tried to flee at Dunkirk. A strategic mistake by Hitler, which would have irrevocably changed the course of the war for the Allies for the worse. Without Hitler and the rise of a capable Führer or Kaiser, Germany would have been an unstoppable war machine, which would have crushed the Allies before the United States could join the fight. Then, Germany could have turned its full might against the Soviet Union, which, facing only roughly half of Germany's power, still suffered near defeat in our real World War II. Facing the full strength of the Wehrmacht alone, the Soviets would have quickly fallen, and the German Empire or Third Reich would lay claim to all of Europe. Britain, France, the Soviet Union, and countless other European nations would exist only as governments in exile inside the United States. A different Cold War would have fallen on the planet, one where the United States faced off across the Atlantic against a Germany far more powerful than itself. Its only choice being nuclear war now or total and complete subjugation forever. The Holy Bible states that God works all things for good, and given the possibilities of a Germany without Hitler, it can be hard to argue that indeed history did turn out for the best despite the horrors of World War II. Millions of lives were lost, yet in the killing, it's likely that billions of lives were saved. And instead of a war of nuclear annihilation or a continuation of the incessant warmongering between major powers, we inherited a world of relative international peace. Our conflicts between major powers limited to small proxy wars in faraway corners of the world, and largely cultural and economic in nature. We never thought we'd say this, but thank God for Hitler. Stefan Novak's heart beats rapidly in his chest as he approaches the Nazi checkpoint. Heavily armored SS soldiers check each person's papers before they're allowed to enter the heart of the Nazi Empire. Stefan watches in horror as a man is pulled from the line screaming. He's thrown to the ground. The man pleads with the Nazis to spare his life, that the Star of David burned into his arm was just a mistake. He really isn't Jewish. But the Nazis don't listen. The commander pulls his pistol out of its holster and shoots the man in the chest. Stefan shows no emotion as he watches the innocent man die. He knows that if he's going to successfully infiltrate the lands of the Third Reich, he needs to maintain his cover. Stefan has been working tirelessly to assume his new identity, one that will allow him to move freely across the European continent, which is now completely controlled by Adolf Hitler. Before the Nazis won the war in Europe, Stefan was a resistance fighter in the Polish army, but now there is no war to fight. The Nazis have full control of Europe, and Stefan only has one thing on his mind: to find his wife and daughter before they're worked to death in a concentration camp, or executed for being related to an enemy of the Nazi state. As the war came to an end, Stefan received word from Polish underground forces that his wife and daughter had been taken by the Nazis and put on a train to work in one of the slave camps somewhere in the empire. He immediately called in all of his favors to secure fake documents and uncover as much of his information on his family's whereabouts as possible. The good news is he knows where to start his search. The bad news is that the start point is in Berlin, the heart of the Nazi Empire. Stefan reaches the front of the line. The Nazi soldier asks for his papers. He keeps his eyes on the ground as a sign of fear, even though he would be more than capable of snapping the Nazi's neck and taking out a few of his comrades in the process. But he must remain undercover if he has any hope of locating his wife and daughter. The soldier is quiet for a moment as he looks over the papers. "What business do you have in the capital?" the Nazi asks. "I wish to give my life to the Third Reich. I was a stonemason before the war, and I know the Fuhrer is in need of hard-working men to complete his vision for Germania," Stefan replies. The Nazi grunts. "Polish scum," he says. "Very well, continue on." The Nazi slams Stefan's papers into his chest, slightly pushing him backward, and points to where he should go. It takes everything Stefan has not to punch the Nazi in the face, but he knows what the consequences of such an action would be. He continues through the checkpoint and boards a bus for Berlin. The bus drives through the Nazi countryside. It looks untouched by the war. The Nazis work quickly, and it's helped that they now have a gigantic pool of slave labor to pull from in order to rebuild their roads and buildings. Anyone who does not conform to Hitler's vision of the Aryan race is treated as a second-class citizen. Anyone belonging to ethnic minority groups such as the Jews are enslaved and either worked to death or killed as part of the Nazis' mass genocide program. The bus enters what was once Berlin. The city has been transformed into Hitler's megacity called Germania. Everywhere Stefan looks, he sees statues dedicated to Nazi leaders and generals. Grand buildings made of marble quarried by slaves rise from the ground like mountains. The city seems to have popped up overnight thanks to the millions of forced laborers Hitler and his architects had at their disposal. The sight of swastikas and Nazi symbols on every building and street corner makes Stefan sick. The bus comes to a stop in the heart of the city. Stefan gets off. He has instructions from one of the informants in the Polish underground network to pick up more information on the whereabouts of his family in a newly constructed housing complex. He heads there immediately and finds a small eagle representing the Polish coat of arms etched into one of the stones of the building. Stefan pushes the stone. It moves slightly to reveal a hidden compartment. In it is a set of papers that indicate his wife and daughter have been sent to the east. Early in the war, the Nazis reached an agreement with the Soviet Union, saying that they would stay out of the war in exchange for Hitler not invading their country. Hitler had no intention of upholding his end of the bargain, but he needed time to focus his efforts on defeating the Allied forces in France. Once this mission was complete, he launched Operation Sea Lion across the English Channel into Britain. The Allied forces in Britain were still recovering from the Dunkirk invasion and were no match for the Nazi blitzkrieg. Britain fell soon after. Now it's ruled by Hermann Göring, one of Hitler's top generals and good friends. Göring is a monster who has turned Britain into his own private island. He has luxury goods imported from around the empire and throws lavish parties for his Nazi comrades in what was once Buckingham Palace. Resources from Britain are sent back to Germany as tribute to Hitler, but for all intents and purposes, Göring is the new King of England. He must do exactly what the Fuhrer orders. But in return, he has free reign of the British Isles and is quickly stripping them of their resources while oppressing their people. As soon as Hitler controlled all of Western Europe and defeated British military forces, he turned his attention toward the Soviet Union. The Nazis coordinated an attack with Japan, who struck from the west, while their forces pushed across Eastern Europe and into Russia from the opposite direction. All Hitler really wanted was the territory up to the Ural Mountains. Eventually, he would take over the world, but this would complete the first stage of his plan and put all of Europe under his control. Stefan puts the stone back in its place and heads to the train station, where he purchases a ticket for the Nazi territories in what was once the Soviet Union. When Hitler defeated the Allies in Europe, he annexed Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and Finland. Most of the populations in these regions conformed to his definition of what the human race should look like. There were resistance fighters who tried to protect the freedom of all peoples in these nations, but they were quickly disposed of by the SS. Now the Dutch and Scandinavian governments are puppets for Hitler to do with as he pleases. However, the people in the former Soviet Union aren't so lucky. Stefan looks out the window of the train car as the lands east of Germany seem more like hell than earth. The landscape has been ravaged for its resources. Hitler had no intentions of incorporating the people of the Soviet Union into his empire. All he wants to do is use them as slave labor and harvest the oil, metal, and timber from their land. Stefan feels sick to his stomach as he passes ghost town after ghost town. Buildings are in ruin from the war. People are living in houses missing entire walls. After days of traveling, the train jerks to a stop and Stefan gets off. The air is cold, but the smell of smoke fills his nose. He looks down the road and sees the fencing of a work camp where thousands of people are being held. He follows the procession of new laborers that were on board the train with him, but at the last minute ducks into a thick patch of bushes that sits on the edge of the tree line. He waits for the Nazi guards who are escorting the group to enter the camp before he starts making his way toward the fencing. Stefan peers into the camp. SS and newly conscripted Russian soldiers who are sympathetic to the Nazi cause shout out orders at the workers. Many are malnourished or are nothing but skin and bone. Anyone who's seen by the Nazis as having an inferior bloodline or belonging to an ethnic minority is used for slave labor. Unfortunately, this constitutes anyone from Russia. Stefan makes eye contact with one of the men walking toward the barracks. The man's face is covered in dirt. He can barely stand up straight from exhaustion. Stefan recognizes this man. He was a soldier in the resistance. They had conducted a few missions together. The former ally looks around to see if anyone's watching and then makes his way to the fence. "Stefan, what are you doing here?" he whispers. "I'm looking for Tony and my daughter. An informant told me they've been taken to this camp." The man's expression becomes even more somber. He shakes his head back and forth. "I'm so very sorry, Stefan," he says. "Your wife and daughter were loaded into a transport a week ago. The Nazis are diverting people to the coast of France as they plan for the attack on the United States." Stefan's heart breaks. He's silent for a moment. How were they? Had they been hurt by these Nazi bastards? "No," the man on the other side of the fence responds. "They were weak, like all of us, but they were in relatively good health when they left. I'm sorry, Stefan. I wish I had better." Suddenly, a gunshot rings out. The former resistance fighter's eyes open wide. Stefan reaches out through the fence to steady him. Blood trickles from the man's mouth as he falls to the ground. Stefan looks up. Several Nazi guards are running toward him with their guns raised. Stefan turns and sprints to the forest. He weaves through the trees, trying to put as much distance between him and the Nazi camp as possible. He hears the sounds of dogs barking and men shouting from behind him. Stefan pushes his body as far as it'll go. He knows that if he's captured, his hopes of seeing his wife and child again would be crushed. Stefan spots a tree with thick branches and abundant foliage. He darts toward it and leaps off the ground, grabbing onto one of the branches. He begins to climb higher and higher into the tree. If he can hide there until the Nazis pass, he may be able to get out of this alive. Moments later, several dogs appear. They bark and growl as they run past the tree Stefan is hiding in. He lets out a sigh of relief, but it's premature. The dogs realize they've lost his scent and backtrack toward the tree he's hiding in. They begin sniffing all around the tree. The Nazi soldiers catch up and begin looking for Stefan. He closes his eyes and prays he's not discovered. Yelling can be heard from another part of the forest. The Nazis turn their heads to listen. They give new commands to the dogs, who stop sniffing around the tree and sprint toward the sound of the shouting. The Nazi soldiers follow. Stefan stays in the tree for what feels like hours. When he finally climbs down, the sun is set and the frigid night air is quiet. He makes his way back toward the train tracks, where he waits for a transport to pass by. The sound of a locomotive can be heard off in the distance. Then a behemoth of a train comes into view. Stefan runs out of the forest as fast as he can. He times his jump perfectly and grabs onto one of the handles of the train. It takes every ounce of strength, but Stefan manages to slide the car door open and falls into the train car. It's carrying supplies toward Western Europe, where they'll be used to launch an attack across the Atlantic. The clicking and clacking of the train on the tracks is like a lullaby. Stefan doesn't know exactly where this train is headed, but he knows it's at least bringing him closer to finding his wife and child. Stefan blacks out from exhaustion. When he awakes, the train is still crossing the former Soviet Union. By the angle of the sun, it seems as if it's traveling due west, but slightly to the south. This isn't ideal, but he is relatively safe on board the train, and he knows it'll eventually make its way to the west coast to deliver the supplies. Several more days go by. Stefan survives off of stores of grain that have been packed aboard the train. Whenever it rains, he catches the precious liquid in a Nazi helmet he found in one of the crates. As the sun rises a week after he snuck aboard the train, an ominous sight comes into view. In the distance, Stefan can see gigantic snow-covered peaks jutting up from the landscape. He knows these must be the Alps. He's now in a newly formed Roman Empire. As the train travels through the countryside, Stefan sees a mix of Nazi and Italian soldiers at different checkpoints. When Hitler conquered Northern Europe and the Western Soviet Union, he allowed Mussolini to control the lands that were once under the control of the Roman Empire. However, it's clear that Mussolini is not really in control. In fact, he isn't even allowed to make his own decisions. He almost cost the Nazis the war in southern Europe, and now Hitler uses him as a figurehead while he controls the nation. There's been recent contention between the Italian puppet government and Hitler, as the Italians try to hold on to their Roman Catholic religion. Hitler, on the other hand, wants to dismantle Christianity and organized religion completely. His tension has caused the Nazis to deploy forces around the new Roman Empire to make the transition to a state ideology go more smoothly. Hitler is adamant that the only allegiance and belief system anyone in his empire should have is to him and the Nazi Party. The train Stefan is hiding on reaches the coast of what was once southern France. He looks across the Mediterranean. On the other side of these waters is northern Africa, which is also under the control of the Nazis. Once the Allied forces in Europe were defeated, the Nazi army faced little to no resistance while invading other parts of the world. Hitler had no interest in building up infrastructure in North Africa, but he's incredibly interested in its resources, especially oil. Stefan closes his eyes and thinks about his wife and daughter. His train has now begun to travel northwest. Soon it'll reach the western coast of Hitler's empire. After the Nazis defeated Britain and the Soviet Union, Hitler turned his attention towards Spain. He appreciated what Francisco Franco was doing in the country, but there could only be one dictator in Europe, and it was going to be him. Hitler ordered his Luftwaffe to carry out bombing runs on key targets in Spain and Portugal, followed by a series of infantry invasions. Both countries quickly fell, and Franco's pleas to remain the leader of Spain fell on deaf ears. As a sign of respect for his fellow dictator, Hitler did not execute Franco but exiled him to South America instead. The Nazis immediately began constructing railways through the country all the way to the Strait of Gibraltar, where a massive fortress was created to guard the entrance to the Mediterranean. New docks were also created to allow for easy transportation of goods and natural resources from Africa onto mainland Europe. Stefan feels the train begin to slow and prepares to jump off before it reaches the station. This is no ordinary Nazi outpost. The final destination of this train is Brest, in what used to be France. It's from this region that Hitler will launch his aerial assault of the eastern United States. The Brittany Peninsula has been converted into one big airfield full of America bombers and other long-range aircraft. Stefan tucks and rolls off the train right before it crosses into a heavily guarded train yard where the supplies aboard will be offloaded. The French countryside has been completely demolished, and in its place are factories and airfields as far as anyone can see. Trains and transports run constantly from Germany to the western coast of Europe, as the only real threat to Hitler's domination of the world is the US. Many French people have been enlisted to aid in the war effort. Their armies fell quickly after the initial invasion of the country by the Nazi panzer and infantry divisions. Stefan breaks into a nearby house to steal clothing and food before setting out to locate his wife and daughter in the various work camps in the area. He's surprised to find a Nazi SS uniform in one of the drawers, and even though the outfit goes against everything he stands for, he puts it on, as brown cloth with the swastika stitched on the arm will allow him to move freely to search for his family. A belt with a holster hangs on the back of one of the doors. In the holster is a Luger with a full clip. Stefan knows if he has to use the pistol, it'll likely be the last thing he ever does, but having a weapon might come in handy if he runs into serious trouble. The new reality of Hitler's Europe is that no matter where anyone goes, there are always concentration camps set up to provide a free source of labor. The main group of people in the camps are Eastern Europeans and prisoners of war. Hitler's empire will always need workers, so the mass extermination of people has slowed slightly. Hitler knows that with an almost unlimited amount of free manpower and resources pouring in from all of his newly acquired territories, he can make any of his sick dreams a reality. Stefan makes his way from camp to camp, careful to interact with as few Nazis as possible. Each time he enters a new area, he tries to remain calm and conduct a thorough search for his family. After days of searching, Stefan feels defeated. He knows he can't give up, but the pain and suffering he's witnessed is enough to drive him mad. The individuals in each work camp are treated more like animals than people. They're starving and overworked. He'll not give up, but with every camp he enters, he loses a little bit of himself. Stefan is about to call it a day when he sees a young girl with her back to him. She's holding on the fence, looking out across a field. Stefan slowly approaches her. "Anna?" he whispers. The girl turns around, tears streaming down her face. It is his daughter. Stefan resists the urge to wrap his arms around her so he doesn't look suspicious. "Papa?" the girl asks. Stefan's eyes begin to water. "It's me. I'm going to get you out of here, but we have to pretend we don't know each other." His daughter stares at him. She can't believe her father is really there. She squints as she looks at his Nazi uniform. Stefan understands. "It's only a disguise, my love, so that I can find you and your mother." He pauses for a moment to look around. "Anna, where is your mother?" His daughter begins to sob. "They took her," she manages to blurt out. "Mama refused to do any more work for the Nazis. She spat in one of their faces and was taken away. I think they're going to kill her." Stefan's eyes open wide. "Where did they take her?" he asked. His daughter points to the other side of the fence where she's been staring previously. Stefan can just barely make out a group of figures standing in a straight line. Clustered in front of them are several Nazis. They hold their weapons by their side, but it is clear what's about to happen. "Come with me," Stefan tells his daughter. They walk quickly toward a jeep parked outside one of the mess halls. Stefan holds his breath as he looks at the steering wheel. The keys are in the ignition. "Get in the back and cover yourself with a blanket on the seat," he says to Anna. She does as she's told. Once his daughter is safely hidden, Stefan slides into the driver's seat of the jeep and turns the key. The engine roars to life. From inside the mess hall, Stefan can hear plates clatter and voices yelling. The sound of the engine alerts the Nazis that something is wrong. He must get to his wife before she's executed or he and his daughter are captured. Stefan floors the jeep and speeds toward the gate. The crack of gunshots ring out behind him as the Nazis flood out of the mess hall and open fire. The guards at the gate raise their machine guns and shoot at the incoming vehicle. Stefan unholsters the Luger he stole and returns fire. He holds his breath to steady his aim and focuses. His resistance training immediately kicks in. He buries around in the chest of one of the guards and sends the second diving for cover. Stefan pushes the accelerator down so hard he feels as if his foot might go through the floor of the jeep. The vehicle slams through the gate and veers down the dirt road. Stefan turns the wheel hard and steers toward the row of prisoners who are about to be executed in the field. The Nazi guards watch the incoming jeep, unsure of what's going on. Then they see their comrades in pursuit from the work camp. Before they can raise their guns at the jeep, it's upon him. Stefan hits several of the Nazi soldiers as he skids to a stop, sending the men flying through the air. There are now only 2 soldiers remaining. They unleash a barrage of bullets into the side of the jeep. Stefan rolls out onto the ground. He pops up from behind the door and returns fire. He hits one of the Nazis in the stomach. The man falls to the ground. Stefan turns the pistol on the second Nazi and pulls the trigger, but instead of firing, there's only a click. The gun is jammed. Stefan ducks back behind the jeep just as the Nazis open fire again. The bullets ricochet off the metal frame of the vehicle. Stefan crawls to the side of the jeep. He waits for the Nazi to run out of bullets. When the firing ceases, Stefan hears the soldier begin to reload. He sprints out from behind the vehicle and runs straight to the enemy. He tackles the man to the ground, punching him as hard as he can in the face. His fist connects with the Nazi's nose, shattering it and knocking the soldier out. Stefan pants as he regains control of his body and slows his heartbeat. Then he hears a familiar voice. "Stefan, is that you?" He looks up to see his wife. She has a shocked look on her face, but when their eyes meet, she smiles and places a hand gently on his cheek. "I knew you'd come," she says. Stefan stands and embraces her for a moment. The shouts of the Nazi soldiers running toward them breaks the joyful moment and brings them back to reality. "Come on," Stefan says, signaling to the jeep. Stefan, his wife, and the other prisoners who were to be executed pile into the vehicle. Anna hugs her mother. The jeep drives away, leaving the Nazis in the dust. Stefan and the escapees have a long way to go to get out of Nazi-controlled Europe, but he's now reunited with his family, and he'll do anything to make sure they get to safety. For most of World War II, Italy was Adolf Hitler's ally. But then, seemingly overnight, the Italians betrayed him. They would pay dearly for such insolence. But why did Italy betray Hitler in the first place? You'd think it'd be on moral grounds for the atrocities he committed, but that's not the real reason. In fact, from entering the war to betraying the Nazis, Italy's World War II involvement was questionably bizarre. The entrance of Italy into World War II was a little shady for a couple reasons. The first was obviously that they sided with the Nazis, but the second had to do more with the timing. When Italy joined the war, it looked like Germany was going to win. Italy had been holding out for a bit and seemed to be hedging their bets. It wasn't until Mussolini and the other members of the Italian government thought that Hitler was going to win the war that they decided to throw their support behind him. When France fell, it seemed like joining the Germans in their conquest of Europe was a safe bet. Italian leaders hoped that by joining what looked like the winning side, they would be rewarded with land and the spoils of war. It seems that Italy was more interested in gaining power for itself than the morality of what was being fought over during World War II. However, that can be said about many of the countries involved in the conflict. If the beginning of World War II had been different, and the Allies looked like they were going to win, Italy's decision of which side to join may have been very different. But that's not what happened, and in 1939, Italy signed the Pact of Steel with Germany, making them part of the Axis powers. 4 years later, on October 13, 1943, Italy would betray their former ally and switch sides to fight alongside the Allied forces to defeat Hitler. But how did they go from backing one of the world's most terrible genocidal maniacs to joining the Allies? There were several key factors, but surprisingly most had to do with the way Italy viewed itself. As soon as Italy entered World War II, they were in trouble. Benito Mussolini ruled the country as a dictator, which many people were in favor of at the time. What the Italians seemed to want more than anything else was a powerful Italy. Mussolini was the man who promised he could provide this, so much of the population went along with his fascist agenda. One of the many problems Mussolini had with running the country and fighting the war was that he cared more about loyalty than experience when it came to appointing generals and military leaders. This led to some dire consequences for Italy during World War II and was the first step in what would eventually lead to their betrayal of Hitler and the Axis powers. Once Italy joined the war, they immediately sent forces to invade Greece, the Balkans, and North Africa. The only problem was that the British already had a military presence in parts of these regions. The British would do whatever it took to defend the Suez Canal and protect their oil supply coming from the Persian Gulf. If they lost this vital resource, Britain would be in a real danger of falling to the Axis powers. A large Italian force of over 100,000 men entered North Africa and were greeted by an army of around 36,000 British soldiers. The odds were in Italy's favor, but due to a lack of adequate training and leadership, the British were able to push the Italian forces back. In fact, by the end of Italy's campaign in North Africa, the Allies had captured around 130,000 Italian soldiers. This was not only a huge defeat for Italy early on in the war, but completely embarrassing and demoralizing for the country. Things in North Africa were so bad that Hitler had to send his own forces into the region to help out Italy. With the loss of so many soldiers in such a short time, the Italian leadership outside of Mussolini and his inner circle began to question if they'd chosen the right side. This dissent among Italian leadership would later lead to the betrayal of Hitler and the Nazis. And the embarrassment was not just felt in the military, but in every Italian who supported Mussolini and his decision to join Hitler. Many citizens supported the war effort to make their nation more powerful and to gain more land and resources for the country. But that would not happen if the military couldn't get their act together. Although Mussolini might have made the trains run on time, other parts of Italy's manufacturing infrastructure was far behind the rest of the world. The factories had a hard time getting the materials they needed, and when they did, Allied forces would bomb their buildings and set the Italian war machine back even further. Basically, Italy slowly realized it was in over its head. They were outmatched by most of the other players in the war, and although Hitler and his country were a force to be reckoned with, Germany was not able to send men and resources that Italy needed to get themselves back into the war after several defeats. Hitler's forces were now fighting the war on multiple fronts, and if the Axis powers were going to win, they needed Italy to start pulling their weight. There were also clear signs of unrest within the general populace of Italy just before the decision to betray Hitler was made. In 1943, only months before Italy would turn on their ally, a strike in the factories of Milan and Turin began. All the workers wanted were evacuation allowances for their families. The Italian people were starving, and hundreds of thousands of citizens were fleeing the cities and battle-stricken areas for the countryside. It was clear that Italian morale was incredibly low, and that many of the working class now wanted to get out of the war. Not everyone in Italy supported joining the Nazi forces in the first place, but the vast majority supported their dictator even if they didn't agree with what Hitler was doing. However, all that changed when it became clear Italy would not end up being the powerful nation its leaders had hoped for as a result of its allying the country with Germany. The citizens were demoralized and disgruntled. The military was in shambles, and Mussolini himself seemed to care less and less about the outcome of the war. It was at this point that the leaders of Italy realized a change was needed. It was time to get rid of Mussolini and to join the winning side. The Italians were now on the cusp of betraying the Nazis, and there was just one more thing that needed to be done. By the middle of 1943, the Italians had been beaten on and off the battlefield. The once proud nation was slowly falling apart. The Allies had already invaded southern Italy and controlled Sicily, and it was becoming clear that Hitler and the Nazis were not going to win the war after all. So the Italian government decided to jump ship and try to salvage what they could. Practically everyone, from members of the government to the average citizen, had lost faith in Mussolini and his ideologies. An emergency meeting was held on July 25, 1943, where Benito Mussolini was voted out of office by his very own Grand Council. The moment that he left the building to meet with King Vittorio Emanuele, Mussolini was put under arrest. Surprisingly, Mussolini showed very little emotion and seemed to not care that he was being booted out of power. But there was still time to save Italy as a whole if the new leadership could figure out a way to betray Hitler and join the Allies without giving away too much of their own power. The Italian government made General Pietro Badoglio prime minister of the country. Badoglio had been Mussolini's chief of staff, but had very different ideas of which direction the country should take to regain some of its former power. Badoglio immediately began negotiations with General Eisenhower. He wanted to surrender to the Allies and help them win the war against Nazi Germany and Adolf Hitler. The deal was that Italy would surrender and allow Allied forces to move through the southern part of the country without any resistance. Then what remained of Italy's military would help the Allied forces push the Nazis north and out of their country. Hitler himself must have known there was trouble in Italy when Mussolini was deposed and arrested. The Nazi leader needed to move fast, but even he may have underestimated how quickly the Italians would betray him. In the wake of Italy's betrayal, Hitler did the only thing he could. He sent his own forces to invade the country. The Italian military was already so disorganized that Hitler had no problem securing strategic positions. He already had troops in the country that were helping his former ally to fend off enemy forces. To make sure the government who had betrayed him would not gain more power, Hitler sent his forces straight to Rome to capture the capital of the country. Nazi forces succeeded in their mission and forced the new government, including General Badoglio, to flee. But at this point, most of Italy had already betrayed him, and its citizens were more than willing to help the Allies defeat the Nazis. Whether Hitler was still friendly with Mussolini or not, he felt the former fascist dictator had some use left in him. Hitler found the mountain prison in which Mussolini was being held captive and sent forces to rescue him. Hitler then reinstated Mussolini as the new ruler of the Nazi-occupied northern Italy and named the territory the Italian Social Republic. Mussolini was once again the leader of a fascist government in Italy, but his reign wouldn't last long. As the Nazi forces were fighting off the Allies, which now included Italian help, the Italians in the north captured and executed Mussolini. This would be the second time Italy betrayed Hitler in a matter of months. To be fair, it was members of the Italian partisan resistance force who had carried out the execution, but as 1943 progressed, Italy betrayed Hitler over and over again. And keeping in character, Hitler started doing some insanely crazy things in Italy to show his displeasure. In the regions the Nazis controlled, Hitler rolled out vicious policies that forced Italian citizens to support and work for the Nazi troops that occupied their homeland. It seemed as if Hitler did not take the betrayal of his former ally well, as what he did next was absolutely nuts and a breach of the Geneva Convention. Hitler ordered one of his scientists to release a biological weapon on the populace of Italy. A Nazi scientist named Erich Martini was put in charge of the biological warfare project. Martini was a friend of Heinrich Himmler and a devout Nazi Party member. At the time, Martini was one of Europe's leading epidemiologists, especially around the malaria virus. Hitler sent Martini to Italy, where his task was to breed malaria-carrying mosquitoes and release them on the Italian population. The thought was that the Allied forces made their way further north, they would encounter the mosquitoes, contract malaria, and this would decimate their armies. Hitler didn't really care what the disease would do to regular Italian citizens, as they had betrayed him, and he was not a forgiving man. During Mussolini's dictatorship, a drainage project on the Pontine Marshes was carried out to create more usable land for Italian houses and farms. Everything went according to plan, and the swampland was turned into fertile farmland. However, Hitler had his forces reverse engineer the Pontine Marshes and make the swamplands once again. This provided the perfect breeding ground for Martini's malaria-carrying mosquitoes. Martini released over 1 million Anopheles labrantiae mosquito larvae into the swampland. Then the Nazis added salt water, making it less habitable for plants and animals, but an environment that the mosquitoes could thrive in. This form of biological warfare had very little effect on the Allied forces, but was devastating to the local Italian population. Once again, Hitler's bloodthirsty insanity knew no bounds. Italy's betrayal of Hitler was complete when on October 13, 1943, General Badoglio moved on to the next phase of his agreement with Eisenhower. He provided troops and resources to help the Allies retake Rome. Surprisingly, as the war was coming to an end, Badoglio resigned his position of power. This took Italy away from the dictatorship government that had gotten them tied up with the Nazis in the first place, and set the grounds for an Italian future that would be slightly more peaceful. The Italian betrayal of Hitler is a tricky thing because of the underlying reasons for the country joining the Nazis in the first place. However, due to numerous military failures, the demoralization of the Italian people, and the turning of the tide of World War II, Italy decided to betray Germany. This helped the Allies defeat Hitler and the Nazis in the end. History remembers Hitler for many things. A failed artist, his love for German shepherds, being a Nazi dickhead. Yeah, it's mostly the Nazi dickhead thing. But one thing you might be surprised to learn about Hitler is that he was actually one of the wealthiest men of his time. And no, not just because of all that stolen Nazi gold and loot gathered from all across Europe, but because of his own shrewd business skills. Young Hitler lived a bohemian lifestyle before it was cool, making him the ultimate mass-murdering hipster. He rented a small apartment in Vienna with a friend and struggled to get by selling small paintings and postcards to tourists. After being rejected from art school twice, Hitler was soon out on the street, all of his funds having run out. After World War I, Hitler had become involved in German politics and famously took part in the failed beer hall putsch of 1923. As a result, he was sentenced to prison for 5 years, and to help pay off his legal fees, he dictated what would become Mein Kampf to 2 of his cellmates. Hitler imagined that the book would be popular amongst the National Socialist Party and had no big dreams of making it as a writer. All he needed was a few thousand people to buy the book so that he could pay off his legal fees. And in 1925, the first year of its publication, Mein Kampf sold 9,000 copies. While this certainly helped pay for his legal fees, Hitler would see no royalties from these meager sales. However, as Hitler began to rise along the ranks of the National Socialist Party, so did his exposure as an author. More and more party members and even some curious members of the public wanted to know what this mustachioed young man was all about, and copies of Mein Kampf slowly began to increase in sales. By 1930, Mein Kampf had managed to sell 55,000 copies in a single year, and by this time Hitler was receiving decent, if not impressive, royalty checks from his publisher. Once Hitler became Chancellor of Germany, though, book sales of Mein Kampf exploded, and in 1933, the year he took power, sales skyrocketed to over 850,000. Needless to say, Hitler was now pulling in rather large royalty checks. Thanks to his massive personality cult and the fact that he ruled Germany unchecked, Hitler decided that the best way to boost sales of his book even further was to have the government itself buy copies. Therefore, the Nazi government immediately bought 6 million copies of his book, and copies were being provided to soldiers and government workers alike. Even married couples received a free copy on their wedding day, as a very weird congratulatory present from the Nazi government. But as Hitler became more popular, or infamous depending on your take, the world at large grew curious about the Nazi author. Internationally, Hitler earned royalties on the sale of his book up until 1939, when he was declared an enemy of the Allies and had all international royalties cut off. Granted, he was never earning nearly as much internationally as domestically, but he was still pulling in $560,000 in royalties from sales in Britain and about $50,000 in royalties from sales in the US. During the war, his book would continue to sell in the US, though the US government seized control of publishing royalties by invoking the Trading with the Enemy Act and ended up giving $260,000 in royalties to war refugee charities. While Hitler was trying to kill people, ironically, his book was helping those same people. At his height, Hitler was earning about $13.5 million a year from book sales in today's dollars, which would be far more impressive if he wasn't basically forcing the Nazi government to simply buy his book. All those sales, though, had accumulated to a $10 million tax bill, which Hitler simply ordered one of his ministers to forgive. We gotta admit, sometimes it pays to be on top. Literally. In total, Hitler would earn a whopping $170 million in today's dollars just by selling copies of Mein Kampf. All this money was used to buy several very expensive properties around Germany, though Hitler also used a great deal of his own personal fortune to fund the Nazi Party. He even made one of his homes, the Berghof, into the main headquarters of the Nazi Party. Sadly, when the British tried to bomb it back to the Stone Age, their bombs largely missed and only managed to slightly damage it. Hitler, however, used his political power to enrich himself with one more other cunning ploy. He licensed his image to the German government and then ordered that it be used basically everywhere. From posters to stamps to the covers of propaganda magazines and books, Hitler's face was everywhere all across the German nation, and every time his face was printed on anything, Hitler got a cut thanks to licensing fees. Given that Hitler was the one ordering the creation of all this propaganda material, we once more have to admit that this is a pretty pro-supervillain move. Taking over a country and ruling it like a dictator is one thing, but selling your image to your own government and then forcing it to print it everywhere is on a whole other level of villainy. Then, of course, there is all the untold stolen wealth of Europe that the Nazis, quote, liberated as they invaded nations. By the end of the war, the Nazis had stolen a whopping $21 billion in gold, and it was this stolen gold that helped entirely fund the German war machine for 5 whole years. As supreme ruler of Germany, whatever the state owned was basically Hitler's personal wealth as well, though the Allies made sure that he spent every stolen cent on the war effort, lest his forces be defeated sooner than they eventually were. Still, with the largest gold reserves in the world for a short while, Hitler was likely one of history's richest rulers, if only briefly. Today, Mein Kampf continues to sell copies. Physical copies of the book are understandably very rare, as most people don't want to be caught in public reading Mein Kampf. Yet, thanks to digital readers like Kindle, digital sales of Mein Kampf have exploded around the world. Part of this is due to sheer curiosity, and in some parts of the world who have learned very little about Hitler and his role in World War II, Mein Kampf and anything Hitler-related is actually seen as trendy, hip, and cool. This is especially true in Southeast Asia, with Thailand in love with anything Hitler-related. Again, this is mostly due to the fact that Thai citizens learn very little about Hitler's role in World War II, and for them he's apparently nothing more than a snazzy dresser with a funny mustache. A rise in anti-Semitism and nationalism, however, has also seen sales of Mein Kampf increase in the last few years, and that's rather unfortunate for the rest of us non-Nazi dickheads. Ironically though, because no publisher wants to be associated with Hitler and his book, or seen as enriching themselves from Nazi trash, the vast majority of all money made from the sales of the book are funneled straight into various charities. So while white supremacists are buying up Mein Kampf and hating on Jews and other minorities, they're actually helping fund a ton of charities that help those groups of people and others out. Thanks, idiots. After Hitler's death, what remained of his wealth and ongoing royalties from Mein Kampf went to one of Hitler's surviving cousins, who flatly refused them and did not wish to be associated with one of history's greatest villains. Instead, those funds were channeled to various charities and post-war reconstruction efforts. The same goes for sales of his early artwork, with no dealers wanting to be associated with Hitler, and sales largely taking place between private sellers and collectors. In the end, Hitler may have been one of the most evil men to ever live, but ironically, he would end up defeating himself as his wealth continues to this day to be used for causes that would likely make him turn over in his grave. Polish coast, 1950. The small group huddled amongst the rocks, only 15 feet from the breaking waves. The night air was cool, but thankfully not truly cold yet, as it would soon turn come winter. That would make the rowing easier. Andrzej carefully scanned the beach, but the coast seemed clear. The war may have ended 2 years ago, but the young Polish resistance fighter was still fighting against the Nazi occupiers. It was a hopeless battle. Hitler's armies had conquered the whole of Europe and were now pacifying the occupied Russian territories. There was no hope of freedom, but if not for himself, then maybe for others. He and his fellow resistance members had changed tracks from removing the Nazis to helping others escape them, namely Jews, Roma, and other minorities who were being rounded up by the millions and sent straight to their deaths in extermination camps across the continent. Andrzej gave a low whistle. A moment later, there was a return whistle. That was the signal all was clear from the team that was watching for German patrols. He nodded reassuringly to the 4 women and 5 children with him, as well as his 2 partners in arms. They only helped children and women escape the Nazis' grip. It was the men's duty to stay and fight. Following his cue, the group stood and began moving in a running crouch to the shoreline. They crossed the distance quickly and began to dig at the sand dune. The dune was actually 2 small boats that had been covered in burlap. To anyone who wasn't intimately familiar with the area, however, it just looked like another one of the beach's sand dunes. Andrzej tossed the burlap aside, revealing the boats, but something wasn't right. The moon was just a sliver in the sky, making it hard to see, so he used his hands instead. As he felt along the side of the boat, his hands moved across the strange shadows on the bottom of the boat. Bullet holes. Andrzej's cry of alarm was drowned out by the sharp sound of German whistles, the type their patrolmen and some policemen used to alert each other. A dozen flashlights came to life from the direction of where the resistance overwatch was supposed to be. It was a trap. He could just barely see through the glare of the lights a figure he recognized as Philip. Philip had been the one to give the all-clear signal, and now he had a gun to his head. The Germans only took prisoners so they could torture them, and the civilians he was escorting, well, they were dead either way. With the war, Andrzej unslung his submachine gun and began to fire at the rushing flashlights. He screamed at the women and children to get behind the boats, but then more flashlights lit up from behind them. It was a well-executed trap. Bullets roared back at Andrzej and his group in an angry fury, finding many members of his group. The muzzle flashes gave him something to aim at, though, and Andrzej turned his hatred on those unseen shooters, quickly expending one magazine, then another. He began to reload a third when he was shaken out of rage by David's voice. 15 years his senior, he fought in the short war to resist the Nazi and Soviet invasion before joining the resistance. Andrzej held him in the highest of esteem. "Andrzej, go! It's too late! Swim! Go!" David was vigorously gesturing at the lights of the ship out in the open water. Andrzej was stunned. Go? Leave them behind? What about the women and children? But the figures where they had been huddling between the 2 boats all lay still. "I can't, David. I can't just go." "Go, you fool. We're all dead on this beach. Go and live. Find another way to fight." Andrzej's legs were lead. He felt like a coward. David punched him hard in the arm, practically pushing him toward the surf. "Go, you idiot." Andrzej went. He rushed to the breaking waves as David unleashed a hail of gunfire to keep the German heads down. Before Andre dove beneath the waves, though, he heard the distinct sound of David's Błyskawica submachine gun go abruptly silent. He felt the impact of the bullets in the water around him, accompanied by a high-pitched shriek as they went from faster than the speed of sound to a standstill in just a few feet. Andre dove until he hit the bottom, and then he furiously pumped his arms and legs as he fought the surf trying to push him back to the beach. In school, he'd been an excellent swimmer, and motivated by the gunfire of 24 furious Germans, he made it out to the surf line before surfacing for a desperate breath of air. As his head broke the water, he could hear the Germans still shooting, but they had no idea where he was amongst the tossing waves. Filling his lungs, he dove under and started kicking out to sea again. A few hundred feet offshore was an American destroyer accompanying a group of American merchant vessels. Ostensibly, the U.S. naval presence was to safeguard American shipping to Europe in waters it called potentially hazardous due to neutral shipping, despite the war being officially over for 2 years. In reality, it was a show of force by the U.S. After the fall of Britain, it was now the world's premier naval power, and it wanted Germany to remember that, should it get any ideas about crossing the Atlantic. Andre swam fast, and he could see the searchlights coming to life on the American destroyer. Crews scanned the water and the shore, both alerted to trouble by the German shooting. In little time, Andre was found and locked in the gaze of one of the big spotlights. The other 2 spotlights on the ship were aimed directly at the shore. The American sailors were blinding the Germans, so they couldn't shoot in Andre's direction. The United States had remained neutral during the war despite the pleas of Britain, France, and the Soviet Union. Agreements with the German Reich forbade it from loading political refugees from Reich territory onto its ships, but rescuing sailors in distress was part of international maritime law. Thus, U.S. ships routinely sailed near German-controlled coasts, meeting small boats full of refugees and helping them on board. The Reich launched protest after protest, but the U.S. considered these refugees to be sailors in distress and deferred German diplomats to international maritime treaties. A line with a flotation ring was thrown out at Andre, and he clung to it gratefully. He was nearly at the point of fatal exhaustion and couldn't pull himself up the rope to the deck. Instead, the sailors gestured and did their best in broken Polish to encourage him to slip the ring over his head and under his armpits. Working together, a team of sailors dragged Andre on board. He was immediately greeted with a warm blanket, and a few minutes later a hot cup of coffee. He was safe, on his way to America, but everyone else was dead. Manchester, English federally administered zone, pacified territories. Gerald impatiently waited his turn at the Reich's Cultural Affairs Office. In the last year, the Nazis had set to stabilize England and gotten on with the process of direct administration. It felt strange to him. Just a few years ago, this was the Kingdom of Great Britain, the most powerful empire in the world, with direct control over 25% of the world's economic activity. Now, it was just another piece of the Reich's territory, nominally independent, but in truth directly under the control of Berlin via proxy leaders. Perhaps most surprising is how most of the population simply went along with it. The Reichsmark had now almost fully replaced the pound as the German installed exchanges across the aisles. Sighing to himself, Gerald accepted that most people simply wanted to move on. Sure, there were still groups of rebels out there in the hills and forests, but the truth was Britain was beat through and through. The Americans refused to come to their aid this time, and even cut off their Lend-Lease program after the German protests. Britain had stood alone, cut off from its vital trade routes with overseas colonies by German U-boats, who choked the island nation off and starved it into submission. The RAF had fought bravely in the skies, but with no American oil supplies, the Luftwaffe eventually overwhelmed it. The entire countryside still bore the scars of German bombers and the subsequent fighting that raged after the invasion. Gerald's business had been one of the many destroyed in the fighting, and in exchange for government grants to get himself back on his feet, he was here at the Reich's Cultural Affairs Office along with dozens of his countrymen. It was illegal to operate or start a new business within the Reich without a license from a local administrator, and the process inevitably involved a trip to the Cultural Affairs Office. Soon, he heard, it would be mandatory for every citizen. But for now, the Reich's bureaucracy was overstretched with reconstruction. At last, it was his turn to enter one of the 5 interview offices. The man seated behind the desk was unmistakably German, not a British collaborator, but still greeted him with a polite smile. Gerald wished he was looking at that smile from down the iron sights of his Lee Enfield. "Welcome, Mr." The bureaucrat looked over at Gerald's file briefly. "Gerald Adamson, I see you're here to complete your application for federal assistance." Gerald nodded. The bureaucrat's English was pretty good, with only the slightest hints of a German accent. He wondered if he'd been trained for his job back home or if he had been one of the thousands of spies and infiltrators who had sabotaged Britain from within during the war. "Excellent. We're eager to see your business restored and once more profitable." He didn't doubt the German was being honest here. The Reich liked efficiency and productivity. For all its evils, it was a very well-organized institution and pretty good about bringing order to the post-war chaos. And I believe you brought your genealogy records, marriage license? My wife is dead, killed in the bombings. The German blanched for a second. Maybe he was human after all. Ah, yeah, very unfortunate, Mr. Adamson. You have my condolences. I'm grateful that the unpleasantness is behind us now and we can turn to the task of rebuilding together. Rebuilding together, that was the Reich's favorite slogan, plastered all over the occupied territories it held. Every week, it seemed the Nazis' propaganda ministry churned out dozens of new posters, films, and slogans, but rebuilding together was a classic that never really went away. The bureaucrat had clearly been trained to use this phrase as often as possible. Yet, Gerald thought he detected a very real moment of sympathy when he'd offered his condolences. He took the man in for a moment. He was young, maybe young enough to have been in school during the fighting and recently graduated. After the brief silence, the bureaucrat continued. Your current records will suffice, Mr. Adamson. A moment, please. The man went to work poring over the assembled paperwork Gerald had presented him. It was common business documents, tax records, insurance statements, but also documents personal to Gerald himself. Genealogy and family records, old wedding licenses, birth certificates. The Reich called it proof of culture, but everyone knew what it really meant. Just like everyone knew what happened to those individuals of unsuitable cultural background. Officially, the Germans were only deporting these people, but Gerald had been privy to intelligence reports during the war. He was pretty sure they hadn't shut down their extermination camps. Unofficially, he was pretty sure those camps were busier than ever. He ought to have been nervous. Who knew what the German Reich would consider unacceptable to their fanatical desire for pure bloodlines? But truthfully, he felt very little anymore. He'd faced death too many times on the battlefield only to end up surrendering to an enemy who was evil incarnate. The same enemy represented by this boyish bureaucrat in a smart suit, whom had shown real regret at the news of his wife's death. The more Gerald thought about it, the more he was sure the kid really was young enough to have spent the war in school. Shame, he thought to himself. Wasn't his fault, not really. But how many innocent British kids had been caught up in the crossfire of a war they hadn't started? Mr. Adamson, all looks in order, and I believe we can approve. But the kid never got a chance to finish his sentence as Gerald whipped his service revolver up and right into his face. One trigger pull later, and Gerald's application for federal aid was over. Gerald sat down heavily on his chair as the officers around him erupted with panicked screaming. He looked at the big clock on the wall in front of him, wondering if the Germans' reputation for precision and timeliness had taken hold even here, in the occupied ruins of Manchester. Exactly 3 seconds later, as the clock ticked 2:35 precisely, the dynamite bundle in his attaché case exploded. Votkinsk, Southern Ural Special Administrative Zone. Absolutely not. There's no manpower. Karsten Stengel, administrator of the Southern Ural Special Administrative Zone, slammed his fist on the table to punctuate his point. The sudden gesture surprised the normally unflappable Schutzstaffel commander. Quickly recovering his composure, Standartenführer Grossman narrowed his eyes at the man who is technically his civilian superior. Need I remind you that orders to expend all efforts possible in the advancement of the Führer's cultural advancement programs come from the Führer directly? This question was more of a statement, or better yet, a sharpened dagger held at Stengel's throat. But while the good colonel might have gotten his way back in Berlin with such threats and bravado, it wasn't worth a damn out here in the Reich's frontier. Facts were facts, and the fact of the current matter is that there was simply not enough manpower. My dear Standartenführer, you're more than welcome to lend your men to assist in the pacification efforts. I'm sure the Wehrmacht would appreciate the help of such elite soldiers. The SS colonel's face went red with barely restrained rage. For a moment, Stengel thought he might unholster the pistol at his side. For his part, Stengel struggled mightily to hide the tiny smile that stubbornly crept into the corner of his mouth. Everyone in the Wehrmacht considered the SS mostly a joke, pretty boys with fancy uniforms. It had been the army that had broken the French and English, and it had been the army who, after crossing the Channel and subduing England, turned on the Soviet Union. While the fighting was at its fiercest, the SS had busied itself murdering POWs and civilians who couldn't put up a fight. The entire organization disgusted Stengel, and so did its cultural advancement programs. Many in the army felt the same way. If Stengel gave the orders for Wehrmacht soldiers to assist the SS in rounding up communists, Jews, and God knows who else they had a problem with, he was pretty certain things wouldn't go the way the Standartenführer Grossman hoped. The southern Urals were far from the stable occupied territories of Europe and rife with partisans. The loss of an entire SS detachment wouldn't be entirely unlikely. The Standartenführer stood stiff as a board. Very well, Administrator Stengel. I will inform Berlin of the delays and your choice to not alleviate those delays. Stengel waved the SS man away and out of his office. Even if he could spare the manpower, which, with partisan activity rife throughout the Urals, he couldn't, he still wouldn't have done so. He knew where the SS prisoners went, and he wanted no part of it. Besides, other than putting him directly in one of the SS's camps, there was little more Berlin could do to punish him than make him an administrator of freezing territory in the former Soviet Union that practically swarmed with partisans. Damn communists didn't know they'd been beat. If only they'd reached Moscow sooner during the war, lamented Stengel. They might have captured Stalin. Instead, that bastard fled to the other side of the Urals, and the Reich, well, gave up wasn't the right term. Decided it wasn't economical to pursue into the worthless eastern stretches of Russia was more accurate. The Reich had all the important economic and industrial centers as well as the rich oil fields of southern Russia. Anything east of the Urals was frankly not worth the money or manpower to take from the surviving Soviet Union. With a sigh, Stengel turned back to reading the latest casualty and material loss reports from the never-ending peacekeeping operations against the communist partisans. The issue of the SS camps nagged at his conscience, though. They'd grown in number out here in the east over the last few years, and even more were being built to process the vast population of the occupied Russian territories. He grabbed another stack of reports, this time from his urban development supervisor. Chief amongst many of his concerns was the issue of unpopulated homes, which grew by the day. Entire population centers were becoming ghost towns. Wild animals were spreading into cities and bringing disease with them, an issue for the future German colonists, not to mention they'd be moving into cities falling apart around them from a lack of basic maintenance, a serious potential safety hazard and health hazard. His supervisor's recommendation was that vacated quarters simply be demolished. Future colonists would have to build from scratch. Berlin would be very unhappy about that. Northwest Saudi Arabia neutral zone, 32,000 feet. The roar of the B-36's engines was deafening, requiring the use of headsets for the crew to communicate. Captain Jonathan Frakes had to push up against his ear to hear his bombardier clearly. He'd already swapped his headset for a backup, but the issue persisted. Must be an issue with the actual connector then. He caught his co-pilot eyeing the horizon warily, and he couldn't blame him. They both served in the Pacific together during the war against Japan, and gotten into a habit of keeping a sharp eye out for enemy fighters. Despite receiving an absolute wallop from the US Navy, the Japanese still managed to put up a pretty stiff resistance on the home islands. Rather than invade, America had opted to bomb and starve the Japanese into submission by destroying their industrial centers and blockading all Japanese shipping. After 4 years, the Japanese were starving to death and had little to no industry to speak of, prompting them to the negotiation table. Their forces in Manchuria suffered a little better. The Chinese nationalists had easily won over the communists after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and United Nationalist China backed up the might of the U.S. Army and had pummeled Japanese forces cut off from resupply. Perhaps if the U.S. had split its forces between the Pacific and Europe, Japan might have stood a chance. But with a united American military in the Pacific, even Japan's Pearl Harbor surprise did little more than slow the U.S. retaliation by a few months. The big intercontinental bomber had been in flight for 16 hours already, taking off from the U.S. base in China, skirting the Indian border on its flight west, since India was now administered by the German Reich. It had no escort because no fighter aircraft had the range for it, and if push came to shove, the B-36 could climb to a maximum ceiling of 40,000 feet and avoid any German fighter currently operational. Its mission was top secret, and there was a long list of contingency plans to put into effect should the bomber crash and the crew and payload miraculously survive. In fact, the Air Force probably preferred that nothing salvageable survive a crash. His bombardier alerted him. There was now only a few minutes from the drop point. Somewhere out ahead and below him in the desert were German positions, 23,000 German troops threatening to cross into the neutral zone, set up by an agreement between Germany and the US after the end of the war in Europe. Germany had driven a spear deep into former British holdings in the Middle East and then pushed deeper. Hitler's ambitions threatened to place the entirety of the world's greatest stockpile of oil in German hands, and the US had threatened war should it continue south and east. The truce had held, but now German troops were gathering at the edge of the neutral zone. Hitler was either testing the Americans or didn't believe they were serious about intervention. This B-36 was here to prove otherwise. Captain Frakes began to climb altitude. No doubt the Germans had been warned. The US wanted them to have cameras ready and waiting for the show to come. America wanted there to be no doubt amongst any of the Reich's leadership that a continued war in the Middle East would end in disaster for them. With US troops so far from the region, it was difficult to present a credible deterrent. But that's what Captain Frakes' mission was all about. The bomb bay doors opened with a shudder, causing the whole plane to shake as its aerodynamic qualities were compromised. In his headset, he heard the bombardier calling for him to hold course. Hold, hold, hold. Deploy, egress. There was the audible thunk of a payload being disengaged from the aircraft, and Frakes didn't need his bombardier to tell him to begin egress. He'd seen film footage of what came next, and already had the plane in a steep banking turn. He'd been assured there was plenty of time to egress, but he wasn't taking any chances. plane was already several miles from the drop point when it happened. A bright flash of light, bright enough to compete with the sun, and moments later a supersonic shockwave that rattled and shook the aircraft, but the B-36 powered through it unharmed. The eggheads had been right. Frox had banked steeply to the left to put distance between himself and the bomb, but flew roughly parallel so the explosion could be filmed by 3 of the gunners. With the bright flash dissipating, he ripped off the special eye protection they'd all been assigned and took in the scene with the naked eye. The explosion was as awe-inspiring as it was terrifying. He'd heard that the US had these back toward the end of the war with the Japanese, but never used them. Now he could see why. Besides, with their island completely blockaded, the Japanese were no threat to anyone. Nobody deserved these bombs raining down on their heads, but that's just what the US was threatening to do if Hitler didn't respect Middle East neutrality. Surely the Germans weren't too far behind in developing their own, though. Watching the mushroom cloud growing over the uninhabited desert just 30 miles in front of the German positions, Frox wondered if he'd fired the opening shot of a brand new war. The Channel Islands, a picturesque group of rocky isles between Great Britain and France. For the residents of these islands, life is usually sleepy, making them a popular vacation destination. But in 1940, they would be anything but calm and relaxing, because Nazi Germany had conquered France and the United Kingdom was next in their sights, and the Channel Islands were in the way. The small population and lack of military hardware meant defending the islands would be impossible, and the UK had no resources to spare in the middle of the war. They quickly demilitarized the island and evacuated as many civilians as they could, while the German forces bore down. While a significant percentage left, the majority of the major islands of Jersey and Guernsey chose to stay and face an indefinite Nazi occupation. But Adolf Hitler had bigger plans for the island than a new source of slave labor. The Wehrmacht took over the Channel Islands on June 30th, 1940, and were quickly unimpressed by the island's defenses. The islands weren't a common staging ground for war, and the Nazis weren't expecting to spend much time there. They planned to quickly move on to conquering the United Kingdom mainland. But Hitler's ambition got the better of him. Britain didn't go down to air assault nearly as easily as they expected, and rising tensions with Russia meant Hitler was more worried about the war on the Eastern Front than proceeding to London. And suddenly, the Channel Islands looked a lot more significant. After looking at maps of the islands, Hitler called additional forces to the small outposts. He announced a massive construction project that would take the Channel Islands from a footnote in the war to one of the Nazi regime's most fortified outposts. The organization taught Hitler's civilian infrastructure organization was brought to the islands with the mission of providing labor and building over 200 military facilities, bunkers, and casemates on each of the larger islands. They would need a lot of manpower. And Hitler, of course, had a favorite way of getting manpower. While the Channel Islands occupation hadn't initially been as brutal as the occupation of France and other nations Hitler conquered, save for the Jews of the islands who were quickly deported, that would soon change. Hitler needed labor, and the remaining citizens of the islands would be conscripted. As the islands weren't seen as a priority initially and were being blockaded by the Allies for much of the war, resources were slim, and conditions would get worse over the course of the war. While there was some resistance on the islands, the residents were so outnumbered by armed occupiers that they never had much of a chance, and soon the Channel Islands would be completely transformed. The Nazis used a system called Regelbau, or standard build, to mass-produce bunkers that could withstand enemy attacks. Built from over 200 standardized armor parts, they could be assembled much faster than other constructs after being built in German factories, almost like the world's largest Lego set, if they could withstand aerial assaults. There were 3 primary types of designs: temporary ones in the field made out of timber and soil with a concrete ceiling, reinforced models with a meter-strong concrete ceiling, and permanent facilities with 2-meter-thick concrete ceilings and walls. Hitler approved the plan, and one of the biggest construction projects in World War II history began. Soon the Channel Islands were met with a throng of workers coming in to begin construction. Some were civilian workers and military members in non-combat positions, but many were taken from the Nazi labor camps around Europe and from military detainees, along with the native Channel Island populations. Supplies were brought in, particularly cement, steel, and timber, and work camps were built to keep the workforce in a centralized location and to keep them from escaping. By the end of 1942, the Channel Islands had become a massive military fortress. Sites would be excavated using manual labor, often using explosives to speed things up. As soon as this was done, the construction experts would come in and direct the labor, carefully assembling sites according to the exact specifications of the plans. There were several types of facilities, each designed for a specific purpose, and to make it near impossible for any Allied forces to dislodge the Nazi occupation. The first line of defense: artillery. For those visiting the Channel Islands today, one of the most impressive landmarks is the Battery Miras, a massive artillery position. With massive range-finding towers and 4 barrels, its powerful guns could shoot a stunning 32 miles with lightweight shells or almost 20 miles with heavy anti-armor shells, making them able to gun down enemy forces long before they could set foot on the island. The powerhouse artillery position would be joined by 10 coastal artillery batteries on Guernsey alone, surrounded by bunkers that would contain spare ammunition. But they were prepared for dangers coming from all directions, including above. The islands were also filled with longer-range guns designed for taking out aircraft, with some able to shoot as far as 7,500 meters. 6 island anti-aircraft batteries were set up, equipped with radar and searchlights. The Nazis wanted a clear line of sight and fire, so they looked for wide-open locations, including a converted golf course. The radars and command bunkers for the anti-aircraft barriers were fortified, with around 175 total positions, and just in case anyone got through, the island had been littered with explosive rigged obstacles to get planes when they landed. But if any enemy forces got through, the Nazis were prepared. If the Allies got to the beach, they would be met by countless casemates designed for close-range assaults. While the small bunkers would be hard to penetrate, any soldiers approaching them would be met with multiple soldiers' worth of heavy fire. The machine guns within were equipped with searchlights for nighttime fire, but defenses were just as strong as the offensive posts. Barbed wire and minefields made it dangerous to cross the islands. Trenches made it hazardous and hard to navigate. These would usually lead to heavy fire zones, funneling the invading soldiers right into the line of fire. The 12 strongpoint areas around Guernsey protected most of the critical points, with resistance nests around the island providing simpler defenses. But the strongest island defenses might have been hidden from sight. To the untrained eye, much of Guernsey would seem to be unspoiled green, but this was often camouflage, with paint and straw being used to resemble grass and natural stones being built into concrete. And under many of these camouflaged positions would be a massive network of tunnels that spanned much of the islands. Built over 2 years, 14 full tunnels were completed, while others were started but never finished. They would allow Nazi personnel and their workers to navigate from one position to another, away from enemy eyes. And for the most important facilities on the island, secrecy was key. Leadership and technical support were housed in underground bunkers, as well as the infrastructure that was needed to keep the massive Nazi war machine on the island running. Radar units were the top target for Allied bombers and were usually disguised with the crew working in underground bunkers. While the transformation of the Channel Islands was very visible, much of its most powerful tools were hidden. The Channel Islands megafortress designed by Adolf Hitler seemed indestructible, but there was one thing they hadn't counted on. As the years went on, resistance to the occupation grew and Nazi oppression increased. Resistors were sent abroad to Nazi prisons, with some dying. The British government made several attempts to liberate the islands, but raids had to be called off due to heavy fire, weather conditions, or resources being needed elsewhere. In 1944, the Allied forces launched the D-Day landings and liberated Normandy, but decided to pass by the Channel Islands because it would take far more resources than they had to take on the German fortifications. But it had other consequences. Almost all the Channel Islands' food supplies went through Nazi-occupied France, and that pipeline had just been cut off. The Channel Islands were starving. Negotiations began for the Channel Islands' fate, with the Germans initially making an offer to the British to release all civilians besides military-age men. Winston Churchill was unimpressed, telling them, "Let them starve, they can rot at their leisure." The tide to the war was turning, and the Allies only wanted one thing: unconditional surrender. The Germans refused to discuss it, and it would be several long months in December of 1944 until a Red Cross ship was finally able to bring food and medical supplies. But the end was only months away. May 8, 1945 saw the Germans surrender, and only days later Allied forces arrived across the Channel Islands, and the German soldiers laid down their weapons. And slowly but surely, the population that fled the occupied islands began to return, and were shocked at how their little islands had been transformed. The Nazi forces were gone, but the islands were still dotted with their massive military infrastructure. And in the years to come, it would define the islands in some unique ways. What was the ultimate purpose of Hitler's island megafortress? The Germans put an enormous amount of effort into defending a small group of islands, but it amounted to very little. They were able to hold the islands, but never mounted any successful attacks on Britain from there. They were never conquered, but nearly starved to death as soon as they were cut off. Was it just another elaborate project of the madman who met his end inside a German bunker? Or was it intended as something else? Some suspect it may have been a place Hitler planned to hide if he got out of Germany in time. A group of Channel Island residents were determined to answer these questions. It was 1961 when the Channel Islands Occupation Society was formed. a group of volunteers dedicated to investigating and managing the history of the German occupation. They took over management of many of the German sites from the British military and published an annual newsletter sharing stories from the era. Based in both Jersey and Guernsey, they are most people's entry point to this little-known part of World War II history. But they're not the only way to learn about it. Today, one of the Channel Islands' biggest industries is tourism. The islands are open to visitors, and most of the most famous Nazi bunkers have been cleaned out of anything dangerous and are open to tourists. Historian Dan Snow put out a documentary as he traveled the length of Guernsey, visiting Hitler's island fortress and sharing tales of the Second World War. A German occupation museum stands in Le Huard, offering a look into artifacts and communications from the occupation era. His whole trip consisted of a 6-day itinerary, much of which can be covered by daring visitors. But not all the secrets of the Nazi occupation have yet been uncovered. It was early 2020 when Snow's documentary crew explored a bunker that had only recently been uncovered and renovated. It was even filled with the original bunks for the soldiers stationed there, and the walls were painted with murals from the men who lived underground. There were places reserved for pictures of high-ranking German officials, including Hitler himself. Even today, over 70 years since the war, Hitler's island megafortress continues to give up its secrets. While the occupation lasted only 5 years, the fortress was built to last, and historians of the war will likely be making new discoveries for decades to come. The end of World War II is fast approaching. Going out of his mind with stress, Adolf Hitler marches up and down his bunker underneath Berlin. He's acutely aware that he's not getting out of this alive. Above ground, Russian bombs blast Berlin as Nazi child soldiers throw down their arms and cry for their mothers. Women scream as merciless Red Army soldiers pull them out of their houses. Hitler won't let himself be paraded through the streets to be beaten and spat at and hanged from a rope. He has a plan that will ensure that this does not happen. And as he contemplates his grim end to his life, the definitive failure of his wretched ambitions, he has one more thing on his mind: the loot. Insane amounts of money, gold, art, jewels, and furniture. It all has to be hidden. The Nazis have a fortune of unimaginable proportions. They don't want to give that up, so they'll hide it where no one will ever find it. This boundless treasure, taken in such endlessly harrowing circumstances, will be hunted for a long time to come. Today, we'll touch on this Nazi fortune and the many treasure hunters who have spent years trying to find it. But first, I want to tell you about the sponsor of today's video, Morning Brew. Nothing is worse than starting your day by endlessly scrolling through news and social media apps, hoping to find something relevant to you. And when you do find something that sounds interesting, the actual story is often dry, dense, and boring. Believe me, I had the same problem, and it was starting each and every day off on the wrong foot. And that's why I now begin each day with Morning Brew. Morning Brew is the free daily newsletter that's really the absolute best way to start your day. It'll get you up to speed on everything you need to know in minutes, with business, finance, and tech stories that actually respect your time and get you the info you want quick. Want to find out the real reason why a random company is suddenly the latest meme stock? Or learn what types of content TikTok finally decided to ban from their platform? Or maybe you want to impress your friends with in-depth knowledge about how Lego became a multimedia powerhouse. It's only a 5-minute read. But to get it, you'll have to sign up for Morning Brew yourself. It's completely free and takes less than 15 seconds, so do yourself a favor and become smarter in just 5 minutes every day by signing up for Morning Brew at morningbrewdaily.com/infographics. Or click the link in the description. When the Nazis invaded a nation, the first thing they would do is usually head to the central bank. They wanted the gold. They wanted hard cash. They wanted everything of value. The invaded country knew this was going to happen, of course, so they'd usually try to get as much gold as possible out of the country. Sometimes it went to New York Federal Reserve in Manhattan, before ending up in Fort Knox. But that didn't always happen. On March 12, 1938, the German Wehrmacht marched into Vienna, Austria. Soon a businessman and friend of Hitler, Wilhelm Kepler, arrived at the Austrian Central Bank. At his side were armed men. They ordered the bank to hand over about 100 tons of gold. They knew that Austria had already sent 5.7 tons of gold to England, where they thought it would be safe. Kepler told them to bring it all back. He said it's now the property of the Nazi Party. This was just one case, one country. Wherever the Nazis landed, they looted with abandon. We can't say for sure how much gold Germany stole during the war, but some say it was at least $20 billion worth in today's money. Some sources have it in the hundreds of billions. On top of what they took from banks was the gold, houses, and other belongings they stole from the Jewish people during the Holocaust. There were also the artworks. Lots and lots of very valuable artwork. Wherever the Nazis went, they stole the art. Hitler hated a lot of modern art. He called it degenerate. That might have had something to do with the fact that he himself was a failed artist. But for someone with such an unartistic outlook on life, he wasn't actually that bad, or at least in terms of the basics. You can see what was going on in his mind when you look at this painting of Jesus and the Virgin Mary. His blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus doesn't really look like someone from the Middle East who spent a long time under a hot sun. He looks more like a baby version of one of the Hanson brothers. Hitler wasn't someone who could appreciate an art form such as Cubism or Expressionism, but the Nazis, and especially the Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring, stole a lot of valuable modern art despite what Hitler thought about it. The Nazis also took ritual silver pieces from all the synagogues they plundered. This amounted to a lot of silver. Many of the items were eventually recovered by the Monuments, Fine Arts and Archives program, aka the Monuments Men. But a hell of a lot of the Nazi plunder was not so easy to find. This included a lot, and we mean a lot, of hard cash, on top of all the gold and silver and hundreds of thousands of valuable cultural items. If we take into account everything the Nazis looted over Western Europe, parts of the Soviet Union, and as far away as Africa, you could say the years-long robbery was the biggest robbery ever. Just take into consideration something like this. In 1943, when the Nazis were in Tunisia, North Africa, they took a load of gold from the Jewish folks on the island of Djerba. As usual, the Nazis intended to send the gold back to Germany, but it may have gone down with the ship on the way. We say may because it's not certain what happened to that gold. As you'll soon see, separating the myth of Nazi gold with the reality of Nazi gold isn't always easy. How much treasure is still out there is hotly debated even today. But we think by now you have a good idea about how much wealth the Nazis had. This is why when the Russians entered Germany at the war's end and the UK, US, and France were soon to be there, one of Adolf Hitler's chief concerns was all that Nazi loot. During the war, much of it was kept in the Reichsbank, the central bank of the German Reich in Berlin. Hitler knew that once the enemy got to Berlin, one of the first things they would do is head to the bank. It was a chief concern of his that he'd lose the gold. In February 1945, the bank was almost destroyed when close to 1,000 B-17 flying fortresses started dropping bombs on Berlin. With these planes, the US dropped around 1.5 million tons of explosives. The Soviets' Red Air Force, as well as the British RAF Bomber Command and the French Air Force, also did their fair share of dropping bombs on Berlin. Berlin had taken a beating for years, but that February attack by the Americans destroyed many major buildings and left many people homeless or worse, dead. There were hundreds of people working in the bank when it was hit. There may not have been any deaths, only because the employees were already in hiding in underground bunkers, and the blasts only destroyed the upper levels of the building. Still, Hitler now knew that it was time to move much of what was in the bank's vaults out of there. For years, those vaults had been getting fat with gold bullion, not to mention thousands and thousands of gold teeth and pieces of gold jewelry that had been taken from Jewish prisoners after they'd killed them in the gas chambers. Many of these pieces were deposited in the bank under a fake name, that of Max Heilinger. Under this name, the Nazis stored not just gold items, but also banknotes, arts, and valuable furniture. The gold would later be melted, and other things eventually fenced to dealers. We should also say that the Nazis stole from thousands of Poles, Russians, and other Europeans, Romani and Sinti, as well as Jehovah's Witnesses and homosexuals. The Nazis thought this little scheme would make them rich and leave no obvious tracks, but after the bombing of the bank, it was looking like Hitler and the Nazis might lose it all. This is why Hitler ordered some of his commanders to start emptying the vaults. Part of the removal consisted of about 100 tons of gold bullion, worth millions back then, so a fortune in today's money. The removal also included 3,682 bags of German marks, 80 bags of foreign money, 63 bags of silver, some platinum bars, lots of jewelry, artwork, and hundreds of bags of valuables that had been stolen by the Nazi elites. All this was sent to a salt mine in the village of Merkers, about 200 miles from Berlin. This was only part of the Nazi stash, but it was enough to help Hitler breathe a sigh of relief. Not long after Hitler started thinking the loot was safe, Lieutenant General George Patton's Third Army was crossing the Rhine. On April 4th, the 3rd Battalion of the 358th Infantry Regiment walked into Merkers unaware of what was stored down in the salt mine. 2 days later, Lieutenant Colonel William A. Russell of the 19th Infantry Division's G5 was outside the mine asking questions. He'd become suspicious after talking to a few people, so he told the German mine bosses he wanted to have a look down the shafts. When a few of his men went down there, they could not believe their eyes. It felt like a dream. In front of them was a good chunk of Germany's gold reserves, millions in paper money of various currencies, as well as art and other valuables kept in trunks and piled up on crates. Many of the obscenely valuable treasure chests were packed into a space of 23 meters and 46 meters down into the ground. Dwight D. Eisenhower inspected the loot for himself and later wrote, "Crammed into suitcases and trunks and other containers was a great amount of gold, silver, plate, and ornament, obviously looted from private dwellings throughout Europe. It's a rough estimate, but the value of everything found would be about $8 billion today." But there was lots more. On April 20th, 1945, Hitler's 56th birthday, he was breathing a little heavier again. He was now in the midst of a nervous breakdown. He could hear artillery shells in the distance. He was having nightmares about being strung up and humiliated by mobs of Soviet soldiers. He also heard that those damned Americans had found his gold. Outside in the streets, German families feared what their fates would be. Children stood on street corners with guns in their hands, their helmets too big for their heads. Elsewhere, certain Nazi leaders were trying to get out of Germany and take their loot with them. Hitler knew he wasn't going anywhere. He'd die in the bunker and make sure that all the documents down there no longer existed when that bunker was found. On April 28th, Hitler and his secretary Eva Braun got married. It wasn't a very jolly affair, to say the least. Hitler didn't look well at all. His skin was ashen white, his fingers constantly trembled. Every time he heard a bomb explode in the distance, a look of anguish crossed his face. When he was informed about how the dead Benito Mussolini had been strung up on meat hooks in Milan's Piazzale Loreto, he looked as though he was going to throw up. He wasn't so bereft that he couldn't have someone take down his final will and testament. In it, he said, "The responsibility of the outbreak of this war cannot rest on me." The blame, he said, rested on international Jewry and its assistants. He also bequeathed his art collection to the town of Linz, and anything else of value, he said, should go to the Nazi Party. Surely, at this point, he might have been thinking about all that loot. One thing's for sure, the Red Army was thinking about it. They pretty much had a field day when they entered Berlin. They committed obscene atrocities against the people, especially the women. They walked into the finest houses, shot anyone who stood in their way, and relieved the families of all their valuables. It would be a massive understatement to say the Soviet Union and its people suffered during the war. So it's not too surprising that an unofficial order was given to soldiers which said, "Take what you wanted, but things of high value should be taken back to the Soviet Union," under what they called a trophy commission. They cleared out museums, libraries, people's private collections, and things they found in the National Archives. It was a free-for-all. Individual soldiers looted houses when they'd done what they felt they had to do with the occupants, but the big stuff was supposed to go back to the Communist Party. They took all artwork that had been created by some of the greats. This included works by Monet, Cézanne, El Greco, Goya, Bruegel, and Van Gogh, Rembrandt, Raphael, and Leonardo. They found incredibly valuable religious artifacts as well as important medieval manuscripts and even some gold treasures of Troy. They'd only admitted to taking the latter in 1994. As you'll see, just how much the Soviets sequestered is up for debate. It's hard to say what it was all worth, but reports state that there were millions of objects that could be worth many billions in today's money. In the minds of the Soviets, they deserved everything they'd taken in light of their suffering during the war. Nonetheless, they were aware that they should have had much more. Where was the rest of the gold? The Nazis said they had more gold than you'd find in the legendary El Dorado. The Soviets only recovered about $3 million in gold from the Reichsbank, but subsequent interrogations revealed that there had been more like $17 million of gold in the bank. It was only then that they discovered that a heist had taken place at the bank in April. This was the work of future war criminal SS Colonel Josef Spaziel, under the orders of his seniors in the SS. Spaziel would later testify against some of his commanders during the Nuremberg trials. That's why he went on to live a normal life after the war. He might have even opened a chain of supermarkets, but that's not certain. Still, it seems he did okay after the war. That could partly be because he was put in charge of taking care of a lot of the Nazi gold, as well as various stolen currencies. One thing we should make clear here is that all the gold and cash in the vaults of the Reichsbank was the bank's money, the public's money. No Nazi had the right to waltz in there and empty the vaults. So when Spaziel and his men turned up at the bank on April 22nd, they were armed with machine guns. They ordered the staff to load gold, jewelry, and cash into trucks waiting outside. There was about $146 million in foreign currency alone, although not much gold was taken as it was so heavy. They drove the trucks out of Berlin and later flew to Austria, but what they did with all that money is still a bit of a mystery. This is why some people have said for a long time that the vast majority of Nazi cash and gold has never been accounted for. In the book The Reichsbank Robbery, the author claims that some SS officers made deals with officers in the US military and together they funneled a lot of the money out of Germany. We can't say if this is true, but it makes more sense when you know that many Nazi war criminals were sneaked out of Germany in so-called rat lines, paid for and managed by US intelligence services. After all, the Soviet Union was now the enemy. The US required Nazi informants and expertise. For sure, a lot of Nazi money was laundered through Swiss banks, and there's no doubt some high-ranking Nazis kept a bit of it, but that doesn't account for all of it. There have been plenty of rumors about the whereabouts of the gold and cash, such as some of it ending up on the Auckland Islands, but these sound more like tall stories than facts. Some stories, though, make you think there's a fortune buried somewhere on this earth. Let's now begin part 2 of this story, an investigation into the missing gold and mountains of money. Let's call this section The Hunt for the Nazi Gold. A few years ago, a Polish treasure hunter named Tomasz Jurek told a U.S. journalist, "There are so many tunnels, who knows what else is there? It's the tip of an underground city." He was referring to a mountainous area of Lower Silesia in southwestern Poland. Before and during the war, this was a part of Germany, and as the war came to an end, many of the Germans living there got out as fast as their feet could carry them. Often that meant walking right into the Red Army's guns. More often than not, they were shot down like vermin. They had no time to think about packing up their valuables. But what's interesting is that when the area was repopulated by Poles, many of them made some rather startling discoveries. The Germans had left surprises for them: treasure, lots and lots of treasure. As the war was coming to an end and the Russians were marching toward Berlin, many wealthy Germans thought Lower Silesia was a safe place to hide their valuables. High-ranking Nazis headed there to hide their loot. But as we said, regular people also just left all their riches behind, sometimes hidden in the ground. A man who was the chief of police during the war, a German military officer named Herbert Kloss, was later interrogated by the Poles. Under duress from the interrogators, he admitted that he'd been asked to store as much silver, gold, and other precious things as possible. He hid the items inside chests, after which the chests were sealed and buried. He told the interrogators the gold was stored at police headquarters. The chests were made of iron and hermetically closed with rubber seals. Also, the chests were unmarked, so nobody would know what was inside. Only many of these chests were buried when he wasn't there. He'd apparently fallen off his horse and was hospitalized for a while, so he didn't know where the chests were. Some people did, and one day they expected to go back and reclaim them. For decades, people have been looking for this bounty of gold. Treasure hunters were and are well aware of this great big stash that the Americans had found down in the mine. They know what you have found out today, namely that somewhere there is a fortune to be found. These people have looked in earnest. They haven't been compelled to dig for a lifetime by some ancient myth. There is missing money, missing gold, missing art. Just a matter of time before someone finds it. How it was distributed between the Nazi leaders at the end of the war remains a mystery. Many Nazi leaders died, many were executed, many more went on to live mysterious lives on the run. The Americans helped some while they lived under alias in South America and other countries. To this day, there are treasure hunters who believe that much of that gold is underground in a series of giant tunnels. They say some of it is stored on a train that's gotten the name the Nazi Gold Train. It all sounds like something out of the movie franchise Indiana Jones, but people take this seriously. Some people believe that on that buried train, there are 300 tons of gold, a cornucopia of precious jewels, expensive weapons, and also quite a few priceless artistic masterpieces. Historians say this train might not have even existed, but by God have people looked for it over the years. As the New Yorker wrote in 2016, treasure hunters believe there is a labyrinthian complex that may hold many Nazi treasures. That amounts to something like an underground city. In that article, the journalist wrote that he was met by a Polish geophysicist from the Polish Academy of Sciences and was taken to a German-dug tunnel that was 16 feet high and 18 feet wide, and big enough for a Greyhound bus to drive down. The journalist asked what exactly were the Nazis building here. The scientist replied, "That's the mystery." Were they building a subterranean city that would store all their valuables and money? Were they intending to build superweapons down there, or were the tunnels just a place to hide for Nazi leaders? At the end of the war, the Germans closed most of those giant tunnels off, although most of them were a work in progress. Some of them were almost done. 11% of them were reinforced with concrete and others had just been started. Millions of work hours had been put into building the tunnels. They were incredibly hard to engineer and harder to excavate, but Hitler was adamant that they had to be done. Why? No one really knows. It was only when the war ended that the Poles would be walking around near the mountains and discover a railway track that seemed to end for no good reason. Sometimes they'd find a hole that led to a shaft. Sometimes they'd be strolling through the forest and discover they'd just walked over a ventilation shaft. The Nazis had been very busy bees indeed. We should point out that the labor involved in the underground city construction had been done by many thousands of enslaved people whose lives often ended with a shovel in their hand. Some of them were worked to death and others died from disease and malnutrition. It's thought that about 5,000 prisoners died working in the tunnels. Documents show that some were sent back to Auschwitz concentration camp. One document states that 14 tunnel workers were executed after trying to escape. As much as treasure hunters have dug and have spent their entire lives exploring such tunnels and looking for new ones, No one has yet come across a major stash of treasure. Some valuable items have been found, but not the billions they believe are missing. The story gets even more interesting when you hear what a treasure hunter named Krzysztof Szpakowski recently said. He'd been looking for the hidden treasure since he was old enough to legally buy alcohol. He said years back when he first started looking, he interviewed some old German folks who lived in a small village not far from one of the tunnels. They all told him the same thing. Over a couple days in 1945, German soldiers marched into the village and told everyone to close their curtains and stay inside. They warned that anyone who looked out the window would be shot on the spot. The next thing they knew was the sound of a truck convoy rattling through the village. Szpakowski said the trucks were heading for one complex of tunnels called the Waldasch Complex. He believed that this had been built at first as a hiding place for only the highest-ranking Nazis, but they later decided that the complex would become a depository for precious goods, perhaps arms, but more likely loot. What better place to hide it? Something similar is written in a book called The Mysteries of the Valim Undergrounds. The author writes that over a few days at the end of the war, long convoys of trucks drove through the town, and not one of them came back. He says the trucks were hidden in a tunnel, after which the Germans blew up the entrance and planted vegetation around it. Even with modern technology, finding a hole in the ground that's hidden somewhere over a large area is not easy at all. Even when a new tunnel is found, the treasure hunters usually end up in a vast space full of endless opportunities to explore. One dead end could just mean the start of another series of tunnels. As the journalist for The New Yorker said, like a lottery ticket, each tunnel sparks a new dream, and every treasure hunter seems to have his own wish list. Gold, jewels, artwork, and an underground train terminal, or a supercomputer prototype. Then again, did the Red Army clean up after the war was over? Did the Soviets take a lot more trophies than the rest of the world knew about? Or did US intelligence make some deals and run off with the swag? Was there any swag in the first place? Some people think not. Or at least they say what loot is there has been greatly exaggerated. Still, in 2018, something happened that showed people anything could be down in those tunnels. That's because while looking for the gold train in Lower Silesia, Polish treasure hunters said they had found 4 tons of gold, 10 feet below a disused 18th century palace, a place reportedly used by the Nazis as a brothel. This happened after decades of treasure hunters had been looking high and low for the train and treasure chests. The group that founded the Silesian Bridge Foundation said the gold was hidden inside a buried canister. Still, when reports surfaced, it seemed the canister had yet to be checked, as there was a concern it was booby-trapped. We're still not sure what happened here, as the media didn't update the report. The hunters used an SS diary they had been given to derive clues about the hidden treasure, and they later scanned the ground using radar technology. One of the lead hunters told the press, "Our information says that this particular deposit was hidden by an SS officer called von Stein. The SS planned to use it to re-establish agriculture in Ukraine to feed the new Reich." He said the same diary points to a lot more hidden gold, as well as art, jewelry, and religious artifacts, all hidden at sites throughout Lower Silesia. Part of one of the diary entries read, "The remaining 48 heavy Reichsbank chests and all the family chests I hereby entrust to you. Only you know where they're located. May God help you and help me fulfill my assignment." It also mentions 47 works of art, with names such as Monet, Cézanne, and Rembrandt popping up on the pages. The Silesian Bridge Foundation says the diary was written by an SS officer who used the possibly fake name Michaelis. He talks about 11 different sites where the treasure is buried, including the mega amount of gold bullion taken from the Reichsbank. The diary itself had for years been kept at a Masonic lodge, one that in the past was frequented by wealthy members of the Third Reich. It seems the newer members of the lodge had wanted it off their hands and so recently handed it over to the foundation. Even if you don't believe that tons of gold and cash are somewhere under the ground, many of the 5 million European artworks that the Nazis had stole have not been recovered. It's thought that 63,000 works of art and valuable cultural items stolen from Polish Jews alone are still either hidden or secretly owned by people who don't want to return them. Still, again, we have to say that people might be getting carried away with their hunt for Nazi gold. For example, it was believed for a long time that 4 tons of the stuff was aboard the SS Minden when it was sunk off the coast of Iceland in 1939. That story goes that the German captain sank the ship himself rather than let it fall into the hands of the approaching British. A subsequent theory said that it contained all the gold, and perhaps more valuable items, but when the wreck was finally explored in 2018, no gold or other precious things could be found. So is the gold still hidden? Or like many of the valuable works of art, did some of it find its way into someone's basement? Was the money spent years ago, or is there a train somewhere beneath Poland that carries a fortune, buried under many tons of soil and enslaved people's blood? We don't know, but if we lived in Lower Silesia, we'd be out exploring next weekend. Dachau Concentration Camp, 2022. Ulrich took another sip from his canteen. The scotch he secretly kept inside had burned going down, but then filled him with a pleasant warmth that helped keep at bay the stinging cold of the German winter. He was briefly concerned that a supervisor would find him, but sitting in his guard tower at 3 a.m., there was little chance of that happening. What did cause him to sit up out of his chair, though, was a commotion from the reception gates, quickly followed by a train whistle in the distance. He was used to the trains coming in, though they had been slowing down significantly in the last 6 years. This was unusual for one to come in this late anymore, but the old-timers talk about how right after the war the trains would come in back to back, practically waiting nose to nose to enter the camp station and unload their cargo. Ulrich sighed. He understood why this work was important, but it took a toll nevertheless. He talked to his mother about it last time he visited, but she waved his concerns away. "It's perfectly all right, darling," she said. "You just concentrate on your duty." She then followed it up with a hand motion that had grown in popularity in the last few decades, brushing the tip of her chin with her hand as if flicking away something undesirable and foul from one's mouth. It was often used when someone bit into something disgusting or had to break really unpleasant news. It was also the default response to the Reich's ongoing cultural programs in the Far East. The train thundered into the station as the automatic barriers were drawn back. There had been some terrorist attacks against the camp's receiving station in the past, radicals who opposed the party's cultural advancement programs, so the camp had responded by building giant concrete barriers that could be opened and closed to allow entry. The number of guard posts and machine gun emplacements also had doubled. With a rumbling shudder, the diesel locomotive came to a stop. The large cargo cars weren't opened yet. That part always took a while, as the camp's security staff prepared for the task. Ulrich wished he had his phone to mess around on, but they'd been strictly forbidden after videos from inside one of the camps had been smuggled to America by a radical. The incident had been hugely embarrassing for the Reich. His job was to make sure nobody used the arrival of the train as a chance to escape, but it was practically impossible. After several escape attempts over the years, the entire perimeter was covered in a dense minefield. They'd have to go out and scoop up the remains of the last prisoner who attempted to escape. Suddenly, there was the sound of a sharp sergeant's whistle, and scores of armed men rushed to the receiving docks, taking up position in front of each car. Then the automatic locks disengaged and the big door swung open. Immediately, interpreters began to shout out instructions in German, Russian, and Yiddish. Though the last was largely unnecessary, there were few native Yiddish speakers anywhere outside of the United States anymore. Cargo spilled out of the cars in a series of small waves. The guards angrily shouted them into some semblance of order, even as the cargo struggled against the crowd, trying to huddle together in family groups. This was the healthy cargo. The journey from the Urals had been a long one, and the cars were standing room only, with no facilities. He could smell the stink from here, and he was grateful he hadn't been assigned to cargo control tonight. There was inevitably plenty of weak cargo, which would need assistance exiting the cars after the multi-day trip, with no food or water, and some of the cargo would already be dead on arrival, adding to the horrible stench wafting into Ulrich's nostrils from 100 yards away. He mentally willed the guards below to hurry up so the cars could be hosed down already. It always gave him a twinge of regret, seeing the cargo huddled together with loved ones, only for them to be inevitably separated by sex and age. The younger cargo was always shuttled into trucks and driven somewhere else. Ulrich had no idea where. It wouldn't make sense for the Reich to take on the additional expense of trucking them elsewhere for removal. Dachau was the only cultural refinement facility left operational in the entire Reich. The rest had been shut down gradually over the years due to lack of demand. That cargo must be useful for something else. But what, Ulrich couldn't even begin to guess. The cargo inevitably screamed and wailed as the young cargo was separated for transport, though the interpreters were quick to shout out encouragement and promises of safety. Ulrich snorted. Even cargo isn't that stupid anymore. Why bother? You could already smell the crematorium fires being lit in anticipation. Washington, D.C. America must have closer ties with the Germans. Columnist Jeannie Arendt worked hard to keep the disgust from her face. The man on the podium before her was Aaron Court, one of the senior organizers of the Sons of America Party. It was amongst the most popular and most recent far-right political organization that had sprung up in recent years, as American Nazi sympathies neared a historical all-time high. The debate was being hosted by the German Reich's diplomatic office, and Jeannie felt sympathy but also anger at the academic who had agreed to take part to defend not growing ties with a deeply murderous and evil regime. The debate itself was just another bit of cultural manipulation of the American people by the Reichers, who were constantly working to sway public opinion in their favor. As the Reich's greatest rival, the United States stood in the way of a lot of Reicher ambitions. Most debaters who had been invited to this dog and pony show had wisely rejected. But this Berkeley professor couldn't resist the bait. Now that the debate was officially on, her and dozens of other journalists were forced to cover it, giving the Reich access to the American homes it desired. There was perhaps no state in the world more adept at propaganda than the Third Reich. Most of their own people still refused to believe any genocide had or was still taking place within its borders. They must also assume it's just a coincidence all their neighbors in the Reich are white. Mr. Court continued speaking. But we must have not just closer political ties, but economic, scientific, and of course cultural ties with the German people. The German propaganda minister who put on this show had done his job well. Inviting only far-left academics, its allies and the Sons of America could cartoonishly lampoon in the media. Jeannie shook her head. She really wished the professor had been wise enough to not take the obvious bait. You want closer cultural ties with a xenophobic, genocidal state that's waged a campaign of racial purity for the last 80 years? The professor practically quivered in outrage. Jeannie didn't blame him, but once more, he'd simply fallen into Court's trap. Most Americans are of European descent, English, French, Swiss, yes, even German. Over 60% of Americans share a direct cultural link to the people of the Third Reich, and there's nothing wrong with honoring one's heritage. It was a pure dog whistle. The Sons of America were directly backed and even financed by the German government, who used them to push a message of racial purity with dog whistle-style slogans and talking points. Being proud of being white wasn't fascist or racist anymore, it was simply honoring your culture. The message was working too, as Nazi support had climbed dramatically in recent years and even led to the election of pro-Nazi politicians. Germany was dividing America in two from within, cleverly manipulating its free speech culture to push indoctrination. Many feared the war between the US and the German Reich, but if they could simply get the US to tear itself in two, there'd be no need for war or continued competition between the two superpowers. Jeannie sighed. The US had missed a moment in history 80 years ago when England had begged for aid, but the isolationists had won. Germany hadn't attacked Pearl Harbor, the Japanese did, and thus the US never sent forces to Europe, signing a non-aggression pact with Hitler. But what if, she wondered, what if the US had responded to Britain's call for help? Sadly, she'd never know. Venezuelan jungles. A bullet smacked into a sandbag just in front of U.S. Army Captain Bartholomew Tobias, putting the captain into an even fouler mood than he already was 3 seconds ago. "Sergeant, can you please tell me why I'm getting shot at from that hill when I specifically requested it terminate immediately?" The sergeant grunted a response as he ducked for cover from a new volley of rounds. He put 2 of the machine gun teams on turning the jungle on that hillside to Swiss cheese, but the damn fascist rebels were still alive and putting lead downrange. "Put the Mark 19 on it, now!" Captain Tobias hated doing his sergeant's jobs for him. He'd have to have a word with this particular one once they were back at the FOB and out of the range of rebel Heckler and Kochs. Damn Germans were fine engineers, and their rifles were cheap, reliable, and widely available. They were a symbol of fascist guerrillas all over the world. The sergeant barked out a series of orders, and a corporal and 2 privates set about to reorient the massively heavy automatic grenade launcher. By the looks of it, the rebels saw what was happening and didn't like it one bit. One of the privates took a round straight in the body armor center mass. Damn, but those H&K rifles really were fine bits of kit, thought the captain. The grenade launcher began to return fire now, belching out 40mm grenades at a rate of 325 rounds a minute, far slower than most machine guns, but with even more devastating effect. Each grenade had a probability of killing everything in a 5-meter radius, wounding out to 15. Soon the jungle was being absolutely leveled under an onslaught of American firepower. Then the firing went silent. The fascists were either all dead or in full retreat. If they were in retreat, a drone he'd just called in would hunt them down. But the thick jungle canopy protected the fascists from overhead observation in either visual or infrared spectrums. New microwave sensors were being field tested and finding mixed results. There's a lot of living things to track in a jungle this size. Captain Tobias sighed. They'd have to go in there after him, regardless. If anything, at least to count bodies, or body parts, after the Mark 19 did its work. Then they'd come up with a rough casualty figure, more of a guesstimate really, and shoot it up the chain so the generals and politicians in Washington could tell the public if the American democratization campaign in Venezuela was working or not. The captain wasn't a fool. He knew what the United States was doing here. Yes, half the people yearned for a real democratic government, and the U.S. was promising to deliver just that to them, but the other half were hardcore fascist, ideologically tied to the German Reich, and fatally opposed to America's liberal democracy, which they saw as decadent and wasteful. Tobias snorted in derision. He wondered how many of those fascist guerrillas would still support the Reichers if they ended up swept up in one of its cultural advancement programs and sent to Dachau. Ostensibly, the US was here to support the public's desire to overthrow its fascist dictator, but realistically, the US was also here because Venezuela was one of the few oil-rich South American states not firmly within America's geopolitical sphere of influence. After subjugating Europe, the Reichers had turned their attention to the Middle East and seized great swaths of it. Their armies stopped only by the threat of nuclear weapons by the US. But that had been 80 years ago, and now what nations the Reich hadn't taken outright in the Middle East, it had intimidated into subjugation. After all, these countries had 500,000 German soldiers at their borders, and the might of the US military was half a world away. It was an easy and very practical choice. But that meant the Reich controlled most of the world's important oil fields, from the vast deposits in the eastern Russian province to Saudi Arabia, which was basically a client state of the Third Reich. The US needed to counter and secure the energy supply of itself and its allies in Eastern Asia and South America, and it just so happened that Venezuela was both rich in oil and had a popular pro-democracy movement. He'd been here for 8 months already, one more month left in his rotation before going home for a year and then inevitably another deployment. He doubted the ongoing war would change. Sorry, it wasn't a war in the media anymore. That part was over. It was a security and stability campaign now, one that had lasted for 5 years, in counting. As long as the flow of German weapons and supplies kept coming, the fascists could keep fighting. Hong Kong. Tokuda Masato sat impatiently, absent-mindedly swirling his drink. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room allowed for a breathtaking view of downtown Hong Kong. You could make out the water beyond reflecting light from all the buildings, but the beauty was lost on him. He was in a foul mood, and he checked his watch. He'd now been stood up for exactly 30 minutes. As if on cue, the door swung open and a Chinese woman in business attire entered alone, moving to the chair across the table from Tokuda and sitting down. Lin Gao was a trade minister and oversaw China's suppliers of rare earth minerals, a critical commodity in the modern age. Like many Chinese, she still harbored antagonistic feelings toward her Japanese allies of necessity, despite the fact that the Japanese occupation of China had ended with the US victory in the Pacific 80 years ago. The 30-minute wait had been a carefully crafted power move to reinforce the fact that it was China, not Japan, who was now dominant in Asia. Masato bristled internally at the carefully crafted offense, but bit his tongue. After the fall of the Soviet Union in World War II, the Chinese communists quickly collapsed to US-backed nationalists. China was now a vibrant democracy, having evolved from its early roots as a nationalist dictatorship at the start of the Cold War between the US and the German Reich. The communists had fled the mainland to Taiwan in defeat, a thorn in China's side that persisted to this day, as the German Reich had thrown its support behind the only nation in the Pacific friendly to it, promising to defend the island against any reunification effort. But China and the US had a strong relationship that went back decades, and that made Japan the junior partner in a three-way security partnership. Masato put on his diplomatic face. That was his job anyways, and greeted Miss Gao in fluent Mandarin. Then he went straight to business. He'd done his research and knew Miss Gao was not someone fond of pointless pleasantries. We need you to reconsider the current level at which you export to the Reich, specifically dysprosium and terbium. We would greatly appreciate it if you significantly decrease the level at which you supply the Reich in future contracts. Lin Gao said nothing for a moment, taking the request in and processing it. You spoke to the Americans about this? Masato was quick to answer. Yes, they back our request. We must begin to think long-term and deny the Reich access to rare earth minerals it needs for advanced weapons. Gao frowned. The Reich effectively controlled the Middle East, and China imported most of its oil either from the region or from the German-Russian provinces. Slowing down supply of minerals critical to development of modern weapons would result in immediate retaliation from the Reich. And it wouldn't have to do much to retaliate. By simply turning off the oil tap, the Chinese economy would tank. China was not an American client, but their interests were very closely aligned. The Reich was an ever-hanging threat to all democracies, and if the Cold War kept raging for another 80 years, it was only a matter of time before Germany's hungry eyes turned toward East Asia. The difference between China and America was that China was a hell of a lot closer to the front lines thanks to Britain's capitulation at the end of World War II and Germany's seizure of India. I'm sure you're aware of the difficulties in granting this request. Even if I wanted to do this, Germany supplies most of my nation's oil. My own government would never allow it. Masato leaned back in his chair slightly. He could appreciate China's position. They had been warned for years to lessen their dependency on German oil. China hadn't listened. A long line of idealistic presidents had attempted to bridge the divide between the Reich and the rest of the world through trade. All it had ended up doing was handing over the strings to Germany so they could play China like a puppet. We, in conjunction with the Americans, have begun to survey vast hydrocarbon deposits in the Arctic Circle, accessible for the first time due to global warming. There's enough to offset China's dependency on German oil. Developing those fields will take years yet. This isn't an overnight fix for my nation." Masato nodded emphatically. "Yes, of course, which is why we don't expect you to immediately cut off the Reich from supplies. Slowly, gradually, like turning off a tap." Lin narrowed her eyes. What were the Japanese getting at? "We are ready and willing to assist you in manufacturing artificial causes for the slowdown in production. But Beijing leaks like a sieve. This operation has to be kept out of official Chinese channels." Masato tried not to grin as he saw Gao's face flinch. He was right. Reich intelligence had penetrated Beijing thoroughly, resulting in numerous security scandals. "Japan will help cover your digital tracks and make sure there's nothing to suggest you are slowing down production on purpose and just making excuses, while the Americans are prepared to bankroll any losses incurred due to a slowdown in supply contracts." Gao's brow furrowed. This was a dangerous game to play. The Reich controlled the flow of oil into China, but China held the world's largest reserves of rare earth minerals, and without them, all of Germany's fancy modern weapons would be no more. If Berlin got wind that the slowdown in supply was on purpose, there was no telling what they might do. It might be the spark that finally lights the powder keg and turns this Cold War hot. But despite herself, she knew Masato and the Americans were right. The world couldn't hang in balance between two diametrically opposed ideologies for another century. The Reich needed to be weakened, chipped away at. She stood without a word and exited, another purposeful slight born of her hereditary antagonism toward the Japanese. She didn't need to say a thing. Masato knew he'd hear from her soon. London. Billy did her best to hide her nervous fidgeting by tucking her hands onto the desk. She warily eyed the corners of the room, sure that there were cameras hidden somewhere in the office, and people behind those cameras eyeing her every move, judging, critiquing, evaluating. The employment officer seated in front of her took his time going over her paperwork. She'd recently moved to London from up north, hoping to land a good, high-paying city job, but first she'd have to get her cultural verification documents. In the old days, this was merely proof of your family history. Now with the advent of genetics, everything the Reich wanted to know about you was available with a single drop of blood. The employment officer cocked an eyebrow as he reviewed her DNA report. 13% North African. Billy gulped, quickly trying to regain her composure. "Yes, sir. If you look at the genealogy documents, you'll see my family traces its lineage to southern Spain. We were there when the Moors had established their caliphate. There was some blood mixing, by force, I'm sure." The officer grimaced. By force, I'm sure. Those animals." He was silent a while longer as he carefully reviewed her paperwork. Finally, he leaned back in his chair. "Very well then, Miss Ashton. I don't see why you should be denied work license because of race crimes against your family in the distant past. Here's to a new start, yes?" Billy was flush with relief, a beaming smile on her face. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you so much." The rest was all a formality as the proper documents were gathered, signed, and double-checked. She'd already passed her interview and now her ethnic background check. She finally had the right to work within any of Britain's metropolitan areas where all the good jobs were. Zimbabwe. Rudolf Heinrich mopped his brow, dragging away a rag soaked with his sweat once again. It hadn't even had time to dry since the last brow wiping. He sneered with disgust at the sun above him, blazing at well over 40 degrees. He absolutely hated it here, but this is where the Reich needed him and thus where he belonged. Administering to the African protectorates was a full-time job, and a rather distasteful one at that. When you went back home to Germany, people at social events either pitied you or were disgusted at the amount of time you had to spend in ethnically unclean territory. That's why the Reich paid well for the service in Africa or the Middle East. But right now, Heinrich dreamt of assignment to the Urals, even if it meant dealing with the stubborn Russian guerrillas still fighting an 8-decade-old lost war. Not that there weren't guerrillas here to deal with. The US was funneling weapons and cash to various separatist movements, and the jungles were unsafe to traverse without a heavy security escort. But his was more of an office job, rarely needing to leave the safety of the Reich's compound. Today, unfortunately, was one of those days, and he spent that on the ground as he surveyed the damage to the oil drilling equipment. American-backed guerrillas had done this. They did all they could to sabotage oil production and mineral extraction as the German Reich hungrily fed itself off the natural resource wealth of Africa. It was the new engine of the Reich's economy. Heinrich listened to the chief engineer's damage report and assessment on repairs. It'd take at least 2 weeks to get the drilling back on track. That is, if there wasn't another guerrilla attack. He promised the chief that he'd assign additional troops for protection, while mentally trying to figure out how exactly he'd do that. It would mean stripping men and equipment from other tasks that were just as critical as this one. The Reich was spread out incredibly thin these days, an unfortunate consequence of achieving racial purity, but a problem that should resolve itself in a generation or two as the government encouraged women to have more babies. It was their patriotic duty. He headed back to his vehicle and the comfort of air conditioning, leaving the chief to bake in the hot sun as he spurred his men to work. Most of the crew was not Aryan. and that bothered Heinrich. But he understood the need to postpone cultural advancement programs in some of the Reich's territories and protectorates until they found an alternate solution, or good Aryan women had more babies. It was simply a manpower issue. The lesser races had their place though, he thought, as his vehicle sped past oil field workers, and this was clearly it. Manual, unintelligent labor. Exactly what they were suited for. The armored vehicle let off a high-pitched alarm as the active countermeasure systems installed on the roof of the vehicle fired off an explosive charge, intercepting the incoming shoulder-fired rocket and exploding it harmlessly 10 feet from the vehicle, showering the armored sides and bulletproof windows with shrapnel. It didn't stop the second rocket, though. As Heinrich's vehicle was engulfed in flames, his last thought was about the damned Americans and how much he wished they would stop sticking their noses where they didn't belong. Chicago. The attic door crashed open and the heavily armed men poured into the small room. Leah screamed in terror, throwing her arms around her little brother, but rough hands grabbed her and pulled him out of her grasp. As they ordered her to put her hands behind her back while shoving her to the ground, she wept bitterly as a plastic zip cuff was placed on her wrist and tightened painfully. A crowd had gathered outside the home she and her 3 younger siblings had been taking refuge in. There were angry shouts from the crowd upon seeing the teenage girl dragged out, and only growing angrier as the younger children appeared one by one. The last was a toddler who had to be carried in the arms of one of the FBI agents. Someone in the crowd threw a bottle, smashing into the side of one of the armored FBI vehicles. Immediately, an agent on a bullhorn warned the small crowd to keep its distance. The local police unholstered pepper spray canisters and threatened to use them. Law enforcement did all it could to keep these raids secret, but there were sympathizers within the various arms of law enforcement itself who routinely leaked the raids to the public online. An international agreement between the German Reich and the United States gave the Reichers legal right to reclaim an ethnic refugee fleeing from a Reich-controlled territory, but that didn't sit well with most Americans, and this included many within law enforcement. None of the officers would meet Leia's pleading gaze as she continued to cry. She twisted and turned in the officer's grip to look behind her and spot Levi, Samuel, and little Adam. She had hoped against hope that one of them might have remained hidden, but the agents had found them all. The mother of the family who had hid them away rushed one of the officers, slapping him in the face hard enough to leave a mark. A local cop grabbed her and pulled her away, but didn't place cuffs on her. It wasn't against American law to harbor ethnic refugees from overseas, but it was against the law to strike a law enforcement officer. Still, nobody here had the stomach to enforce that particular law at this particular moment. The whole business was distasteful enough for all involved. Up ahead, next to the transport vehicle she'd been loaded on and processed for deportation by 2 unmistakable agents of the German Gestapo, easily recognizable by the bright red Nazi armbands they wore on their left arm. They were here to verify the capture and identity of the fugitives, and upon spotting them, Leah's legs gave out on her. "Please," she sobbed to the FBI agents, the crowd, and to anyone around her. "You know what they'll do to us. Please, I'm begging you. You know what they'll do to us." This episode is brought to you by CuriosityStream, the best place to find and watch documentaries about science, history, technology, nature, travel, and so much more. We know you love to learn just as much as we do, and CuriosityStream has the best collection of exclusive, award-winning films and shows that you can't watch anywhere else. I just finished watching the 2nd season of Art of the Heist, an incredible series that tells the story of some of the most ingenious art thefts ever, while also providing an incredible crash course in art history so you can understand just how important the objects that got stolen were. It's honestly better than any made-up crime series I've watched on other streaming platforms, and their collection of content feels more like it was made for me. A Hulu for history nerds, if you will. Not to mention that it's way more affordable than the other ones too. CuriosityStream adds new shows every week that span across every genre, from science, nature, history, technology, and tech, to military history, and even music. And you can watch just about anywhere. Mobile devices, Roku, Xbox, smart TVs, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, and more. Go to curiositystream.com/infographics or scan the QR code for unlimited access to the world's top documentaries and nonfiction series. Make sure to use promo code INFOGRAPHICS to get 25% off, making it one of the best and most affordable streaming deals there is. So don't wait. Click the link below or go to curiositystream.com/infographics and save 25% right now. It's early morning. The air is still. Stars shine brightly in the sky. There's anticipation in the atmosphere as if it's waiting for a lightning storm of metal to break through the peacefulness. Suddenly, the howl of plane engines breaks the stillness. The roar of diesel engines carries tanks across the landscape. The marching of troops shakes the earth. Nazi Germany has begun its invasion of Europe. In 2 short years, Adolf Hitler will control most of the battle-scarred continent. How could so much destruction happen so quickly? One word: blitzkrieg. The Nazis were able to conquer much of Europe in an unbelievably short amount of time. But once you realize that this was an absolute necessity, that Hitler and his top generals had no choice and planned for this, things became much clearer. The pain of World War I was still entrenched in the Führer's mind, along with the collective consciousness of the German people. When Hitler and the Nazi Party began to plan their conquest of Europe, they knew that it needed to be done quickly and decisively. Germany could not win a prolonged war fought on several fronts no matter how badly Hitler wanted it. This meant new tactics needed to be tested and honed to ensure Nazi Germany would be victorious. When Adolf Hitler was appointed Chancellor of Germany on January 30, 1933, he immediately started implementing laws and using his influence to rev up the German war machine. Huge amounts of money and resources were dedicated to research and development in order to make sure that Germany had the fastest tanks, deadliest aircraft, and most powerful weapons. It was the investment in wartime technology that allowed the Germans to devise a plan to conquer the neighbors and expand the Nazi Empire across Europe. In order to ramp up production and basically resurrect the German military from scratch, Hitler needed more land and resources. He couldn't start his war without the proper equipment and weapons, so the dictator needed to be strategic about how he acquired the territory around Germany. Hitler didn't want Allied nations to catch on to his plan until it was too late. No one wanted to fight another world war, so many European powers took to a non-confrontational stance when it came to keeping Germany in check. Hitler knew this and planned on exploiting the unwillingness of his enemies to engage in war. On March 7, 1936, German troops entered and reoccupied the Rhineland, a demilitarized zone set up by the Treaty of Versailles. Germany was strictly forbidden from reclaiming the Rhineland by Allied nations after World War I, as they knew it was a resource-rich region that could be used to fuel the German economy and its manufacturing centers. Rather than standing up to Hitler, Allied nations backed down and seceded the Rhineland to Germany without a fight. But Hitler was not done. He had his sights set on the three other regions around Germany that would bring in even more resources. Germany sent troops to Austria, Czechoslovakia, and the Sudetenland to annex all three. Again, Allied nations condemned Germany for its aggressive actions, but no one wanted to send their militaries to confront the new Nazi power rising in Central Europe. For the next 3 years, Germany developed more powerful weapons and state-of-the-art vehicles. While more soldiers were being trained and wartime machinery was being constructed at factories across Germany and its newly acquired territories, Hitler and his advisors discussed how they would begin the war to create the Third Reich. It's not hard to imagine Hitler, Himmler, Göring, and Goebbels sitting around a table plotting the destruction of the world, because this is exactly what they did. Hitler's dreams didn't stop with the annihilation of Europe. He wanted to bring the entire planet to its knees. As the Nazis strategized the perfect way to conquer their enemies and cleanse the continent of anyone they saw as being impure, wartime production was reaching its pinnacle. When the summer of 1939 came to an end, Nazi Germany had everything it needed to launch an invasion into neighboring countries and begin its conquest of Europe. Hitler had a plan, the best military vehicles in the region, and a desire to conquer anyone who stood in his way. The Nazis decided they would wage war using a form of warfare that became known as blitzkrieg. The word translates to lightning war. The blitzkrieg tactic would ensure that the Nazis could win battles quickly and continuously move toward their next target. There would be no trenches and there would be no slowing down. What made this type of warfare possible were the advances in technology that allowed the Nazi tanks to be heavily armored, while also being able to travel quickly across different landscapes. Also, advances in aviation meant the Nazis could drop more bombs with somewhat better accuracy. On top of all of this, radio communication had improved, allowing generals to send orders over long distances much quicker than before. All these technological advances enabled Germany to wage a blitzkrieg-style war, which would result in the destruction of Europe. The blitzkrieg tactic was simple yet highly effective. Before an attack, the German Luftwaffe would conduct a series of bombing runs behind enemy lines to slow down reinforcements and supplies. Reconnaissance would be conducted on the location, and the strength of the enemy forces was determined by spies and scouting units. The intel gathered would be used to identify weak points in the enemy line, which would be exploited. It was these locations where tank divisions struck and signaled the beginning of the end for Germany's enemies. When the time was right, the order would be given for heavily armored panzer tanks to advance. They would crash into the enemy line supported by troops and artillery. At this point, the goal was to not defeat the enemy or even win the battle. Instead, the Nazi forces would focus their efforts on a specific spot until they could break through and move past enemy forces. Once the line was breached, the tanks would flood through the opening, followed by infantry and heavily armed vehicles. The tanks would continue to push forward, as the rest of the military forces secured key points along the corridor that the tanks had created through enemy territory. This corridor would then be used to flood more troops into enemy-controlled territory. They would be followed by convoys full of supplies to make sure that Nazi forces had the munitions and resources they needed to continue their advance forward. The same tactic would be carried out at numerous weak spots along the enemy line, creating multiple points where Nazi forces could enter and advance deeper into enemy territory. While all this was happening, the Luftwaffe would be called once again to conduct bombing runs on air bases, supply depots, and convoys. This kept the enemy forces from resupplying their front lines as the Nazi ground forces slowly started to encircle their armies. By driving a hole through the enemy line, it caused mass disorganization among their foes. As the enemy tried to regroup, they would find that the Nazis had set up blockades all along the corridor that they had created and were using to advance further into the region. This meant that enemy forces were isolated from one another and could not regroup. The Nazis would then send troops to open the breach wider to allow for more maneuverability. These soldiers, accompanied by artillery, would ensure the gap was heavily fortified to keep enemy forces from refilling it. If the enemy was ever allowed to close their lines before the panzers could encircle them, it could lead to devastating losses for the Nazis. However, it was rare that once the Germans broke an enemy line and started sending troops and supplies through the gap, they would ever be outmaneuvered. The speed at which the tanks moved and the constant bombardment by German aircraft and artillery almost guaranteed a victory in the early years of the war. The forces that were now behind enemy lines would circle back around and trap any forces that did not retreat fast enough. These soldiers would either be forced to surrender or slaughtered. This form of warfare was the go-to tactic for the Nazis, and it worked better than anyone could have ever imagined. The Blitzkrieg style of warfare is what allowed the Nazis to destroy practically every army they came up against. Using their superior vehicles, weapons, and tactics, the Germans were able to invade and capture country after country. A wave of destruction swept through Europe, and it all started on September 1st, 1939. It was 4:45 in the morning as the Schleswig-Holstein battleship bobbed up and down in the black waters of the Baltic Sea. The captain of the vessel was given the order to fire on a military transit depot located in Westerplatte, Poland. At the same time, Nazi forces were already crossing the Polish border in a blitzkrieg fashion. As German troops advanced, Luftwaffe aircraft flew overhead to carry out bombing runs on key military bases and supply centers. The initial days of the invasion of Poland would show the world just how deadly the Nazi military could be. Even more terrifying was how quickly German forces were able to plow through Polish forces and capture the country. The Nazis found weak points along the border and exploited them. They drove a wedge through entire army groups, encircled them, and forced to surrender. Polish leaders pleaded with France and Britain for help as they had agreed to protect the integrity of the Polish borders only 5 months earlier. Their cries for help were met with silence. Nazi troops continued to flood across the Polish border, and although France and Britain eventually declared war on Germany, it was too late. Poland had been completely captured and occupied in just over a month. This showed the terrifying speed at which Germany could attack, dismantle, and conquer an entire nation. To be fair, the Nazis did have a little help with the invasion of Poland from East Prussia and the Soviet Union. However, in the battles to come, Germany would not need or want help, as their blitzkrieg would rip through enemy lines and allow them to capture thousands of Allied soldiers, decimate entire armored divisions, and systematically destroy specific parts of Europe. After the dust had settled in Poland, most of the rest of Europe looked on in horror at what Adolf Hitler and his forces had done. There was a mobilization of every able-bodied man in the countries to the west of Germany. No one wanted to believe it, but deep down they knew it was only a matter of time before the full might of the Nazi military would advance across their borders. Hitler claimed that Poland had attacked Germany first, and that he was just rescuing the Polish people who were ethnically German. This clearly wasn't true, but the Allies didn't want to be thrown into another catastrophic war so soon after World War I had ended, and since Poland had been completely captured, there was no longer an ally to save in the region. This was messed up, as the Polish people were now forced to serve Hitler and the Nazis while the Allies turned a blind eye. They hesitated to take decisive action and instead slowly prepared to defend themselves. No one thought that Germany would attack so soon after their invasion of Poland, since the fighting of the previous World War was relatively slow and tedious. It wasn't until Hitler's next move that the Allies realized just how greatly they'd underestimated the Führer's thirst for blood. They would not be engaging in trench warfare like in World War I. The German blitzkrieg was an entirely different animal that the Allies would need to adjust for. Unfortunately, the very nature of the Nazi tactic meant there would be no time to plan or set up defenses to counteract Hitler's lightning war. 6 months after Poland fell, as the Allied governments were still trying to figure out what to do about Adolf Hitler and his new regime, the unthinkable happened. On April 9, 1940, Germany invaded Denmark. Once again, the Luftwaffe was sent in on bombing runs to decimate supply depots and military bases. The Nazis also deployed paratroopers behind enemy lines, which sped up the encirclement of the forces. The blitzkrieg tactic used in Poland was still in effect, but there were new components that Nazi military leaders had implemented. Denmark knew there was no way they'd be able to stop the Nazi forces surging across their borders. German tanks pushed further north as ships carrying Nazi troops landed at major ports throughout the country. However, the invasion of Denmark was only the beginning of Hitler's plans. It took one day for the Nazi blitzkrieg to conquer the country before they headed to their next target, Norway. However, something incredible happened in the middle of all this chaos. When word got out that the Nazis were rounding up Jews and deporting them from the country, the Danish people came together as a sort of underground network. The non-Jewish households would hide Jews until they could secure safe passage to Sweden. Thousands of Jews living in Denmark were saved this way. They were hidden aboard fishing vessels that would sail into the Baltic. At the time, there wasn't a significant Nazi naval presence in the region, and what was there couldn't be bothered with searching every fishing boat leaving the docks. Once in Sweden, the Jewish people found asylum as the country remained neutral throughout the war and would be spared from the onslaught of Nazi forces due to its location and a little bit of luck. Later in the war, the Nazis did pass through Sweden, but Germany would never occupy the country. However, the nation next to Sweden wouldn't be so lucky, as the Nazi plague went through Denmark and into Norway the following day. Norway posed a slight problem for the Nazi tactics used thus far. The country was long and narrow, and the terrain was mountainous and heavily forested. This was not ideal for deploying tanks and using them to bash through enemy lines. Therefore, the Nazis had to use their navy to drop heavy weapons and vehicles on Norway's shores, and then maneuver them into position. Paratroopers were airdropped in, but unlike Denmark, conquering Norway wasn't as easy. The Norwegians put up a fight and managed to sink several Nazi ships, which stalled their invasion force. It took a couple of months, but Germany finally defeated Norway and began using its heavy water facilities to conduct experiments that could lead to the development of the atomic bomb. Thankfully, Norwegian resistance forces sabotaged those facilities before the Nazis could complete their research, saving Europe from a nuclear holocaust. Once Germany secured the countries to its north, it was time to move west. In May of 1940, Adolf Hitler launched his offensive across Europe. This would prove to be the most destructive and successful campaign for the Germans during World War II. In the coming weeks, the Nazis would use blitzkrieg tactics to decimate entire armies all the way to France. After this offensive, the Nazi Empire would extend across the European continent. On May 10, 1940, Germany invaded Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and France. In Belgium, the Nazis launched a series of air raids. This was done to demolish bases and weaken the Allied air force in the region. It was vital for the German blitzkrieg that they maintained air superiority so that bombs could be dropped behind enemy lines to disrupt resupply routes. After the Luftwaffe completed its bombing runs, tanks, armored vehicles, and infantry rushed toward the Belgian lines. They almost immediately broke through and began creating a Nazi corridor deeper and deeper into Allied territory. This same tactic worked again and again. By May 28th, all of Belgium was under Nazi control. Their troops had either surrendered, fled to France, or were dead on the battlefield. Everywhere the Nazi war machine went, it left destruction in its wake. Entire cities were reduced to rubble, and towns were wiped off the map. The invasion of the Netherlands started at the same time as Belgium, but the Luftwaffe used a slightly different tactic. The planes flew over the Netherlands and into the North Sea. This suggested they were headed to England to carry out air raids there. However, this was a decoy. When the Dutch let their guard down, the bombers turned around and destroyed numerous military installations along with the city of Rotterdam. Now the Dutch airfields were obliterated, the Nazis began to drop paratroopers into the country. On the front lines, Panzer tank divisions slammed into entrenched Dutch forces, breaking their defenses, and with the help of paratroopers already in the country, encircled the Allied forces. 4 days later, the Netherlands were under Nazi occupation. It was the fear that the other cities would be bombed into oblivion like Rotterdam had been, and the speed at which the Nazi military swept through the country that prompted such a quick surrender. There was also a surprisingly unique group of Nazi soldiers fighting in the Netherlands. German forces were spread out across the borders of several countries, meaning that every soldier counted. When the blitzkrieg broke the Dutch line of defense, the 1st Cavalry Division shot through the gap to start the encirclement process. What's unique about this unit is that it was a cavalry division. It might seem strange that the Nazis brought horses to a tank fight, but the cavalry could get behind enemies and capture Dutch soldiers efficiently. It made sense that the Nazis would still use cavalry during World War II, as horses could cross rough terrain much quicker than vehicles could. And in blitzkrieg warfare, timing was everything. Luxembourg succumbed to the lightning warfare of the Nazis in just one day. Few Allied soldiers were stationed in the country, so the panzer divisions rolled across the border mostly unopposed. Nazi troops captured strategic points as they brought up the rear to ensure the front lines could be resupplied. The Nazis now needed to find a way into France. The Allied forces had set up a formidable line of defense using the Maginot Line, a series of fortifications built to protect France from another repeat of what happened in World War I. And now that Germany was once again knocking on the door, the French were glad to have it. There was only one problem. The fortifications did not extend across the entire French border. The Maginot Line had been completed on the French-German border, but not along the border of Belgium. The French thought that the countries to its northeast would act as a buffer to stop a German invasion. They were wrong. The Nazis realized that by passing through the Ardennes forests in Belgium, they could reach France and breach the Allied defenses. General Paul Ludwig von Kleist ordered his panzers through the dense Ardennes. They came out of the forest near the French border, where they met little resistance. Simultaneously, German forces defeated the Allies in the Somme Valley. Both of these Nazi advances cut off groups of soldiers from the rest of the comrades. The Nazis pushed further and further into France, making sure to continuously create corridors that their troops and supplies could pass through, while also cutting off and encircling as many Allied units as possible. The British Expeditionary Force, French Army, and leftover Belgian units were all pushed all the way back to Dunkirk, where Operation Dynamo was conducted to evacuate as many soldiers as possible from France to Britain. What's incredible about this event in World War II is that Hitler ordered his forces to halt just outside of Dunkirk. This was an odd choice since the whole battle plan for Germany was based around the Blitzkrieg tactic. Stopping his forces instead of continuing with the plan made no sense, and ironically is one of the things that cost Adolf Hitler the war. Giving the Allies time to evacuate a large part of their forces out of France meant they could regroup and fight later in the war. If Hitler had stuck to his Blitzkrieg plan at Dunkirk, it's likely the Nazis would have defeated and captured an enormous amount of Allied soldiers, which would have made Nazi victory in Europe all but inevitable. Other than what happened at Dunkirk, Nazi forces continued to use Blitzkrieg tactics across France and break Allied lines. After Hitler finally took Dunkirk by once again ordering his troops forward, he ordered his panzer divisions to proceed deeper into France, where they captured Paris and dismantled the French government. On June 22, 1940, the Second Armistice at Compilation was signed. This divided France into two halves, the German-occupied north and the Free Zone in the south. The new Vichy government was set up and led by a fascist named Marshal Philippe Pétain. The new French state was run by a puppet government, and even though southern France technically wasn't occupied by Germany, Pétain would do anything Hitler asked of him. It was at this point in history that Hitler's empire spanned from Poland all the way across Europe to the Atlantic Ocean. The only two unoccupied countries on the European continent were Switzerland and Sweden. Both of these nations claimed they would remain neutral, and therefore Hitler saw no rush to invade them, as there were much more pressing matters at hand. It's worth noting that less than a year after Nazi Germany declared war by invading Poland, it controlled a massive amount of land in Europe. Spain and Portugal were both run by fascists who were in awe of Hitler's strength and would be left to their own devices for the time being. The Nazis' Blitzkrieg had left Northern Europe's landscape scarred with craters and littered with the ruins of what were once towns. It would take some time before things could be rebuilt, but the only thing on Hitler's mind was ramping up his concentration camp program and procuring the rest of Europe for his Third Reich. Just under a year after conquering France, Adolf Hitler desperately needed to secure more resources to continue fueling his military. However, there were pressing matters to attend to in southern Europe. Italy had been a devout ally, but pretty useless when it came to capturing northern Africa and keeping Allied forces in the region at bay. Hitler decided he needed to send help to keep enemy forces from attacking Germany from the south. To do this, the Nazis needed to gain control of a couple more countries. In April 1941, Hitler launched an air attack of epic proportions against Yugoslavia. Nazi forces had spent the past several months dealing with uprisings and replacing their lost men and vehicles from the Blitzkrieg through Europe. However, since the massive offensive into France, things have been pretty quiet until now. Panzer tanks pushed their way into Yugoslavia from the north. Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria, who were all Nazi allies, launched troops into Yugoslavia from all sides. The Blitzkrieg tactic was used once again, and 12 days after the invasion began, it was over. The swiftness of the victory came mostly about due to several panzer divisions that were deployed in the region to smash through enemy lines just as they'd done in all their previous victories. As the Nazis forced their way through Yugoslavia, they also invaded Greece. Again, this started with bombardment from the skies, followed by Panzer Corps wedging themselves between Allied forces. It took until the very end of April, but by summer 1941, Germany and his allies controlled almost all of continental Europe. It had been just under 2 years since Hitler started World War II, and Europe was now in shambles. Every single country that Germany attacked and occupied had been ravaged by the Blitzkrieg style of fighting and the subsequent extraction of resources and manpower by the Nazis to continue their war effort. It was the superior weapons, vehicles, and tactics that allowed Adolf Hitler to rewrite borders, decimate nations, and force multitudes of people into serving his Third Reich. But he got greedy. Hitler wanted more, and the only way he could get more was by invading the Soviet Union. This decision would lead to his demise and the collapse of the Nazi empire he had built. If Hitler had continued to use his lightning warfare to control all of Europe and left the Soviets alone, there's a very real possibility that everyone in Europe would be speaking German and Sieg Heiling the Nazi flag. Luckily, Adolf Hitler made several mistakes, and the war dragged on for longer than he had anticipated. However, there is no denying that it only took him 2 short years to bring most of Europe to its knees, and this was all thanks to Germany's Blitzkrieg style of warfare. As the Allies witnessed the true scope of the devastation created by the Nazi regime, shock spread around the world. Millions dead, multiple countries in ruins, and a war that spread around the world. How could this have been allowed to happen? Why didn't more German citizens stand up to the Nazi regime? Well, for one thing, it comes back to one of the most famous analogies in history, the frog and hot water. If you dump a frog in a pot of hot water, he'll jump out. But if you put the frog in cold water and slowly heat it up, he'll take a nice warm bath, and the next thing you know, you've got frog soup. The Nazis didn't take power immediately and start herding people into the death camps. They built their power slowly and built a network of support and propaganda that made it difficult for people to see just how badly things were going. To make matters worse, they didn't even take power through normal means. The Nazis didn't win an election outright to take power, and their early years were messy. Hitler originally started as a crackpot far-right activist who joined the German Workers' Party. These early years, just after World War I, were characterized by violence, and Hitler was even sent to prison briefly for attempting a coup in the famous beer hall putsch. He got a relatively light sentence, with many of the people in power viewing him as a harmless nut, not wanting to give him more attention. Needless to say, that didn't go well. He spent that time in prison writing Mein Kampf and rededicated himself to gaining power through legal means, and he found a population that was ripe for filling with popular rage. Why was Germany at the time so angry? The Treaty of Versailles, which ended World War I, was massively skewed to punish Germany for its role in starting the war. It left Germany in dire economic straits. But the people had no way to take their anger out on the powers responsible. That led many people to seek convenient scapegoats, and Hitler was more than willing to provide them. And that led to one of the most successful ways Hitler minimized opposition: propaganda. Even before Hitler took power, he was working to increase anti-Semitism and populist rage in Germany and to paint himself as the only solution. Mein Kampf was full of commentary on how effective propaganda is, and when he came out of prison, Hitler went about winning the hearts and minds of Germany. He established a daily newspaper in 1925, picked the notorious Joseph Goebbels as his head of party propaganda, and led protests designed to rouse the German patriotic spirit. He even succeeded in getting the acclaimed anti-war film All Quiet on the Western Front banned. But with all things Hitler, there was an even darker edge. Much of the Nazi propaganda was designed to make the citizens see Jewish people as less than human. The notorious paper Der Stürmer, run by anti-Semite Julius Streicher, was known for its extreme caricatures and calls for violence. The propaganda film Judge Seuss was a massive success in Germany, and its portrayal of a historical Jewish figure as a sinister figure infiltrating a European court led German citizens to mistrust their own Jewish neighbors. The propaganda was so extreme that people involved in the movie were put on trial after the war, and Streicher became one of the only non-party figures executed at Nuremberg. And Hitler never let an opportunity go to waste. One of the biggest parts of propaganda is taking advantage of opportunities, or making them. The true story of the Reichstag fire is still not 100% known, but many modern historians believe it to be a false flag created by the regime. Hitler had been made Chancellor of Germany, but the Nazis didn't yet have complete control of the government in 1933 when the landmark went up in flames. Hitler quickly blamed a Dutch communist activist and used it to push the idea that Germany was on the verge of being taken over by a communist revolution like Russia was. He panicked the public, convinced the president to suspend civil liberties, and gained a majority in the next election, at which point he began purging the opposition. And once he had absolute power, resistance was only going to get harder. One of the most important elements of Nazi propaganda was to get them while they're young. Children would be indoctrinated early, and parents who opposed the Nazi regime would find they might have enemies within their own homes. The instrument for this was the Hitler Youth, a massive network of training camps and indoctrination programs that essentially worked as the summer camp from hell. Boys attended summits, participated in patriotic activities, learned valuable life skills, and were told all about how their many enemies would have to be dealt with. And when they say get them young, they mean it. The Hitler Youth proper was for boys aged 14 to 18 and often had a paramilitary overtone as the boys were prepared for their role in the German military. But for younger boys, there were the German youngsters in the Hitler Youth program. Immortalized in the Taika Waititi movie Jojo Rabbit, it was heavily patterned after the Boy Scouts, and the young boys were trained to report on their neighbors and spy on other gatherings like church youth groups. Hitler believed that the children were Germany's future, and he made sure that the future liked to goose step. All this worked together to create a climate of fear. Many people, especially in the early days of the Nazi regime, might have disagreed with some of the more extreme elements of Hitler's platform. Even those who voted for the Nazis might have been shocked by how quickly he moved to tighten his grip on Germany. But who were they going to talk to that about? Most anti-Nazi political organizations were outlawed. Kids were indoctrinated into Nazism at an early age, and no one knew if their neighbor they talked to was actually a Nazi diehard who would report them to the authorities. For many people, the fear of the consequences of speaking up was enough to keep them silent. And the reach of Nazism didn't limit itself to Germany. Many anti-Nazi activists, including the Jews who were worried about their future in the country, reached out to their friends around the world seeking support. But two could play at that game, and the Nazis were willing to play dirtier. In the 1930s, a pro-Nazi organization called the German-American Bund was established in the United States to promote an alliance with Nazi Germany. They held massive anti-Semitic rallies in New York City, making many prominent politicians and journalists hesitant to speak out against the Nazis. But one major element was about to make opposition to Nazism much harder. For the first 6 years of the regime, Hitler concentrated on the internal affairs and built a powerful network. The governments of Europe, hoping to avoid war, ceded territory to him to pacify his aggression. It didn't work, and in 1939 he invaded Poland. World War II was on, and with it, opposing the Nazis was about to become even trickier. When a country goes to war, the rally round the flag effect kicks in. This causes a leader's approval rating to skyrocket and often makes anyone opposed to the leader fall out of favor. And in this case, it didn't matter that the leader started the war. Things moved fast in war, and soon Germany was involved in the conflict on multiple fronts. Not only did they conquer Poland, but the pro-Nazi government of Austria quickly surrendered and was integrated into the Nazi regime. France was the next big front, as well as the growing air war with Britain. Not only was there intense pressure to support the war effort, but with the rate of the country's territory growing, it became harder to argue that the regime wasn't a success. And for many on the ground, that was all that mattered. And many men weren't there to argue at all. It's one of the biggest factors in a society during the war: conscription. The military draft in Germany had been reinstated in 1935 as Hitler built up the military in advance of the war, and his war machine was training 300,000 conscripts a year. That took many men away from their homes and left them facing military justice if they crossed their commanders. As for those left behind, the women were often forced into the workforce and were the sole providers for their families while their husbands were at war. If you don't want people to resist your regime, make it harder for them to have time or security. And for those who did stand up, harsh treatment awaited. Hitler wasn't able to put down all resistance to his regime, but those who were caught in the act often faced a court system stacked against them. The Nazi courts were notorious for their bias in favor of the regime. This was at its worst when dealing with cases involving Jewish people, such as the infamous riots of Kristallnacht. It was near impossible for enemies to the regime to get justice in courts, and those who were hauled into court often faced swift deportation to a prison camp or worse. That was the fate of journalist Fritz Gerlach, who had advocated against Hitler in the years before he took power. Gerlach was swiftly declared an enemy of the state, arrested less than 2 months after Hitler took power, and murdered during the Night of Long Knives when Hitler purged his enemies. But that didn't stop those who refused to bow down, no matter how dangerous it became. During the early 1940s, a growing anti-Nazi youth movement began in Munich. This gang of intellectuals would become known as the White Rose Movement, and their tactics were peaceful. They launched a campaign of leaflets and graffiti to raise awareness of the brutality of the Nazis and call for peaceful resistance. They were led by the Scholl siblings, Sophie and Hans, and their friend Alexander Schmorl. They operated for 7 months until the Gestapo arrested the ringleaders. So what was the punishment for minor vandalism in Nazi Germany? The Scholl siblings and many of their allies were placed on trial, but the Nazi People's Court was not a place for justice. They weren't allowed to speak in their defense, although that didn't stop Sophie from frequently interrupting the judge. They were convicted in only days and were quickly sent to the guillotine and executed. This had a chilling effect on all the opposition in Nazi Germany, as they knew that even the most peaceful opposition to the regime could earn you a public execution. Many of the resistance in Germany was highly under the radar, and one mistake could get you killed. It often took the form of providing goods to Jewish residents who were were banned from participation in public life, and later hiding them from deportation forces that took them to the ghettos and later to the death camps. Houses around Nazi Germany and the nations it occupied became secret hiding places, with refugees staying in attics and basements, often for years, for those who were lucky enough to escape detection. But these saviors weren't always what you'd expect. There are some reports from the time of the Holocaust of people who hid Jews in their homes, despite being loyal members of the Nazi Party and even publicly anti-Semitic. Many of them might have been putting on an acceptable public face to avoid suspicion. Many may have even been Nazis originally but couldn't stomach the switch from bigotry to open genocide of their neighbors. Whatever the reasons, these righteous Gentiles often survived by hiding their opposition to the regime, and those who were found out often found themselves on the next train to the camps alongside those they tried to help. There was resistance, but it often took a certain advantage or privilege. After Hitler consolidated power, open opposition to the regime was usually a one-way ticket to imprisonment or death. For the people on the ground, the only way to help was usually under the cover of darkness. But other more powerful figures took advantage of their position. Chiune Sugihara, a Japanese diplomat, was able to print visas for hundreds of Jewish people to come to Japan and escape Nazi persecution. Industrialist Oskar Schindler arranged for Jewish prisoners to work in his factories as slave labor, thus sparing them from the gas chambers. The opposition to Nazism was running uphill from the start, as Hitler had the power of propaganda and anger on his side. It then became a hopeless fight when he turned the law, military, and the courts in his favor. For many of the regime's opponents, it became a battle to survive the era, and most were scared out of playing an active role in the resistance. Ultimately, it would take the entire Allied forces to bring Hitler's rule to a much-deserved end. We all know how the Second World War ended in Europe, with Allied forces surrounding Berlin and Hitler killing himself in his bunker before the entirety of the German army surrendered, stopping the spread of fascism throughout Europe and the rest of the world. But throughout much of the war, this end was anything but certain, and there was a real fear that Germany and the Axis powers couldn't be stopped. Luckily, Hitler was an ineffectual military leader, and much of Germany's failures on the battlefield can be traced to his poor decisions. But what would have happened if Germans had removed him early in World War II? The date is May 15, 1940, and World War II has erupted with unprecedented violence across the heart of Europe. For 8 months, British and French troops had largely held their defensive positions across France and Belgium during a period known as the Phony War. Despite the declaration of war by France and Britain on Germany, neither side had yet launched any major offensives, and only minor skirmishes had taken place between the two sides. Then, suddenly, with shocking ferocity, the German army ambushed the Allied forces by cutting through the thick Ardennes forest. Considered far too difficult terrain for large columns of tanks and vehicles, the move is a logistical miracle and a strategic coup for the Wehrmacht, which quickly flanks and splits the British and French forces in two. Hooking to the north, the Germans have caught the majority of Britain's expeditionary forces, over 300,000 men, between themselves and the North Sea. Disaster looms for Britain. A defeat of their own BEF will cripple Britain's military and see the single greatest loss of personnel by any power in centuries. Across the Channel, an armada of boats assembles, the British desperate to save their stranded forces along with 80,000 French forces. Naval vessels along with fishing vessels and even pleasure craft are recruited into the effort, creating an armada of over 800 ships to rescue the doomed soldiers. On the German side, German General Gerd von Rundstedt orders a halt to the offensive against the retreating British and French forces. His sub-commanders are in complete shock. They are days away from crushing the bulk of Britain's army and inflicting a mortal blow on the French forces. A halt here, just miles from Dunkirk, will allow the British and their allies to retreat to the safety of Britain. But Rundstedt is concerned that the marshy ground around Dunkirk will prove too difficult for his panzers, and despite objections from nearly all his sub-commanders, the order is given for the panzer assault to halt. The order is relayed to German High Command and directly to the desk of the Führer himself. Hitler agrees with Rundstedt's assessment and approves a halt to the offensive operation, against the protest of nearly all of his generals. An official approval of Rundstedt's halt order is dispatched via secretary to a wire operator, who prepares to transmit the order to the units out in the field. Suddenly, though, the operator, a young German officer, is escorted away from his workstation by German military police, and in 3 days' time he will find himself amongst the troops preparing for the assault into France's south. Confused by his swift and sudden change of posting, in his place is another young German officer, this one fiercely loyal to Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, chief of the Armed Forces High Command. The officer dispatches a modified version of Hitler's orders to Rundstedt, ordering him to continue with the assault. A day later, Hitler is furious to discover that his order has been botched, and the blame is laid on the new young wire officer. He is punished for his mistake by being stripped of rank and sent to the front, though secretly Field Marshal Keitel has already prepared to restore the officer's rank once he arrives at his new unit and is clear of Hitler's wrath. Hitler's increasing micromanaging of the war is grating on Keitel and the other senior officers' nerves, and with alarm, they're beginning to realize that the Führer considers himself a strategic genius who insists on running the war his own way. Yet, Hitler's own battlefield experience never went past trench warfare in World War I. He never even held his own command. In Dunkirk, the Luftwaffe savages the British, and despite the brief lull in the fighting, they are not able to construct key defensive positions that will buy time for the retreat. The Panzers savage the British forces long before the rescue armada is able to sail away more than a few thousand to safety. The British Expeditionary Force and their French allies are crushed, with tens of thousands of casualties and over 200,000 taken prisoner. Historians consider the Dunkirk defeat the greatest military catastrophe in history. Back at the German High Command, Field Marshal Keitel holds a secret meeting with the other senior military commanders. They've successfully defeated the British forces at Dunkirk, but Hitler's order to halt the panzer divisions would have seen this major victory turned into a disastrously missed opportunity. The generals grow increasingly worried about the Führer's capacity to lead Germany's armed forces. Weeks later, France falls, with German troops triumphantly marching through the streets of Paris. The French government in exile in Britain joins its ally in calling for U.S. help. In America, Congress agrees to accelerate the production of war material to be shipped to Britain, and President Roosevelt dispatches William J. Donovan, a trusted confidant and World War I veteran, to Britain in order to assess Britain's ability to resist the Nazis. President Roosevelt and the American people on a whole are wary of joining another world war, and despite their close ties to Britain, there is little appetite for joining a war on the losing side and sacrificing hundreds of thousands of American lives. Donovan arrives in Britain, and despite the British Foreign Ministry's best efforts to paint the situation in a positive light, it's clear to the experienced soldier that the loss of the entire British Expeditionary Force has crippled Britain's military. Within 2 days of arrival, he sends a secret telegram to President Roosevelt, informing him that it's his personal assessment that the best Britain can do in its war against Germany is defend its home isles and use its mighty fleet to keep Germany landlocked on the mainland. Roosevelt agrees with the assessment and, in private sessions with Congress, informs U.S. lawmakers that he has no interest in declaring war against Germany. Material support to Britain will continue, but America is not willing to sacrifice its soldiers in a European war. German intelligence learns that America is not considering joining the war on the Allies' side and sends its own delegations to Washington. They implore America to cease its shipments of materials to Britain, which the U.S. refuses, but in a bid to maintain relations, they do agree to limit the total tonnage of goods shipped to their former ally. In exchange, Germany promises not to harass American shipping vessels. The joint American-German accord frees up naval vessels from the Atlantic, which quickly transition to the Pacific through the Panama Canal. While war has been raging in Europe, Japan has continued its aggressive campaign in China, and the United States is wary of Japan's ambitions in the Pacific. Japan knows that if it's to successfully grow its empire, it must quickly neutralize China and the Americans both. It's too small of a nation to wage a long-term war of attrition against the superior manufacturing might of the United States. Plans for a surprise attack on the American fleet at Pearl Harbor are considered, and then quickly scrapped when the fleet is reinforced by major elements from the Atlantic. America pushes Japan to cease its hostilities against the Chinese, but stops just short of declaring war. For their part, the Japanese largely ignore America's demands and continue to push Chinese forces south and west out of Manchuria. Having placed America on war footing, President Roosevelt dispatches large amounts of troops, planes, and ships to the Philippines in order to secure American interests. On a diplomatic visit, the Japanese ambassador assures President Roosevelt that Japan's ambitions are limited to China. Yet Roosevelt demands that Japan pull its forces out of China and cease its hostilities. In Europe, Germany has consolidated its hold on France and Belgium and launches an assault into Norway in order to seize vital iron mines and some other wartime industries in the country. Sweden remains neutral, and in secret negotiations, Finland agrees to support German offensives against the Soviet Union. With Britain's military crippled by the defeat at Dunkirk and America refusing to join the European war, Germany knows its position in France is secure. This frees up many divisions of infantry and panzers who all prepare to join Germany's Eastern Command for a massive assault against the Soviet Union. Prior to the start of the invasion, codenamed Operation Barbarossa, German ambassadors meet with President Roosevelt and present an offer by Hitler himself, a non-aggression pact. This pact is mutually beneficial to both sides. It will ensure that Germany not need fear a British-American invasion of France and will allow the US to concentrate on a single-front war against Japan to remove them from China. The deal is signed and publicly declared 3 days later, sinking British hopes that America will join the war on their side. With the declaration of the non-aggression pact between the US and Germany, Japan immediately launches a surprise attack against American forces in the Philippines, while the Carrier Strike Group launches a massive air raid against Pearl Harbor. With the buildup of American forces in the Pacific, though, the assault against the Philippines is easily repelled, and the surprise attack against Pearl Harbor is a disaster. Japanese aircraft manage to cripple and destroy several American battleships and destroyers, but the bulk of the fleet is already out on maneuvers and not in the harbor when the attack arrives. American submarines locate the Japanese carriers waiting for their air crews to return and savage the Carrier Strike Force, sinking 3 of the 6 carriers. Dozens of returning Japanese aircraft can't find room to land on the surviving carriers and crash land into the sea. The US officially declares war on Japan and immediately launches offensives against its Pacific holdings, while transferring hundreds of thousands of troops to mainland China. At the same time, Germany declares war on the Soviet Union, and the blistering German assault catches the Red Army completely by surprise. Finnish forces eager to retake their territory lost in the Winter War of 1939 join in the assault and quickly reclaim all territory they were forced to cede to the Soviets. With France secured against invasion via the joint German-US non-aggression pact, the bulk of Germany's forces are free to join in the assault against the Soviet Union. In the initial stages of the offensive, Hitler once more meddles with the strategies and plans of the German military high command. His command to begin the mass extermination of Europe's Jews has driven a deep rift between himself and Field Marshal Keitel, who has rallied most of the high command to his side. In a stunning move, the high command launches a coup and removes Hitler from power. The SS, under the command of Heinrich Himmler, launches an assault on army headquarters in Berlin, but Wehrmacht units, long wary of the SS, rush to the defense of the high command. In a brief battle lasting just a few hours, the SS contingent is defeated, and military police arrest Heinrich Himmler. Martial law is declared across Germany, and the Wehrmacht begins a campaign of police action against the fanatical SS loyalists remaining, leading to many firefights between the German army and surviving SS units. The state-sanctioned genocide of the Jewish and other marginalized people are stopped, and Hitler and Himmler are both placed on trial for incompetence and crimes against humanity, with their extermination camps built by the SS serving as key evidence against them both. In days, they are executed, and Germany begins to reform itself as a republic. By 1945, the German army has successfully conquered the eastern territories of Russia, and content to hold the richer areas of the Soviet Union, have forced a ceasefire on the crumbling Soviet Union. Germany now controls Europe from as far west as France to as far east as Kazakhstan. In the Pacific, the United States at last pushes Japan out of China, and with the dropping of 2 atomic bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the war in the Pacific comes to an end. The year is now 2019, and the world is very different from the one we know today. The German Republic continues to control the majority of mainland Europe. An alliance of vassal states that includes Britain and Spain forms the bulk of a German-led alliance known as the European Union. In the Pacific, the Philippines, Australia, Japan, and China form the backbone of the Pacific Treaty Organization, led by the United States of America. The removal of Hitler in the early stages of World War II has allowed a German republic to flourish following their conquest of Europe. And with the collapse of communism and the remnants of the Soviet Union, the world never experienced a Cold War. International treaties limit the number of nuclear weapons amongst the 2 global superpowers, Germany and the United States, to only 700 active warheads. Clickbait, misinformation, so-called fake news. If 2020 felt a bit like a propaganda nightmare, it's nothing compared to the terrifying power of Hitler's propaganda machine. Carefully orchestrated propaganda campaigns allowed Hitler and the Nazis to sow hatred, encourage violence, and get away with unimaginable atrocities. Life in Germany after the First World War was bleak. After losing the war and being made to sign the harsh Treaty of Versailles, Germany was forced to relinquish huge amounts of territory, and the country fell into a deep recession. Unemployment was sky high, and inflation was running rampant. In 1914, before the war, a loaf of bread cost the equivalent of 13 cents. By the end of the war, in 1919, the cost had doubled to 26 cents. By 1922, 3 years after the war had ended, a loaf of bread cost $700. But things would get so much worse in the post-war years. By the end of 1923, the price of bread had skyrocketed to the equivalent of $100 billion. The economy had collapsed and the German currency had become worthless. Unable to feed their families or make ends meet, morale among the German population plummeted. This astounding reversal of fortunes for the once mighty nation created the perfect conditions for the Nazis to rise to power. The National Socialist Party, or the Nazis, came to power in 1933, and Hitler wasted no time in implementing his devious plans to restore Germany to its former glory. Over the next few years, he began to rebuild the German military in direct violation of the Versailles Treaty, attempted to boost morale by praising the German people as a superior race, and blamed all of Germany's problems on so-called traitors like communists, Jews, and other minorities. In 1939, with the invasion of Poland, Hitler launched the Second World War and implemented his brutal final solution to what he called the Jewish problem. It was estimated that 5 to 6 million Jews, up to 2/3 of all Jews living in Europe before the war, were starved, tortured, used as slave labor, and systematically murdered in Nazi death camps like Auschwitz during the Holocaust. How was Hitler able to get away with such unimaginable atrocities? The truth is that none of it would have been possible without Hitler's propaganda machine. Within weeks of the Nazis taking power, Hitler established the Ministry for Popular Enlightenment and Propaganda to spread National Socialist ideas, and he was very clear about the ministry's purpose. In 1924, Hitler was quoted as saying that propaganda's task is not to make an objective study of the truth insofar as it favors the enemy and then set it before the masses with academic fairness. Its task is to serve our own right, always and unflinchingly. At the head of this all-important ministry was a man named Joseph Goebbels. Goebbels was a gifted speaker and a talented propagandist, and he would go on to be the man largely responsible for the German people's favorable opinion of the Nazi regime. The Nazis' propaganda campaigns were so successful because they targeted the weaknesses and aspirations of different classes of Germans. Under Goebbels' direction, the ministry crafted unique messages for different audiences and used advanced advertising techniques for the day to spread their nefarious ideas throughout German society. The military rearmament campaign was a clear violation of the Versailles Treaty, but also created many jobs in a struggling economy and helped the Nazis secure the support of the working classes. Messages targeting business owners who had suffered after the war placed the blame for all of Germany's recent troubles on communists and Jews, and claimed that Germany had been stabbed in the back and betrayed by foreign aggressors after World War I. The key themes of propaganda targeting the middle and upper classes focused on the supposed purity and racial supremacy of the German people. Nazi propaganda infiltrated all areas of German life, from education and industry to science and entertainment, and the ministry used all forms of media to spread their messages and present Germany as the defender of Western culture. Art and radio and music and film and theater were all harnessed to further the Nazis' agenda. Everything from the Nazis' uniforms to the party's strict hierarchy echoed a strong military theme and appealed to Germans who wanted to regain the country's former glory as a military power. War was glorified as a way for the Germans to avenge themselves against their enemies, and a propaganda campaign rebranded the post-war years as part of a 30 Years' War, one that started in 1914 with the onset of World War I, and one that wouldn't end until Germany was victorious and restored to its former glory. Painted in this light, the Nazis were able to convince the German public that their enemies were planning to attack them at any moment, and the Nazis were able to claim that the invasion of Poland at the start of World War II was simply an act of self-defense. This militaristic theme was on prominent display during the many rallies held by Hitler. Nazi Party rallies were held annually in Nuremberg to display the power and might of the Nazi regime and gain popular support for the party. Often lasting for more than a week, thousands of spectators would flood the fairgrounds to attend folk festivals and watch parades of specially selected SS and military troops who best represented the Aryan ideal as they marched through the grounds, turning to Hitler, who was situated at the very top of the massive grandstands, to recognize him with the signature Nazi salute. The Nazis knew that it wasn't enough to convince the adult Germans to follow them. They had to target the next generation of Germans and turn them into devoted Nazis too. In 1937, Hitler outlawed the Boy Scouts and all other youth groups except for his own version, the Hitler Youth. Under the guise of typical scouting activities like hiking, camping, and survival training, the Hitler Youth was a way for the Nazis to remove children from the influence of their parents and indoctrinate them into their anti-Semitic ideology. The program was so effective that many children would denounce their parents or even report them for behaving in ways the Nazis considered unacceptable, such as being tolerant towards Jews. The real goal of the Hitler Youth, though, was to create more soldiers for the German army, and over time the boys' branch of the group became more and more militaristic, training young boys to march, handle weapons, and prepare for war. The Nazis had complete power over German newspapers and were able to control what news the German people read. They used newspapers like Die Stürmer, the Attacker, to further their anti-Semitic agenda, especially in periods prior to the passage of anti-Semitic legislation. Before the 1935 Nuremberg race laws were enacted, the Nazis used newspapers extensively to gain acceptance or at least tolerance of their new racist policies. Under the new laws, anyone with 3 or 4 Jewish grandparents, regardless of whether they were practicing Judaism or self-identified with their Jewish roots, were excluded from citizenship, denied political rights, and forbidden from marrying anyone of German blood. Graphic cartoons in Die Stürmer portrayed Jews as hideous and frightening subhuman enemies of the German people, obsessed with money, sex, and power. The Nazis were portrayed as simply stepping in to restore order, and the German people were encouraged to stand aside and passively accept their horrible treatment of Jews. One of the Nazis' greatest propaganda weapons was the film industry. The Nazis were suspicious at first since they thought that the film industry was controlled by Jews, but Goebbels saw the opportunity to influence the thoughts and beliefs of the German people through film. He purged the industry of undesirables and offered high-profile positions and unlimited resources to those who were loyal to the Nazi cause. Some films focused on depicting Germans as racially, culturally, and militarily superior and glorified the Nazi Party. One of Goebbels' favorite directors was Leni Riefenstahl, and she directed many films for the Nazis, including Triumph of the Will, an aesthetically pleasing film covering the 1934 Nazi Party rally. Other films had a darker theme. The Eternal Jew, directed by Fritz Hitler, demonized the Jewish people as subhuman, wandering cultural parasites who were bent on destroying German culture. In the years leading up to the start of World War II, the Nazis were making little effort to hide their violations of the Versailles Treaty and were being incredibly blatant about their horrific ideas and plans. So why did no one stop them? In short, their propaganda machine was working just as hard outside of Germany as it was within the country. In the days before the internet, it was much easier for governments to control the narrative and take charge of what outsiders were allowed to see about the inner workings of their country. They took steps to mislead foreign governments into thinking the Nazis were simply making reasonable demands to rebuild their country, while downplaying their anti-Semitic rhetoric and increasingly violent treatment of Jews. Just 3 years before the onset of World War II, Nazi Germany hosted the 1936 Olympic Games, inviting the world into their country in the midst of their remilitarization and anti-Semitism. This event was yet another grand propaganda campaign designed to fool the world and bolster the German people. Though Jewish German athletes were forbidden to compete in the Games, the Nazis toned down their anti-Semitic rhetoric in the papers and radio, and they cleaned up their cities, removing Jews unwelcome signs and blatantly racist posters. Visiting athletes and delegates were blissfully unaware of the true extent of the Nazis' hatred for the Jews and their increasingly violent treatment of them. Beloved Nazi film director Leni Riefenstahl filmed the entire event for use as pro-German and pro-Nazi propaganda in the months and years to come, showcasing the Nazis as heroic leaders who had turned their country around and had shown the world how superior the German people were. Later, as World War II dragged on, the world finally began hearing whispered rumors of the atrocities being committed in Nazi concentration camps. The propaganda machine once again went to work to quash these reports. The Nazis went so far as to allow the International Red Cross to visit one of these camp ghettos, inviting representatives to tour the Theresienstadt camp in modern Czech Republic. There, Red Cross officials saw a respectable, if crowded, ghetto where Jewish residents were treated benevolently, fed adequately, and put to work under humane conditions. The Nazis even made a film about the camp to reassure the German public that nothing sinister was going on. But it was all lies. In reality, the camp had undergone an extensive beautification campaign prior to the visit, and as soon as filming was over, the cast, aka the prisoners, were rounded up and shipped off to the notorious Auschwitz death camp for extermination. Thankfully, in the end, the Nazis lost World War II, and both Hitler and Goebbels committed suicide in an underground bunker to avoid being held accountable for their crimes. In the aftermath of the war, the reality of the atrocities committed in the Nazi death camps were made known to the world so that hopefully we can avoid repeating them. Understanding propaganda is the first line of defense against ever again allowing a brutal and hateful dictator to commit such horrible crimes. It may have been easier to control the message in the 1930s, but the internet age presents its own challenges when it comes to fake news, disinformation, and propaganda. According to Simon Fraser University in Canada, there are some simple steps we can all take to spot propaganda and avoid falling victim to it. In the immediate aftermath of a big news event, the news outlets will always get it wrong. Wait for more information. Don't trust anonymous sources or sources that only cite other news outlets, and take the time to compare multiple sources. Pay close attention to the language used by media outlets. For example, the phrase "we are getting reports" could mean anything at all. And finally, some of this is on us. Beware of reflexive sharing. Don't share sensational news on social media based on your first reaction. Do your due diligence before hitting that share button. Following these steps can help to ensure that nothing like Hitler's propaganda machine can be allowed to manufacture outrage, sow hatred, and incite violence ever again. If you thought this video was fascinating and horrifying, just wait until you see our other videos, like this video called World War II Nazi Breeding Plan. Or maybe this other video is for you. As always, thanks for watching, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. See you next time.